I'd been camping many times before, and every trip had always been something I looked forward to. The fresh air, the feeling of getting away from the rush of daily life, the sound of nature surrounding me. It was something I could never get enough of. I had been planning this trip for weeks, and I was finally out in the wild, alone, just the way I liked it. I set up camp by a small, quiet lake in the woods, miles from any town, far enough that I couldn't hear anything except the birds and the breeze. It was perfect. The trees towered above me, their leaves rustling softly in the wind, and the sun was just beginning to dip below the horizon, casting an orange glow across the water. Everything felt so peaceful, so serene. I set up my tent, built a small fire, and got comfortable. I had a few cans of soup, some snacks, and a couple of books to read. It was just me and the wilderness, and I was happy to be away from everything. There was something about being in nature, disconnected from the noise of the world, that brought me a sense of peace I couldn't find anywhere else. The evening passed without incident. I ate, read a little, and watched the stars slowly fill the sky. It wasn't until the middle of the night that things started to feel different. I woke up suddenly, my eyes snapping open in the dark. At first, I thought I just had a bad dream, but then I realized I was wide awake. There was a chill in the air, and the wind had died down completely. Everything was so still, too still, the kind of stillness that felt unnatural, like the world was holding its breath. I couldn't shake the feeling that I wasn't alone. At first, I told myself it was nothing. Maybe it was just the silence of the woods playing tricks on me. I lay back down, tried to close my eyes, but the feeling wouldn't go away. Every time I started to drift off, I felt the hairs on the back of my neck stand up. There was something out there. I sat up in my sleeping bag, straining my ears. The only sound I could hear was my own breathing. No animals, no rustling leaves, nothing. I grabbed my flashlight and flicked it on, shining it around my tent. Nothing. I even unzipped the tent flap just a little, poking my head out, trying to get a better sense of what was going on. The campfire had burned down to a few smoldering embers, casting faint shadows, but there was no one around. I was starting to feel like a fool. There was nothing out there, I told myself. Just the dark, quiet woods, like always. But then I heard it. A twig snapped just outside my tent. My heart raced. I froze. I listened again. Another snap, followed by what sounded like slow, deliberate footsteps moving through the brush. It wasn't an animal. The steps were too heavy, too deliberate. Whoever it was, they were walking on two legs. My mind was racing, trying to come up with an explanation. Maybe it was another camper, someone who'd gotten lost in the dark. I thought about calling out, but then I realized I had no idea who it could be. I was miles from the nearest campground. No one should have been out here. The footsteps stopped suddenly. My breath caught in my throat. I listened, straining to hear anything else. There was nothing, just the complete silence again. I waited, my nerves on edge, my flashlight still clutched tightly in my hand. I felt like a complete idiot. I was starting to think maybe I was just hearing things, or that I was being paranoid. But then the footsteps started again. They were closer this time, so close I could almost hear the person's breathing. And then there was a soft, almost imperceptible sound. A whisper, just on the edge of my hearing. It sounded like it was coming from right outside my tent. I wasn't about to stay in there anymore. I grabbed my flashlight and my knife, just in case, and zipped up the tent. I wasn't sure what I was going to do, but I wasn't about to just sit there and wait for whoever or whatever it was to get any closer. I slipped out the back of the tent, staying low to the ground. The moonlight cast long shadows across the camp, and for a moment, I thought I saw something moving in the trees. A figure, just out of the corner of my eye. But when I turned to look, there was nothing. My heart was pounding, but I forced myself to stay calm. I couldn't let fear control me. I started to slowly move away from the camp, keeping my eyes on the trees around me. Every snap of a twig, every rustle of leaves made me jump. My mind was racing, trying to make sense of everything. What was going on? Who was out here with me? I found a small hill behind my camp and crouched down behind a large rock. I stayed there for what felt like hours, listening, waiting. I wasn't sure if I was imagining things, but I could have sworn I heard someone moving around near the camp, just beyond my sight. And then I heard something else, a low growl. It was coming from somewhere in the woods, deeper than where I was. I couldn't tell if it was an animal or something else, but the sound was unmistakable. I knew that growl. It was a predator, a large one. I pressed myself against the rock, trying to keep as still as possible. My mind was racing again. I'd been in these woods before, and I knew there were bears and wolves in the area. But this growl didn't sound like a bear. It was something deeper, more menacing, something that didn't belong. Then I heard another sound, human footsteps, but they weren't alone. They were accompanied by the crunching of leaves and the rustling of branches, as if someone was moving through the woods with something heavy. I didn't know who they were or what they wanted, but I knew one thing. I had to get out of there. I didn't care if I had to leave everything behind. I wasn't sticking around to find out what was going on. I stayed hidden, watching the camp from a distance, waiting for the right moment to move. But the night stretched on, and no one seemed to move. The growls grew fainter, and the footsteps seemed to stop. Still, I didn't feel safe enough to return to the camp. Eventually, I realized that I had to make a choice. I could wait until daylight, but that could take forever, and I didn't know what was lurking in the dark. Or I could try to get back to my car, which was at least a mile away from where I had set up camp. It wasn't ideal, but I didn't think I had many other options. I slowly made my way through the woods, moving as quietly as possible. Every step felt like it might be my last. But as I made my way through the underbrush, I noticed something strange. The path I was taking seemed to have been cleared. The branches that should have been in the way had been moved. The ground was unnaturally smooth, as if someone had been walking there recently. I stopped dead in my tracks. I wasn't alone. I couldn't explain why, but I felt a deep sense of dread wash over me. There was something off about the whole situation. Whoever was out here had been moving deliberately, and they knew these woods far too well. I had no idea if they were following me, but I wasn't taking any chances. I continued on, faster now, my mind racing with thoughts of what might be waiting for me. I wasn't sure if it was just the fear playing tricks on me, but every time I turned a corner or crept past a thicket, I felt like I was being watched. Eventually, I saw the flicker of headlights in the distance. I had made it. I reached my car and I didn't look back. I didn't care what was behind me anymore. I drove for hours, not stopping until I was safely in a town, miles away from that dark, quiet forest. I never went back to that campsite. I don't know who or what was out there, but I've never been able to shake the feeling that it was something far more dangerous than a wild animal. Whatever it was, it knew I was there, and it wasn't going to let me leave easily. But I survived, and that's the only thing that matters. It was supposed to be a quiet weekend, just me, my gear, and the great outdoors. The plan was simple: hike out to a remote spot, pitch my tent, and spend 2 days alone in nature, away from the noise of the city. I had done this countless times before, always coming back with a sense of peace and satisfaction. But this time, something felt different. I had been planning this trip for months. I wanted to challenge myself, no more easy trails. I picked a location deep in the wilderness, far from any campsites or marked paths. No cell service, no distractions. Just the forest, the mountains, and me. The first few hours of the hike were easy, the well-worn trail guiding me through the trees. The air was crisp, and the scent of pine and damp earth filled my lungs. Everything was exactly how I had imagined it. The further I went, the quieter it became. There was a heavy stillness in the air. It was the kind of silence that felt a little too deep, the kind that makes you realize just how alone you are. But I didn't mind. I liked being alone, away from the rush of everyday life. As I walked, the trail grew more rugged, the ground uneven beneath my boots. I had to slow my pace, navigating the rocks and tree roots that seemed to appear out of nowhere. By mid-afternoon, I reached my destination, a small clearing surrounded by tall, thick trees. It was perfect. The ground was soft with moss, and there was a small stream nearby, its gentle flow providing a soothing background sound. I set up my tent, unfurled my sleeping bag, and then started a small fire. There was a feeling of satisfaction in setting up camp, in knowing that I was completely self-sufficient, relying on nothing but what I had brought with me. As the sun began to dip below the horizon, the forest seemed to change. The warm light of the day disappeared, leaving behind the cool, shadowy embrace of night. The fire crackled, casting flickering shadows on the trees. I sat by the fire, staring into the flames, listening to the occasional rustle of leaves. The sounds of the forest at night were different from the ones during the day, sharper, more distinct. I had planned to go to sleep early, but as the fire burned low, I couldn't shake the feeling that something wasn't right. It wasn't anything I could pinpoint, just a strange sense of unease that crept up on me slowly. I shook it off, thinking it was just the unfamiliarity of the place. It wasn't like I was in any real danger. There were no animals here that posed any threat to me, or so I thought. I lay down in my tent, pulling my sleeping bag tight around me. The night air was chilly, and the soft rustling of the wind outside the tent seemed louder than it should have been. I tried to sleep, but the feeling of unease didn't go away. Every little sound made me tense up, my mind racing with thoughts that I couldn't shake. It wasn't until the early hours of the morning that I heard it, a low, distant thud. It was quiet at first, almost like a heartbeat, but it kept getting louder, more persistent. It was coming from the woods, somewhere to my right. I froze, my heart racing. I tried to tell myself it was nothing, just the sound of a falling tree or maybe a rock rolling down a slope, but deep down, I knew it wasn't that. The thud was too rhythmic, too deliberate. I lay there in the darkness, straining to listen. It wasn't like the typical sounds of wildlife that I was used to. There were no owls hooting, no branches snapping as animals moved through the woods. It was just that thud, over and over again, growing louder and closer. I stayed as still as I could, barely breathing. My mind was spinning. What could it be? A bear? A deer? But no, it didn't make sense. Those animals didn't make that kind of noise. This was something different. I debated whether or not to go outside and check. On one hand, I didn't want to face whatever it was alone in the dark. On the other hand, if I didn't check, I'd never be able to sleep again. Finally, I decided to grab my flashlight and take a look. My hands shook as I unzipped the tent, the cool night air hitting me like a wave. I stepped out, the beam of my flashlight cutting through the darkness. For a moment, I didn't see anything. The trees loomed like silent giants, the only movement coming from the breeze that rustled the leaves. I took a few tentative steps toward the source of the sound, and then I saw it, a figure, standing in the shadows just beyond the reach of my flashlight's beam. At first, I thought it was just a trick of the light, some branch or rock that had been cast in a strange shape. But no, it was too distinct, too real. The figure was tall, its outline shifting in the dim light. It didn't seem to move, but the thudding sound continued, rhythmic, like a pulse. My stomach dropped, my flashlight flickered, the beam wavering, and then I heard it, a faint rustling sound, like something shifting in the underbrush. I took another step forward, the beam of light focusing more on the figure. It was then that I realized what it was. Something human-shaped, but it wasn't human. The figure was too tall, its limbs too long, and its face, I couldn't see it clearly, but I could tell something was wrong with it. I stumbled back, my mind racing. What the hell was this? I couldn't bring myself to look away, even though every part of me screamed to run. My heart pounded in my chest. For a moment, the world around me felt like it was closing in. The air was thick, and I felt like I was suffocating. Then, just as quickly as it had appeared, the figure vanished. One moment it was there, the next it was gone. The thudding stopped, and all that remained was the sound of the wind rustling the trees. I stood there, frozen. My breath came in shallow gasps. My mind couldn't process what had just happened. I wanted to run, but I couldn't. My body wouldn't move. Eventually, I made myself turn and retreat back into the tent, my flashlight still trembling in my hand. I zipped the tent up and lay there, my heart racing. Couldn't sleep. I couldn't do anything but lie there, listening to the sounds of the forest around me. The rest of the night passed in a blur of unease and fear. I didn't sleep a wink, my mind replaying that moment over and over again. When morning finally came, I couldn't get out of the tent fast enough. I packed up my things in a hurry, trying to keep my composure as I moved quickly, but every sound made me jump. I didn't look back as I left the clearing. The forest was silent again, just like it had been when I first arrived. The thudding was gone, the strange figure vanished, but I knew something had changed. Whatever it was that I had seen or thought I had seen, it was real and it had been watching me. As I hiked back down the trail, the weight of the experience began to sink in. I couldn't explain what had happened, but I knew one thing for certain. I wasn't coming back to that spot ever again. I had always loved camping. The peace, the quiet, the way the trees seemed to whisper their secrets in the wind. The smell of fresh pine and the crisp air that hit your lungs the moment you stepped into the forest. But nothing could have prepared me for what happened that night. It wasn't some ghost or supernatural force. No, it was something far more terrifying. The kind of danger you don't expect when you're just out there to enjoy the simplicity of nature. I had decided to go camping alone, a weekend getaway just to clear my mind. I was staying at a secluded campsite in the middle of the woods, about an hour's hike from the nearest road. The kind of place where you can't hear cars or see anyone for miles around. It's peaceful, beautiful even, but I didn't realize how much danger could be hidden in something so calm. The first day was perfect. I set up my tent, built a fire, and spent the afternoon walking along the trail that looped through the forest. It was a well-maintained path, marked with small signs here and there, pointing to different landmarks or nearby streams. The sun was still high when I decided to take a short walk into the woods just past the designated trail. Figured, why not? It was still light out, and the woods were calling to me in a way I couldn't resist. I hadn't been walking for long when I came across an area that was different from the rest of the forest. The trees were spaced farther apart, and the ground was soft and spongy underfoot. I walked a little further in, the feeling of being alone starting to settle over me. It wasn't the usual peaceful kind of solitude. It was unsettling. The further I went, the more the forest seemed to close in around me. It wasn't just the trees. The shadows were growing longer, darker, and it felt like the forest itself was holding its breath. I tried to shake the feeling off. It was just a little too quiet, that's all. After a while, I realized I had wandered pretty far off the path. I had no idea where I was, and I had left my map back at camp. My phone had no signal, typical for a place so remote. I tried to retrace my steps, but nothing looked familiar. The trees were too similar, the ground too soft, the rocks too smooth. I couldn't even hear the faint rustling of wildlife anymore. The whole world had gone silent. As the light started to fade, panic began to set in. I had to get back to camp before dark. The thought of being out there in the dark, alone, sent a chill down my spine. I forced myself to stay calm, telling myself I'd find my way back. After all, it wasn't a huge forest and I wasn't that far off the trail, right? But then I heard it. A crack, a branch snapping in the distance. It wasn't the usual sounds of the forest. Nothing like the gentle sway of leaves in the wind or the rustling of small animals. This was deliberate, like someone or something was moving through the woods, taking slow, careful steps. My heart skipped a beat. I froze, trying to listen for any other sounds, but the silence was deafening. The forest felt like it was holding its breath again. I stood there for what seemed like forever, waiting for another sound, anything to tell me what was happening. Then I heard it again, a branch snapping, followed by something that sounded almost like footsteps. But these weren't the kind of footsteps you'd expect to hear on a dirt trail. They were heavier, more deliberate, like someone was walking through the underbrush, stepping over twigs and crunching leaves underfoot. I don't know what made me do it, but I turned around and started running. I didn't look back. Couldn't. I was afraid if I did, I'd see something I wouldn't be able to unsee. My mind raced, trying to make sense of what was happening. It was just my imagination, right? But the footsteps didn't stop. They seemed to be getting closer. Every time I tried to convince myself it was nothing, I'd hear another snap of a branch, another crunch of leaves underfoot. The forest was dark now, the trees casting long, ominous shadows on the ground. I couldn't remember which way I had come. Everything looked the same. The path I had been following had disappeared, swallowed up by the endless maze of trees and underbrush. The feeling of being watched was overwhelming now, and I had the distinct impression that whatever was out there was gaining on me. I had to find a way out. I kept running, pushing myself harder, ignoring the branches that whipped at my face and the roots that seemed to appear out of nowhere, threatening to trip me. My legs were burning, and my breath was coming in ragged gasps, but I couldn't stop. I had to get back to camp. I had to make it back to safety. Then, just as I was about to lose hope, I saw it, the faint glow of my campfire through the trees. It wasn't much, just a small flickering light, but it was enough to make me push harder, to focus everything on that tiny beacon of hope. I ran towards it, my feet pounding against the ground, the footsteps behind me still echoing in the distance. The campfire grew brighter as I got closer, and I almost cried out in relief when I finally broke through the trees and into the clearing where my tent stood. I collapsed next to the fire, my heart racing, my body shaking with adrenaline. I looked around, expecting to see someone or something emerge from the darkness, but the forest was still. The air felt heavy, like it was thick with something I couldn't name, but there was no one there, no sign of the footsteps that had followed me. I sat there for a long time, staring into the flames, my mind racing. Had it all been in my head, or was there something out there, something watching me, waiting for the right moment to make itself known? I didn't know, but I wasn't about to find out. The next morning, I packed up my gear and left. The sun was up, the forest was quiet, and everything looked normal. But I couldn't shake the feeling that something wasn't right. I didn't stay to find out. As I walked back to the main trail, I found something I hadn't seen before. A set of footprints, fresh in the dirt, leading in the direction I had just come from. They weren't animal tracks. They were human, but I didn't stop to look any closer. I just kept walking, my feet moving faster with every step, until the sound of the forest was drowned out by the sound of my own heartbeat. I didn't tell anyone about what happened. Maybe they wouldn't believe me. Maybe it wasn't important. But I knew one thing for sure. I would never go back to that campsite again. I'd been planning this camping trip for months. It was meant to be a peaceful weekend getaway. Just me, my gear, and the forest. Nothing special. I had everything packed. My tent, sleeping bag, food, a good book, and my favorite flashlight. The kind of trip I'd taken many times before. I'd camped alone plenty of times, enjoying the solitude and the quiet of the woods. But this time, something felt off from the start. I arrived at the campsite late in the afternoon, the sun already dipping below the treetops. The air had a chill to it, but nothing that would keep me from setting up camp. I chose a secluded spot near a creek, the soft murmur of water just enough to drown out any distant sounds of the highway. I pitched my tent and got a fire going. The crackling of the flames was comforting, like an old friend. I sat back in my camp chair, watching the firelight dance on the trees. But then, I noticed something. There was a rustling in the bushes. At first, I thought it was just a deer or maybe a squirrel, but the sound wasn't right. It was too deliberate, too heavy. I tried to convince myself that it was nothing, but I couldn't shake the feeling that I wasn't alone. I grabbed my flashlight and shined it toward the bushes. Nothing. The rustling stopped. I told myself it was just my imagination. There was no one out here, no reason for anyone to be near my camp. I took a deep breath and settled back into my chair, trying to relax. The evening passed quietly. I ate my dinner, just some freeze-dried pasta, and then crawled into my tent as the night air grew colder. I zipped myself in, lying on my back and staring at the mesh ceiling, listening to the sounds of the forest around me. The wind rustled the leaves, and the creek babbled on in the distance. I felt safe, maybe too safe. My mind kept drifting back to that strange rustling sound. Around midnight, I was woken up by a noise, a thump, then another. I sat up, heart pounding in my chest. The sounds were coming from outside the tent. Heavy steps. Whoever or whatever it was getting closer. My flashlight was just out of reach, and I didn't want to make any noise. The last thing I wanted was to alert whoever it was to my presence. I could hear breathing now, slow and steady, like someone was waiting, just outside my tent. I lay there, frozen. I couldn't move. I had no idea what to do. My mind raced through every possible explanation. Could it be another camper? A hunter? But why hadn't they called out? Why hadn't they made their presence known? The breathing stopped. Silence. The kind of silence that makes your ears ring. I listened intently, straining to hear even the slightest noise. Nothing. Slowly, I exhaled, the tension in my body starting to ease. Maybe it was a bear or just an animal passing by. That was the most likely explanation. I grabbed my flashlight, turned it on, and slowly unzipped the tent. There was nothing there. The campsite looked exactly the same as it had earlier. Empty, quiet, untouched. I stepped outside, scanning the area with my flashlight. The light flickered as I moved it from side to side, but I didn't see anything unusual.
No footprints.
No signs of disturbance, just the quiet of the forest. But I still felt like I wasn't alone. My instincts were screaming at me to leave, but I told myself that I was overreacting. There had to be a rational explanation. I stood there for a moment longer, then decided to retreat back into my tent. I'd leave in the morning. That's when I heard it again. An unmistakable sound, closer this time. A heavy thud. Something had stepped on a branch just outside my tent. My heart skipped a beat, and I froze. I didn't know what to do. Should I call for help? There was no cell signal out here. I wasn't gonna risk leaving my tent and running into whatever was out there. I lay back down, gripping my flashlight like a lifeline. The next few hours passed in a tense silence. Every tiny sound, every creak of the trees, every snap of a twig had me on edge. By dawn, I decided I couldn't wait any longer. I had to get out of there. My gut told me that whatever was lurking near my campsite wasn't gonna just go away. I packed up my gear in record time, my hands shaking as I stuffed everything into my bag. I didn't even bother with the fire. I wanted to be gone as fast as possible. I started walking back toward my car, staying on the path the whole way. Every rustle in the bushes, every crack in the leaves, had me looking over my shoulder. My legs burned with exhaustion, but I couldn't stop. I needed to get out. It felt like the trees were closing in on me, as if the forest itself was holding me there. When I finally reached the parking area, I couldn't believe I'd made it. I threw my gear in the car and slammed the door shut. As I started the engine, I looked back toward the trail I had just walked. There, standing just at the tree line, was a figure. Tall, thin, and shadowed by the trees. It didn't move, just stood there, watching me. I felt a cold chill run down my spine. But then, just as quickly as it appeared, the figure turned and disappeared into the woods. I drove away, my heart still pounding, my mind racing. What had that been? Who was out there? What did they want? I couldn't explain it, but I knew one thing for sure. I wasn't going back to that campsite. Ever. I had always loved camping. There's something about the peace of the woods, the fresh air, and the quiet hum of nature that calms the mind. It was the perfect escape from the noise of city life. So, when I got the chance to spend a few days in the wilderness, I jumped at the opportunity. I had a week off from work, and I had been planning this trip for a while. A solo camping adventure deep in the heart of the forest, miles away from any roads or people. Just me, my tent, and the woods. I drove for hours, the landscape slowly changing from the hustle of the city to the calm, sweeping hills of rural countryside. My destination was a spot I had heard about from some fellow campers online. They spoke of it like it was a hidden gem, a place where few ventured. It was exactly what I was looking for: quiet, secluded, and raw. The dirt road I was following grew smaller and more winding as I neared my campsite. The trees grew thicker around me, towering high above. I rolled down my window, letting the cool breeze in, and could hear the distant call of birds and the rustling of the wind through the leaves. The scent of pine filled the air. Everything felt perfect. I parked my car near the edge of a clearing and began to unload my gear. The sun was starting to dip behind the trees, casting long shadows across the ground. I knew I had to set up camp quickly. The last thing I wanted was to be fumbling with a tent in the dark. The clearing was quiet, too quiet. Usually, I would hear the sound of animals or insects, but here, there was nothing. No chirping of crickets, no rustling of small creatures in the underbrush. It made the hairs on the back of my neck stand up. I shook off the feeling and kept going, setting up my tent and getting a fire going. As the fire crackled, I sat back and took a deep breath. The air was crisp, and the sun had just dipped below the horizon. The woods around me were still, except for the occasional rustle of leaves. I had my dinner and then sat by the fire, staring into the flames. That's when I noticed something odd. There was a sound. It was faint at first, like a soft crunching noise. At first, I thought it was just the wind shifting the branches around. But then it came again, a deliberate crunch, like something was walking toward me. I tensed up, my heart beating faster. I glanced around, but there was no movement in the trees, no animal in sight. I tried to calm myself, telling myself it was just my imagination. But the sound came again, closer this time. I grabbed the flashlight from my pack and shone it toward the edge of the clearing. The beam of light cut through the darkness, revealing nothing but trees and shadows. Yet the sound persisted. It was as if something was walking just beyond the reach of the light, too far to see but close enough to hear. My mind raced. I had been camping for years, and I'd never felt so on edge. The thought that maybe a bear or some other animal was nearby crossed my mind, but something about the sound didn't sit right. It wasn't the steady rhythm of a large creature's footsteps. It was erratic, like something uncertain, moving in fits and starts. I sat there, frozen, trying to listen more closely. The noise stopped for a few moments, only to start again. This time, louder, like it was circling me. The hairs on my arms stood up as I felt a chill creep down my spine. I stood up and took a few cautious steps toward the edge of the firelight, shining my flashlight in all directions. Nothing. The crunching sound had stopped, but the feeling of being watched didn't. It lingered in the air, thick and suffocating. I scanned the trees again, but there was still no sign of anything. I thought maybe it was a deer, or maybe even a smaller animal that was just trying to avoid me. But that didn't explain the weird feeling in my gut. I decided to call it a night. There was no reason to keep worrying about something that might just be my imagination. I extinguished the fire and climbed into my tent, zippered it up tightly, and tried to sleep. But sleep wouldn't come. I kept hearing that sound in my mind, that faint crunching noise. Every time I closed my eyes, I imagined something moving just outside my tent, watching me. The night dragged on in restless silence, broken only by the occasional rustle of wind through the trees. I finally drifted off into an uneasy sleep, only to wake up with a start a few hours later. It was pitch black outside, and I could hear the wind picking up again. But this time there was something else, a low, distant sound that I couldn't quite place. It was almost like a soft whisper, but not in any language I could understand. I lay in my sleeping bag, listening intently. The whispering continued for a few moments, growing louder. It sounded as though it was coming from the trees around me, from the very depths of the forest. The hair on the back of my neck stood up again. Something wasn't right. I reached for my flashlight, but before I could turn it on, the sound stopped abruptly. Everything went silent, and the air felt thick, like it was pressing in from all sides. I could feel the tension building, the oppressive silence pressing down on me. My heart was pounding in my chest, my breath coming in short, sharp gasps. I told myself it was just the wind, just my nerves. But deep down, I knew something was wrong. I couldn't stay in the tent any longer. I grabbed my flashlight, opened the zipper, and stepped outside, shining the light into the darkness. The clearing was empty, still and silent, but I couldn't shake the feeling that I was being watched. I scanned the trees again, but everything looked normal. I stood there for a long moment, trying to calm myself, trying to convince myself that it was all in my head. Maybe it was just the isolation, the strange noises of the night playing tricks on me. But that didn't explain the whispers, or the fact that the crunching sound had returned, much louder than before. It was now unmistakable. Someone or something was out there. I made a snap decision. I needed to leave. I wasn't going to stick around any longer, not with the way things were feeling. I hurriedly packed my things, not bothering to make everything perfect. I just wanted out. As I was about to leave, I heard a rustling behind me. I spun around, flashlight in hand. The light caught on something moving in the trees, but I couldn't make out what it was. It was too dark, too far to see clearly. But I wasn't sticking around to find out. I grabbed my bag and started running toward my car. The forest around me seemed to close in, the trees growing darker, their branches swaying as if they were reaching for me. I didn't dare look back. My only focus was getting to the car and driving away as fast as I could. When I finally made it to the clearing where I had parked, my heart was still racing. I jumped into the car, started the engine, and slammed the door shut. As I pulled away from the campsite, I couldn't help but glance in the rearview mirror. The clearing was empty, nothing but the dark forest behind me. I didn't stop driving until I reached the nearest town, where I pulled over and took a few deep breaths. I had never felt so relieved in my life. There was no explanation for what happened out there, no rational reason for what I had heard or felt. But one thing was for sure, I was never going back to that place. I had always loved camping. There was something about being surrounded by nothing but trees, the sound of wind through the leaves, and the crackling of a fire that made me feel at peace. But that peace was shattered one night during a solo camping trip, far away from any trails, deep into a forest I had never ventured into before. I decided to go on this trip alone. I needed to disconnect from everything for a while. No phone, no internet, just me, my tent, and the wilderness. I had heard stories about this forest, how it was untouched and wild, but there was something about the challenge that intrigued me. The area was remote, and the nearest town was miles away. I thought that would be perfect, just me and the forest. I drove up the dirt road leading to the trailhead, the sun beginning to dip behind the mountains. The air had a crispness to it, the kind of air you only get in the woods. The trees were tall, the shadows long. I parked my car at the edge of the road and took a deep breath, the smell of pine needles and earth filling my lungs. My heart raced with excitement, and I grabbed my pack, setting out on foot. The trail wasn't well marked. It wasn't the kind of place where you'd find a steady stream of hikers or campers. It was secluded, hidden almost, but that's what I liked about it. I thought I'd be alone with nature, no distractions, just the sound of the wind and the birds. My boots crunched on the gravel and twigs as I walked deeper into the woods. As night began to fall, the forest took on a different tone. The shadows became heavier, the sounds of the forest more pronounced. I wasn't scared, not at first. It was just the usual forest sounds, an owl hooting in the distance, the rustle of small animals in the underbrush. I set up camp as it got darker, pitching my tent near a small creek. The sound of running water was soothing, and I lit a small campfire, feeling the warmth as I settled down for the night. The fire crackled, and I could feel myself relaxing. I was tired from the hike, but content. There were no other campers around, and that felt good. I had some simple food, a book to read, and the stars above me. Everything felt perfect, but as the night wore on, something changed. First, it was just a feeling, a creeping sense that I wasn't as alone as I thought. The sounds of the forest seemed to shift. The rustling of the trees wasn't as natural as it had been before. There was something else in the air, something I couldn't place. My mind started to race. I glanced around the firelight, but everything looked as it should. Still, I couldn't shake the feeling that I was being watched. The hairs on the back of my neck stood up, and I found myself looking over my shoulder more often, expecting to see someone or something lurking in the shadows. But there was nothing, no one, just the trees swaying in the breeze. I tried to calm myself, telling myself it was just nerves, but deep down, I knew something wasn't right. I sat by the fire for a while longer, my eyes darting to the edge of the camp, where the darkness swallowed everything. Then I heard it, a rustling, but not from the usual wildlife. This was heavier, something or someone moving through the underbrush, slow and deliberate. I froze, my breath caught in my chest. I didn't move. I didn't want to make a sound. The rustling stopped. Silence. I waited, heart pounding in my ears. I tried to rationalize it, telling myself it was just an animal. But deep down, I knew it wasn't. This was different. The air felt colder now, and the shadows seemed to close in around me. I grabbed my flashlight and scanned the trees around me, but saw nothing. Just the flickering light of the fire casting long shadows across the ground. My mind played tricks on me. Maybe it was nothing. Maybe I was just being paranoid. But as I sat there, the silence grew heavier, and the feeling of being watched intensified. Every instinct in my body told me to leave, but I refused to let fear control me. I was a seasoned camper. This was just my mind playing games. I turned my attention back to the fire, trying to focus on the crackling sound, but then I heard it again. This time it was closer, a soft crunch, like footsteps on dry leaves. My heart skipped a beat, and I immediately stood up, shining my flashlight toward the noise. The beam cut through the dark, but there was nothing there, just trees and shadows. I felt a chill spread through me, and the unease I had been fighting off for hours finally broke through. My rational mind told me to stay calm, that this was just some animal or maybe another camper who had wandered off the trail. But then I heard it again, a low, almost inaudible whisper of movement in the bushes. It was coming from a different direction now, closer than before. I didn't know what to do. I considered packing up and leaving, but the thought of walking through the dark, deep forest alone made my stomach churn. It was too risky. Instead, I decided to stay put. Couldn't let my fear control me. But as I sat back down by the fire, I couldn't shake the feeling that something was watching me. I tried to focus on the fire again, the warmth, the safety of it, but the sense of dread was overwhelming. The minutes stretched on. I didn't dare get up again. Couldn't. The fire seemed to flicker more erratically, casting strange shadows on the ground. And then it came, a loud snap from behind me. I whipped around, shining my flashlight into the trees, but again, there was nothing. No movement, no sound, just the wind rustling through the branches. My mind was racing. Was it an animal? Was someone out there? The quiet became unbearable, the silence like a pressure on my chest. It was as if the whole forest had grown still, holding its breath. And then I heard it again. This time it was unmistakable. A soft thud, as if something had just stepped on a branch, came from behind me, right at the edge of the camp. I grabbed my pack, my hand shaking as I fumbled with the straps. I didn't know if I should run or stay, but all I could do was sit there, staring into the dark. The thud came again, closer this time. My pulse hammered in my ears. I finally stood up, grabbing my flashlight and swinging it toward the sound. The beam swept over the trees, the ground, but there was nothing there. That was when I realized something that chilled me to the bone. The sounds had stopped, but there was something else. A subtle change in the air. I wasn't alone anymore. I could feel it. Someone or something was out there, watching me. I tried to calm myself, but the tension in the air was unbearable. The hairs on the back of my neck were standing on end. I quickly grabbed my gear and packed everything up. I wasn't staying another minute in that forest, not with the overwhelming sense of being watched. As I packed, the world around me seemed to close in. The shadows felt deeper. The trees seemed to press closer. But then, as quickly as it had started, it was gone. The air cleared. The feeling of being watched faded. The forest returned to its natural rhythm. The sound of the creek rushing, the wind in the trees, the rustling of leaves. I didn't question it. I didn't need to. I grabbed my stuff and hurried back to the trail. The moonlight filtered through the trees as I walked, my heart still racing, but the terror had passed. By the time I reached my car, I was almost relieved. The forest was still there, quiet and serene, as if nothing had happened. I drove back to the town, my heart finally beginning to slow. I wasn't sure what had happened out there, but I knew one thing for certain. I would never return to that forest again. I'd never considered myself the kind of person who would be caught off guard in the wilderness, but that weekend, it all changed. It was supposed to be a simple camping trip, just me, a backpack, and the quiet hum of nature. I had planned to spend a couple of days hiking alone, just to clear my head. It had been a rough few months. Work, stress, personal issues, and I needed the solitude to breathe, to think. I drove up to the trailhead early on a Friday morning, the air still crisp with the last hints of a cool autumn. The sun was barely up, casting a soft orange glow over the trees, and the forest was alive with the sounds of birds and the rustling of leaves. There was a sense of peace, of calm, and for a moment, I let it wash over me. The parking lot was empty, save for a few other cars parked in the back. The trail sign said it was a 10-mile hike to the campsite. Not too hard, but enough to get my blood flowing. I locked my car, double-checked that I had everything: water, food, my tent, and set off down the trail. The path wound through a dense forest of tall pines and oaks, the ground soft beneath my boots, with fallen leaves crunching underfoot. The deeper I went, the quieter it became. The sounds of civilization faded away, replaced by the occasional call of a bird or the distant rustle of a squirrel in the underbrush. I wasn't worried. It was just a normal day in the woods. Still, the quiet felt different. It was like I was being swallowed by the forest, every step taking me further from the world I knew. About 3 hours into the hike, the trail started to get steeper. The sun had risen fully now, casting long shadows across the ground. I wiped the sweat from my brow and pushed onward. By the time I reached the campsite, I was exhausted, but in a good way, the kind of tired that comes from a good hike. The campsite was tucked away in a small clearing near a creek, a perfect spot with a great view of the surrounding trees. It was isolated enough to feel like a real retreat, but not so remote that I felt completely cut off from everything. I set up my tent and started a small fire. The crackling of the flames was the only sound around me, and for a while, I just sat there, letting the fire warm me and watching the smoke curl up into the sky. The night was coming on fast, and the shadows between the trees grew longer. I had brought a book with me but didn't feel like reading. It was too quiet for that, so I just sat, staring into the fire and listening to the silence of the woods. As the evening wore on, I noticed something odd. The usual sounds of the forest, crickets, owls, the wind rustling through the leaves, seemed to fade. It wasn't completely silent, but there was a distinct absence of noise that felt unnatural. I brushed it off at first. Maybe it was just the time of year, or maybe I was just being overly sensitive. But then the feeling of being watched crept over me. It wasn't like the usual awareness you get in the woods, where you know there are animals around. This was something else, something subtle but persistent. I got up and stoked the fire, hoping it would chase away the odd feeling. But as the night grew darker, the sensation only got stronger. I kept glancing over my shoulder, half expecting to see something moving in the trees. But there was nothing, just the dark, silent forest stretching out behind me. Around midnight, I decided to turn in. I crawled into my tent, zipped it up, and tried to sleep. But sleep wouldn't come. Every creak of the tent, every rustle of the wind through the trees made my heart race. I kept imagining shadows moving just outside, shapes I couldn't quite make out. I told myself it was nothing, just my mind playing tricks in the dark. At some point, I must have dozed off because the next thing I knew, I was wide awake. The air had changed. It was colder, and the fire outside had long since burned out. I could barely make out the silhouettes of the trees through the thin fabric of the tent. The silence was oppressive, too heavy. Something felt wrong that I lay there, staring at the ceiling of the tent, willing myself to ignore the sensation of something being off. It wasn't until I heard the first noise that I truly felt the shift. A soft thud, like something heavy hitting the ground. It was distant at first, but then it came again, closer this time. Thud, thud, like footsteps, deliberate and slow. I held my breath, straining to listen. There was no wind, no animals, no reason for the sounds. I couldn't explain it, but the hairs on the back of my neck stood up. The footsteps weren't in a straight line. They were erratic, almost like whatever was making them was unsure of its path. The sound moved around my campsite, from one side to the other, coming closer and closer. I was frozen in place. My instincts told me to get up, to check outside, but I couldn't move. What if it was an animal? What if it wasn't? My mind raced through the possibilities, but none of them felt right. Then there was a noise I hadn't expected. A whispering sound, like a low murmur carried on the wind. I was certain it hadn't been there before. The footsteps stopped, and the whispering grew louder, though it didn't make any sense. It wasn't a language I could recognize. I thought about reaching for my phone, but then I realized I'd left it in my bag outside. I knew I had to act quickly. I didn't want to sound paranoid, but every instinct told me something was wrong. I grabbed my flashlight and unzipped the tent cautiously, poking my head out into the cold night air. The forest was dark, the kind of dark where you couldn't see beyond a few feet in front of you. I swept the light around, my hand trembling slightly. The shadows of the trees stretched long and ominous in the beam of my flashlight, but there was nothing in sight. Nothing except the silence. It was absolute. I stayed outside for a while, listening, but the footsteps and whispering were gone. It was so quiet now that the only sound was the rush of the creek nearby. I had convinced myself it was just my nerves, that maybe I was hearing things after a long day of hiking. But I couldn't shake the feeling that I wasn't alone. Eventually, I crawled back into my tent, though I didn't sleep much after that. Every noise, every little creak of the trees, kept me awake, and the feeling of being watched never left. The next morning, I packed up my things as quickly as I could, my eyes constantly scanning the woods around me. When I finally made it back to my car, I took one last look at the forest. Everything seemed normal, peaceful, just like when I arrived. But I knew that something had changed. I wasn't sure what it was, but I knew I wasn't coming back to that trail. Not ever again. I've always loved the outdoors. There's something calming about being surrounded by nature, where the only noise is the wind rustling through the trees and the occasional bird call. That's why I decided to go on a solo camping trip last fall. I had planned it out for weeks, picked the perfect location near a small, remote lake, far enough from the city to feel like I was truly away from everything. The hike in was peaceful. The trail was well-worn, winding through a dense forest of tall pines and birches. The ground was soft beneath my boots, with fallen needles and leaves creating a thick carpet that muffled every step. It was a chilly morning, but the sun was strong enough to warm the air as it filtered through the treetops. I felt a sense of contentment as I carried my gear up the path, knowing that in just a few hours, I'd be sitting by the campfire, alone in my little corner of the wilderness. The campsite was ideal, right by the lake with a small clearing surrounded by trees. I set up my tent first, using the sturdy poles to stretch the fabric tight, ensuring it would hold up through the night. The air smelled fresh, and the sound of water lapping at the shore was a welcome addition to the usual forest noises. I unpacked my gear, set up a small stove for cooking, and got a fire going with a few twigs and dry leaves. The day passed slowly, as I sat by the fire, watched the flames dance, and thought about how lucky I was to be out here. There was no rush, no need to hurry anywhere. It was just me and the world around me. I cooked a simple meal, roasted some marshmallows, and even took a short walk around the area to explore. The lake was calm, its surface like glass, reflecting the trees perfectly. It was almost surreal how peaceful everything was. As the evening approached, I felt the temperature dropping, so I built up the fire to stay warm. The sky was starting to darken, and the moon was rising slowly, casting a pale light over the lake. The forest was quieter now. The birds had gone to their nests, and the wind had died down. Perfect night for camping, I thought. I didn't expect any trouble at all, and nothing seemed unusual at first. But as the darkness deepened, I began to feel uncomfortable. It wasn't anything obvious, but there was a strange stillness in the air that I couldn't quite place. The fire crackled, sending up little sparks into the night sky, but the forest around me had grown unnervingly quiet. I tried to shake off the feeling, telling myself it was just the usual eerie sensation that comes with being alone in the woods. I'd been on solo camping trips before, and this was nothing out of the ordinary. I tucked myself into my sleeping bag inside the tent as the fire burned low. The only sounds now were the occasional snap of a burning log and the soft, rhythmic sound of my breathing. I was about to drift off to sleep when I heard something, a twig snapping. It was faint, but unmistakable. I froze, listening. There it was again, this time closer. My heart rate increased, but I stayed still, straining my ears. The sound was coming from the direction of the trees near the edge of the camp. I knew it was probably just an animal, maybe a deer or something, but the thought didn't ease my nerves. I had heard that when animals were near a camp, they would often be curious and cautious. But the way the sounds came closer made me feel like something or someone was moving deliberately through the forest. I grabbed my flashlight, trying to steady my hand, and flicked it on. The beam cut through the darkness, illuminating the trees in front of me. Nothing, no movement, no signs of anything out of the ordinary. But I couldn't shake the feeling that I was being watched. My instincts were on edge, urging me to stay alert, even though everything seemed calm. I lay back down, trying to force myself to relax. Maybe it was just my mind playing tricks on me. I reminded myself that I was a seasoned camper, used to spending time in the woods. There was no reason to be afraid. But the feeling persisted, gnawing at the back of my mind like an itch I couldn't scratch. I must have drifted off eventually because the next thing I knew, I was waking up to a low, drawn-out noise. I sat up in an instant, my heart racing. The noise was distant, but it was a growl or maybe a grunt. It was low, almost like the sound of something large pushing through the underbrush. It didn't sound like any animal I recognized. No bear, no wolf, no deer. The hairs on the back of my neck stood up, and every instinct in my body told me that something wasn't right. I grabbed my flashlight again, this time holding it firmly, my knuckles white from the grip. I slowly unzipped the tent just enough to peek outside, scanning the area around my camp. The fire was down to embers now, casting only faint light, but I saw nothing. No animals, no movement, just the stillness of the forest. Yet that growling sound continued, distant but growing closer. I had to make a decision. I could stay in the tent, hoping whatever was out there would go away. Or I could investigate, but that was risky. My mind raced, but in the end, I decided I needed to know what was going on. I wasn't about to let my fear control me. I wasn't some scared city person who didn't understand the woods. I unzipped the tent fully and stepped outside, flashlight raised, scanning the dark forest. I walked slowly, trying to make as little noise as possible, keeping my eyes on every shadow and moving branch. I didn't know what I was looking for, but I felt like something was out there, something that was deliberately trying to stay hidden. The growling noise came again, much closer now, sending a wave of adrenaline through me. It was like a low rumble vibrating the air. I froze, listening closely, and then I saw it. At the edge of the trees, not far from my campsite, there was a large shadow moving, its outline too bulky to be a deer. I aimed the flashlight at it, but the light just seemed to disappear into the blackness. Panic set in as I realized I couldn't see what it was, but I could hear it, close enough now that it sounded like it was right next to me. I began to back away slowly, my heart pounding in my chest. The growl came again, louder now, followed by a sound I couldn't identify, like something heavy dragging along the ground. I knew I had to make a choice, stay out here and risk whatever that was coming closer, or get back to the safety of my tent. I turned and ran, my breath coming in ragged gasps. My legs felt like they were moving in slow motion as I sprinted back to my camp. The flashlight bounced wildly in my hand as I scrambled to get back to the tent. I didn't dare look back. I dove into the tent, zipped it up quickly, and threw myself under the sleeping bag. My heart was pounding so hard I could feel it in my ears. I lay there, barely breathing, waiting, listening. The growling stopped. The sounds of the forest returned. It was quiet again. Minutes passed, maybe even an hour. I couldn't sleep, too alert, too terrified of whatever was out there. But eventually, my exhaustion took over, and I fell into a deep sleep despite my fear. When I woke up the next morning, the sun was rising, and the forest was alive with the usual sounds. Birds chirping, leaves rustling in the breeze. I sat up, blinking in the light, and took a deep breath, trying to shake off the lingering sense of dread. The fire from the night before had burned out, and everything around me looked normal, too normal. No signs of anything unusual. No animal tracks, no broken branches, no disturbances. I spent the next few hours packing up, feeling a sense of relief that whatever had happened the night before seemed to have passed. I was ready to leave, not wanting to stay any longer. As I hiked back down the trail, I kept looking over my shoulder, half expecting to see something watching me. But nothing ever did. When I reached my car and looked back one last time at the forest, I realized something. I would never fully know what it was that night, but I did know one thing. There's something about being alone in the woods that makes you feel small, makes you realize that nature doesn't care about your comfort or your plans. It's wild, unpredictable, and at times, more frightening than we like to admit. And as I drove away, I promised myself I'd always be cautious on my next camping trip, never taking the peace of the forest for granted again. I remember the first time I went camping alone. It wasn't something I had planned for weeks or dreamed of doing for years. It was something spontaneous, a way to get away from everything. I needed the break. I had spent the past few months buried in work and responsibilities. So when the opportunity arose to get out of the city and into the wilderness, I took it. I packed my gear, grabbed my tent, and headed for the nearest forest. It was supposed to be peaceful, a weekend of solitude. I wasn't prepared for what was about to unfold. The drive out was uneventful, just me, the road, and the occasional passing car. I didn't tell anyone where I was going, just a quick weekend trip, I figured. It was a small, off-the-beaten-path campground, so it didn't attract a lot of people. The kind of place where you could be alone with nature, away from cell phones and distractions. Just me and the trees. When I arrived, it was already late afternoon. The sun was still high in the sky, but it was beginning to dip behind the mountains. I set up my tent near a small clearing, surrounded by tall pines. It was a beautiful spot, quiet except for the sound of birds and the occasional rustle of wind through the trees. I unpacked my gear and started a small fire to cook some dinner. The air was crisp but not too cold, and the evening felt perfect. As the fire crackled, I sat back and thought about how lucky I was to be out there. No emails, no deadlines, just nature. But as the night fell and the sky turned dark, I started to feel a strange unease. It wasn't anything I could put my finger on, just a subtle discomfort creeping up on me. Maybe it was the isolation, or maybe it was just the unfamiliarity of the place. I'd camped plenty of times before, but never alone. Felt different, more intense, more silent. I tried to push the feeling away. The fire was warm, and the sound of the crackling wood was comforting. But as the minutes ticked by, that feeling of discomfort grew. It was as if the forest was watching me. I told myself it was just my mind playing tricks, that I was just being paranoid. But I couldn't shake the feeling that something wasn't right. I finished my dinner and sat there, staring into the fire. It was then that I noticed how quiet everything had become. The usual sounds of the forest, the rustling leaves, the calls of distant animals had faded away. The only sound was the crackle of the fire and the occasional snap of a twig in the distance. I shrugged it off. Maybe the animals were settling in for the night. Maybe it was just the calm before the storm of nighttime sounds. But then I heard something. It was a faint noise, almost like a whisper on the wind. I couldn't tell if it was coming from nearby or from deeper in the woods. It was low and soft, but there was something unnerving about it. My first instinct was to ignore it, but it kept coming, like a rustling or a movement, but without a clear direction. I stood up, trying to see if I could spot whatever it was, but there was nothing, just the shadows of the trees, stretching long and thin under the dim light of the fire. I decided to go for a short walk. Maybe it was my nerves, or maybe I was just bored, but I needed to stretch my legs. The trail behind the campsite led deep into the forest, and though I hadn't planned on venturing too far, I thought a quick look wouldn't hurt. I grabbed a flashlight from my pack and started walking down the narrow path. The trees grew denser the further I went, and the soft rustling noise seemed to follow me, just on the edge of my hearing. Every time I turned my head to look, there was nothing there. No animals, no other campers. Just the steady beat of my own footsteps. I told myself I was being silly, that it was just my mind playing tricks in the dark. But it wasn't just the noise that bothered me, it was the stillness, the unnatural silence of the forest around me. No owls calling, no wind rustling through the leaves. It felt off. I walked for what felt like an hour, maybe more. My flashlight illuminated the trail ahead, but it didn't seem to push back the darkness much. It was as if the forest was swallowing the light. The farther I went, the more I felt like I was drifting away from everything familiar. I was alone in the woods, and it was starting to feel like the woods didn't want me there. Eventually, I stopped. My gut told me it was time to head back, but I couldn't shake the feeling that I had wandered too far. I turned around to retrace my steps, but the path I had walked seemed different now. The trees looked unfamiliar, the shadows darker, the air colder. I shone the flashlight around, trying to find some landmark, something to tell me where I was. But there was nothing, just more trees, more darkness. Panic began to set in. I had been walking for an hour or more, and now I had no idea where the trail was. The flashlight beam quivered in my hand as I swung it back and forth. The rustling noise had stopped, but now I felt it in my bones. Something was out there, watching me. I wasn't sure what, but I knew it wasn't a friendly presence. I tried to stay calm. I told myself it was just the woods playing tricks on me. I retraced my steps, trying to find any sign of the path. But no matter which way I turned, everything looked the same. The trees were closing in on me, and I was beginning to feel more and more disoriented. The panic in my chest grew as the night deepened. My breath quickened, and my heart pounded. I was lost. I knew I had to stay put and wait for morning, but the thought of spending the night alone in the dark woods was terrifying. I couldn't just sit there. I had to move. I had to find my way back. I walked faster, ignoring the fear gnawing at my insides. I called out, but there was no answer. No one else was around. The sound of my own voice seemed to disappear into the forest. I must have walked for hours, zigzagging through the trees, trying to find the trail or any sign of my campsite. But nothing, just the endless darkness and the weight of the forest pressing in on me. Finally, exhaustion began to take over. My feet were sore, my head was spinning, and my stomach growled in hunger. I stopped to catch my breath, leaning against a tree. It was then that I heard something, faint but clear, a sound like footsteps crunching through the leaves. Not far from me, I froze. The air around me seemed to hold its breath. Was it another hiker, or was it something else? I strained my ears, but the noise stopped. I waited, breath held, but there was nothing. No more footsteps, just silence. That silence, however, was deafening. I had to make a decision. It was getting colder, and I couldn't keep wandering aimlessly. I had no food, no water, and no sense of direction. I had to take action. I decided to try something drastic. I started yelling. I shouted for help, screamed into the night. My voice echoed through the trees. First, there was no response. But then, just when I thought my throat would give out, I heard something. A faint answer, barely audible, coming from somewhere in the distance. I shouted again, and this time there was a clearer reply. A voice, human, I thought, calling back. Relief flooded through me. I wasn't alone. I followed the sound of the voice, stumbling through the forest, barely able to keep my balance. The light of my flashlight flickered as I moved, but I kept going, my mind set on reaching the source of the voice. After what felt like an eternity, I saw it. A campfire, a real warm fire, and standing near it were two people. They weren't in any hurry to move, but when they saw me approach, they waved me over. They had been camping nearby, they explained, and they had heard my calls. They gave me water and some food. I didn't say much. I was too tired, too overwhelmed to speak. But in that moment, I knew I was safe. I learned the next day that I hadn't been too far from my campsite. But the forest had a way of disorienting me, playing tricks on my mind. I never did figure out what had caused that strange feeling in the air, or the odd noises I had heard, but I knew one thing for sure. I would never go camping alone again. The experience was terrifying, but it was also a lesson. Nature can be beautiful and peaceful, but it can also be unpredictable. And sometimes, the greatest danger isn't the animals or the weather. It's getting lost in your own mind. I made it back to my car the next morning, a little shaken but grateful. As I drove away from the forest, I looked back at the trees, feeling a mixture of relief and respect. The wilderness had tested me, and I had passed, but I wasn't in any hurry to return. That night, I had learned the importance of preparation, caution, and listening to the feeling in your gut. And above all, I had learned not to take the wild for granted. Camping had always been my escape. The noise and rush of daily life could be overwhelming, and the idea of being surrounded by nothing but trees, fresh air, and the sounds of nature was always a comfort. This time, I had picked a remote campsite deep in the wilderness of northern Vermont. It was a place I had read about online. A hidden gem, they called it, promising solitude and untouched beauty. I'd packed my gear meticulously, ensuring I had everything I needed for a weekend away from civilization. The drive to the trailhead was uneventful. My car bumped along a dirt road that seemed to stretch forever into the dense forest. The farther I went, the fewer signs of human life I saw. No houses, no other cars, just the occasional deer darting across the road. When I finally reached the small clearing that served as a parking area, it was completely empty. That was exactly what I wanted. I hoisted my backpack onto my shoulders and began the hike. The trail was narrow and overgrown in places, a clear sign that not many people ventured out here. The trees were tall and thick, their branches forming a canopy that filtered the sunlight into a soft, green glow. The air smelled earthy and clean, and the only sounds were the rustle of leaves and the occasional chirp of a bird. It was perfect. After a couple of hours, I reached the campsite, a flat patch of ground near a small, clear stream. It was idyllic. I set up my tent, rolled out my sleeping bag, and gathered some firewood. By the time the sun began to dip below the horizon, I had a small fire crackling, casting flickering shadows on the surrounding trees. I cooked a simple meal, ate in silence, and leaned back to stare at the stars. There were so many of them, more than I ever saw back home. It felt like I was the only person in the world. The first night passed peacefully. I woke up early, feeling refreshed and eager to explore the area. I spent the day hiking further into the woods, following animal trails and finding hidden clearings. I even stumbled upon a small pond, its surface like a mirror reflecting the sky. I sat there for hours, listening to the sounds of the forest and letting my thoughts wander. By the time I made it back to my campsite, the sun was setting again. It was that night when things began to feel off. As I lay in my tent, the forest seemed unusually quiet. The normal nighttime sounds of crickets and rustling leaves were absent. I told myself it was nothing, maybe just my imagination playing tricks on me. But then I heard it, a faint snapping sound, like a twig breaking underfoot. My heart started to race. I stayed perfectly still, straining to hear more. The sound came again, closer this time. It wasn't the random noise of an animal moving through the woods. It was deliberate, like footsteps. I told myself it was probably just a deer or some other animal, but I couldn't shake the uneasy feeling creeping over me. I didn't want to unzip the tent and look outside, so I stayed inside, clutching my flashlight like a lifeline. The footsteps eventually faded away, and after what felt like hours, I managed to fall asleep. The next morning, I tried to shake off the experience. I told myself I was being paranoid. It was easy to let your mind play tricks on you when you were alone in the woods. Still, I couldn't ignore the sense of unease that lingered as I went about my day. I decided to stay closer to the campsite, venturing only a short distance to gather more firewood and refill my water bottle from the stream. That night, the unease turned into full-blown fear. It started the same way, the eerie silence, followed by the sound of footsteps. But this time, they didn't stop. They circled my campsite, slow and deliberate. I could hear the crunch of leaves and the snap of twigs, moving in a steady rhythm around me. My hands shook as I held my flashlight, pointing it at the tent walls, but I didn't dare go outside. Then, something brushed against the side of my tent. It was light, like the touch of a hand. My breath caught in my throat. I couldn't think straight. All I could do was sit there, frozen, listening as the footsteps moved away and the forest fell silent again. When morning finally came, I was exhausted and on edge. I decided to cut my trip short. As much as I loved the solitude of the wilderness, this was too much. I packed up my gear quickly, constantly looking over my shoulder. The feeling of being watched was almost unbearable. The hike back to the car felt longer than it had on the way in. Every snap of a twig or rustle of leaves made me jump. When I finally reached the clearing where I had parked, I let out a sigh of relief. But the relief was short-lived. My car was just as I had left it, but something was off. The driver's side door was slightly ajar. I was sure I had locked it. My heart sank as I approached, and when I looked inside, my worst fears were confirmed. The contents of my glove compartment were scattered across the seats, and my backpack, which I had left in the trunk as a backup, was gone. I felt a surge of anger and fear. Whoever had been stalking me in the woods had been here too. I checked the car carefully, but there was no one around. The keys were still in my pocket, so at least I could still drive. I got in, locked the doors, and started the engine. As I drove away, I kept glancing in the rearview mirror, half expecting to see someone emerging from the trees. The drive home was tense. I couldn't shake the feeling that I was being followed. Even when I got back to my apartment, the sense of unease lingered. For days, I kept checking my locks and looking over my shoulder. I never found out who or what had been out there with me, and that's what haunts me the most. It wasn't the wilderness that scared me. It was the thought that someone else had been out there, watching me, waiting, and I'll never know why. I had always been drawn to the quiet of the woods. There was something about being surrounded by trees, the rustling of leaves, the chirping of birds, and the crackling of a campfire that brought me a sense of peace. That's why I decided to go camping alone on a weekend that had been open in my schedule. No one else wanted to join me, and I didn't really mind. I liked the solitude. It gave me time to think, to breathe, and to escape the noise of everyday life. The place I picked was a remote spot in the forest, far away from any hiking trails or tourist campsites. I'd been there a few times before, but never alone. It was secluded, peaceful, and most importantly, quiet. I packed my gear the night before: tent, sleeping bag, stove, some food, a flashlight, and of course a knife. I was used to roughing it, but there's always a part of me that felt a little uneasy when it came to camping solo. Maybe it was the stories I'd heard, the warnings, or just the sheer vastness of nature. Still, it was a challenge I felt ready to take on. When I arrived at the site, it felt different. The air seemed heavier, thicker. The usual smell of pine and earth was stronger today, and the usual birdsong was absent. I shrugged it off. I set up camp in my usual spot, near a stream that ran quietly between the trees. The water was crystal clear, flowing with a steady, peaceful sound that seemed to settle my nerves. After setting up the tent and organizing my things, I made a small fire and sat beside it, watching the flames dance. The sun was beginning to dip behind the trees when I decided to take a short hike around the area. I wanted to stretch my legs, get some exercise, and maybe explore a little. As I walked through the underbrush, I noticed the forest felt unusually still. The trees were taller here, older. Some of them looked as though they had been there for centuries, their trunks thick and gnarled. It was beautiful, but there was a sense of isolation that started to creep in, something I couldn't shake. It was the silence: no birds, no insects, no breeze, just quiet. I continued walking, trying to ignore the odd feeling gnawing at the back of my mind. I followed the path along the stream, the water now louder in my ears, but even the usual calming sound didn't help. The quiet had started to feel unnatural. It was almost as if the entire forest was holding its breath. At some point, I reached a small clearing, one I didn't remember ever seeing before. There was something off about it. It was too perfect, too symmetrical. The trees were arranged in a way that didn't feel natural. Their spacing was too uniform, and the grass was unnaturally smooth, as though no one had ever walked through it. My instincts told me to leave, but I was too curious. I stepped into the clearing, my boots crunching against the grass. The moment I did, the temperature dropped. Not dramatically, but enough for me to feel the hairs on the back of my neck stand up. I scanned the area, my gaze falling on a large, flat rock near the center of the clearing. There was something strange about it, something carved into the surface. It wasn't until I got closer that I saw it clearly. A series of strange symbols etched deep into the stone. They weren't anything I recognized, but they looked ancient, worn down by time, as though they had been there for centuries. I ran my fingers over them, feeling a strange vibration under my skin. It wasn't painful, but it made my heart race. That was when I heard it, a sound, faint but distinct, from somewhere deeper in the forest. It was the rustling of leaves, but it was too deliberate, too purposeful. Someone or something was out there, moving through the woods, and it wasn't the natural rhythm of the forest. My first instinct was to look around, to call out, but something stopped me. I didn't feel like it was a person. It wasn't like any animal noise I'd ever heard. The air seemed to thicken, and for the first time that day, I felt the weight of the forest pressing in on me. I didn't want to stay there any longer. I quickly turned around, retracing my steps back toward the stream, my heart pounding in my chest. The moment I started walking back, the rustling stopped. The silence returned. I didn't take any more detours. I made it back to my camp as quickly as I could, almost running the last few yards. My fire was still burning, the orange glow casting long shadows across the ground. I tried to tell myself it was just my imagination, that I was tired, maybe a little too jumpy after being alone in the woods for too long. But deep down, I couldn't shake the feeling that something was watching me. As night fell, I sat by the fire, keeping it fueled with small logs. The forest around me felt suffocating, even though I couldn't explain why. I tried to relax, but every little sound made me jump. The crackling of the fire, the whisper of the wind, the faint rustling in the trees. But there was no sign of anything unusual. It wasn't until later, after I'd crawled into my tent and zipped it shut, that the real unease set in. It was too quiet outside. The usual sounds of the night, crickets, rustling leaves, even the occasional owl, had disappeared completely. The only sound was my own breathing, loud in the stillness. I tried to sleep, but I couldn't. My mind kept racing. Suddenly, I heard something soft but unmistakable against the side of the tent. It wasn't an animal, though. It was too deliberate. Someone or something was out there, brushing against my tent, moving slowly, methodically. My pulse quickened. I reached for the knife I kept by my side, feeling its reassuring weight in my hand. I held my breath, listening, waiting. Whatever it was, it moved again. This time, it was more than just a brush. I felt the distinct press of something heavy against the tent wall, as if it were leaning against it, testing its strength. I stayed perfectly still, barely daring to breathe. I didn't know what to do. If it was someone, I didn't want to alert them to my presence. If it was something else, I didn't want to provoke it. I just had to wait. The pressure on the tent lasted for what felt like hours, though it was probably only a few minutes. Then, as quickly as it had started, it stopped. The forest was silent again. No more rustling, no more pressure. I waited, tense, my heart pounding in my chest, but nothing happened. Slowly, I allowed myself to exhale. I didn't sleep that night. I stayed in my tent, knife in hand, wide awake. The morning came and I was exhausted, but the forest was calm again. The usual sounds had returned. The birds, the wind through the trees. I packed up my things quickly, eager to leave the campsite behind. I didn't know what had happened or what had been out there in the night, but I wasn't going to stay long enough to find out. As I walked back to my car, I glanced over my shoulder one last time. The clearing, with its strange rock and markings, was still there, but I had no intention of returning. Some places are meant to be left alone. I didn't tell anyone what had happened that night. Some things are better left unsaid. But I knew one thing for sure. I wasn't coming back to those woods. Not ever again. I had always loved camping. The smell of the fresh pine trees, the sound of the wind rustling through the leaves, and the way the world seemed to slow down when you're far away from everything. This time, I had planned a solo trip to the mountains. I thought it would be the perfect escape from the noise and the rush of everyday life. Just me, my backpack, a tent, and the wilderness. I had mapped out my route, chosen a campsite, and even checked the weather. Clear skies, no rain. Everything seemed perfect. I set out early, eager to get into the woods, and the trail was exactly as I remembered from my last hike there years ago. The first few miles were easy, with the sun filtering through the trees in soft patches of light. Birds chirped, and the air was fresh and clean. I felt that familiar sense of peace settling over me. By late afternoon, I reached my campsite, an isolated spot near a small creek. It was quiet, too quiet. I set up my tent, unpacked my gear, and started a fire. The crackling of the wood was the only sound, and the smell of the smoke mingled with the earthy scent of the forest. As the sun dipped below the horizon, the sky shifted from blue to deep purple, and the stars began to appear, scattered across the sky like little diamonds. That's when it started. A faint noise in the distance. At first, I dismissed it. Maybe it was an animal or the wind, but the more I listened, the more I became certain it wasn't normal. The noise was a low, rhythmic sound, like something dragging along the ground. It was too consistent to be the wind, and it didn't sound like any animal I knew. I tried to shake it off. After all, I was alone in the woods, and my mind was probably just playing tricks on me. But as the minutes passed, the sound grew louder. My heart began to race. I told myself it was probably just some fallen branch being dragged by the wind, or maybe a tree rubbing against another in the breeze. But no matter how hard I tried to rationalize it, I couldn't ignore the feeling of unease creeping over me. I stood up from the campfire, trying to peer into the shadows around my camp. The night was nearly pitch black now, save for the flickering light of the fire. My flashlight barely cut through the darkness, but I scanned the area carefully, listening intently. The dragging sound stopped abruptly, and the silence that followed was deafening. I sat back down, convinced that it was nothing. But then, just as I was about to relax, I heard it again, closer this time. A dragging sound, followed by a low rustling, as if something heavy was moving through the underbrush. My instincts screamed at me to get inside the tent and zip it up, but I couldn't move. My feet were frozen to the ground. I couldn't explain why, but I felt this overwhelming sense of dread, something primal and deep, telling me that I was not alone. It wasn't just the noise. It was the way the air had changed. The wind had stopped, and the forest had gone silent, as though holding its breath. I decided I'd had enough. I grabbed my flashlight, shoved it into my pocket, and crawled into my tent, zipping it shut behind me. I was still tense, the hairs on the back of my neck standing up. I tried to calm my breathing, but the thought that someone, or something, was out there, watching me, kept me awake. The hours passed slowly. Every small noise made me jump, but nothing came close enough for me to see. Just as I was starting to drift off, exhausted from the tension, I heard it again, the dragging sound. This time, it was unmistakably near my tent. My blood ran cold. It wasn't the wind or a branch. It was something else, something moving deliberately, close enough to reach me. I lay perfectly still, not daring to breathe, listening intently. The dragging stopped for a moment, and then came the sound of something shifting just outside the tent. It was heavy and slow, like something large was moving through the bushes. I held my breath, praying it would go away, but it didn't. Then suddenly, there was a rustle at the tent flap. I could hear something pushing against the fabric, as if testing it. My heart raced in my chest, and I felt a surge of adrenaline flood my body. I grabbed my knife from my backpack and gripped it tightly, waiting for whatever was outside to make its next move. The tent shifted again, and I heard a muffled voice, low and barely audible, like a whisper. My blood ran cold. I couldn't make out the words, but the tone of it was enough to make my stomach churn. It was as if someone or something was trying to communicate with me. But I was sure of one thing. I was not alone, and it was not a friendly visitor. The tent shook again, harder this time, and I heard the dragging noise grow louder. I didn't know what to do. My mind was racing, trying to figure out if this was some prank, if someone else was out here playing games, or if I was truly in danger. But then it occurred to me, there was no one else out here. I was in the middle of nowhere. I slowly reached for the zipper of the tent, trying not to make any noise. I needed to know what was out there, what was so close. I didn't want to, but I knew I had no choice. I had to look. My fingers fumbled for the zipper, my heart pounding in my chest. I held my breath as I unzipped the flap just a few inches, enough to get a glimpse of the outside. First, I saw nothing, just the darkness of the forest stretching out before me. But then, my eyes caught something, a shadow moving among the trees. It was large, too large to be any animal I knew. It moved slowly, deliberately, as if it knew I was watching. I quickly zipped the tent back up and held my breath, waiting. I could hear my own heartbeat, and the blood in my ears seemed louder than the world around me. The dragging sound came again, now right outside my tent. I could feel the pressure of whatever it was pressing against the fabric. My hands shook as I gripped the knife, my mind racing. The dragging stopped. Then the whisper came again, closer this time. It was too clear now, and I could understand it. It wasn't a voice. It was a person, speaking in a low, slow tone. "Come out," it said. I didn't move. I couldn't move. I had to get out of here, but I didn't know which direction to run. And if I made the wrong move, I could be caught. I had no idea what was outside. All I knew was that I was in danger. Whatever it was, it wasn't human. It didn't belong here. The rustling stopped, and for a moment, there was silence. Then, the ground around my tent shifted, as though something heavy was moving through the dirt. My breath caught in my throat, and my mind screamed at me to leave, but I couldn't. I didn't know where to go. Finally, after what felt like an eternity, the noises stopped. Everything went still. The silence was so overwhelming, I almost couldn't believe it. I waited, not daring to move, for what felt like hours. When the sun finally began to rise, I didn't wait a second longer. I packed up my things as quickly as I could, leaving the fire to burn itself out. I didn't look back. I don't know what I encountered that night, but I do know one thing. The woods were no longer a peaceful place for me. The feeling of being watched, the noises, the whispering, it all stayed with me long after I left the campsite. I never went back to those mountains, and I never will. Some things, once seen, can never be forgotten. I still love camping, but I choose my spots carefully now, and I never go alone. I've always been someone who loves the outdoors, a true believer that nothing beats the calm of the forest. My friends and I had planned this camping trip for months. We wanted to disconnect from everything. No phones, no work, just the wilderness. The plan was simple. Hike deep into the woods, set up camp, and spend 3 days without a care in the world. We picked a spot by a small, serene lake that we discovered a few months earlier. It was quiet, far enough from any trails, so we knew we wouldn't run into anyone else. It felt perfect, just the kind of place to get away from everything. The hike in was tough, but we didn't mind. The air was fresh, and the scent of pine filled the breeze. By the time we set up our tents and settled in, the sun was beginning to dip below the horizon, casting long shadows across the landscape. That first night was peaceful. We built a fire, cooked some simple food, and joked about old stories. As the fire crackled and the stars came out, we all began to feel the deep quiet of the forest. There was something comforting about it. The sounds of nature, crickets, rustling leaves, the occasional hoot of an owl were the only noises we heard. But as the night wore on, things began to feel a little off. I couldn't put my finger on it, but I felt like we weren't as alone as we thought. It was the smallest things at first. Twigs snapping just outside our camp, the feeling that someone or something was watching us. Every now and then, I'd catch a shadow moving in the corner of my vision, but when I looked directly at it, nothing was there. I told myself it was just my mind playing tricks. After all, it's easy to let your imagination get the best of you when you're alone in the woods at night. But then the wind picked up. It wasn't the usual light breeze that we had been enjoying all day. This felt different, sharp, almost like it was trying to warn us. The trees groaned in the wind, and the fire flickered. We all fell silent, listening to the sounds around us. Even the crickets had stopped. I could feel the tension building between us, but no one said anything. It was as if we were all thinking the same thing. Something didn't feel right. I crawled into my tent as the fire started to die down. The cold quickly crept in, and I pulled my sleeping bag tightly around me. I thought I'd fall asleep quickly, but the sounds outside kept me awake. The wind had died down again, but there was still that eerie silence. I tossed and turned, my mind replaying every strange noise I'd heard. It wasn't long before I heard it. Footsteps, crunching the dry leaves just outside my tent. I froze, listening intently. My heart pounded in my chest. The footsteps weren't heavy like those of an animal. They were light, almost deliberate. Someone was out there. I could hear them moving slowly, carefully, as though trying not to be noticed. But they were too close. They were right outside. I held my breath, praying that whatever it was would just leave. I don't know how long I stayed there, paralyzed, but eventually, the footsteps faded away. I waited for what felt like an eternity before I finally mustered the courage to peek outside. The fire was nearly out, and there was no sign of anyone. But that didn't reassure me. It only made me more anxious. I wasn't sure whether I should wake up my friends or wait until morning. I decided to wait. If I made a sound, I might give away our position. The rest of the night passed uneventfully, but I didn't get much sleep. The next morning, I woke up exhausted. My friends were already stirring around the campfire, getting ready for breakfast. I didn't tell them about the footsteps. It seemed too strange, and I didn't want to freak anyone out. Besides, maybe I was just imagining it. The day passed without incident. We hiked to a nearby ridge and spent the afternoon lounging by the lake, trying to enjoy the beauty around us. But I couldn't shake the feeling that something was off. Every time the wind would pick up, I'd get a chill down my spine. The trees seemed to loom over us, and the lake, usually so peaceful, felt unnerving. As the sun began to set, I could feel the weight of the approaching night. My unease grew. That night, I made sure to keep the fire burning brighter. We had a hearty meal, but I couldn't enjoy it. There was a persistent feeling that we weren't alone. And when I went to bed, I couldn't shake the sense that something was out there. The footsteps came again, soft and slow. This time, I wasn't as frightened. I wasn't sure what it was. I had to know. I grabbed my flashlight and slowly unzipped my tent. My heart was racing, but I kept telling myself it was just an animal. Maybe a deer or a raccoon. I crept out of my tent, the flashlight shaking in my hand. The campsite was quiet, the fire a mere smoldering pile of ashes. I scanned the dark forest around us. There were no eyes reflecting in the flashlight's beam, no movement. But then I heard it again, a soft crunch of leaves, much closer this time. It was coming from behind me. I spun around, my flashlight darting through the trees. The beam landed on something. My blood ran cold. There, barely visible in the shadows, was a figure, a man. He was standing just outside the campfire's dim glow, half hidden behind a tree. His face was obscured, but I could see his silhouette, tall, thin, and unmoving. I didn't think. I just ran back to my tent, slammed the zipper shut, and stayed still, holding my breath. The footsteps stopped. I could hear the wind rustling the leaves, but nothing else. I didn't dare to look outside again. My mind raced. What was he doing here? Who was he? I was terrified. The hours dragged on, and eventually, I must have drifted off to sleep. The next morning, I woke up to the sound of my friends laughing around the campfire. I quickly checked outside, but there was no sign of anyone.
No footsteps.
No figure, just the usual forest sounds. I didn't mention the man to my friends. Couldn't. They'd probably laugh, or worse, think I was overreacting. So I kept it to myself. But I wasn't the same after that night. The next 2 days, I was on edge, watching the woods with suspicion. Every snap of a twig, every rustling leaf, made my heart race. But nothing else happened. There were no more footsteps, no more figures in the dark. On our last day, we packed up our things and hiked back to the car. The sun was shining, the birds were singing, and everything seemed peaceful again. But as we walked out of the forest, I couldn't help but glance back at the trees one last time. A strange feeling lingered in my chest, like I was leaving something behind, something I couldn't explain. We got in the car and drove away, and as we left the wilderness behind, I thought about what had happened. I may never know who that man was or why he was there, but I knew one thing for sure. That was the last time I'd camp in that part of the forest. Some experiences stay with you, even if you can't quite explain them. The wilderness, for all its beauty, can be as unnerving as it is peaceful. And sometimes the feeling of being watched is more than just a trick of the mind. I had always loved camping. There was something about the simplicity of being out in nature, away from everything, that felt peaceful. But that trip changed everything. What started as a weekend getaway in the woods became an experience I'll never forget. It was a Friday afternoon when I set off for the campsite. I was on my own this time, something I hadn't done in years. I wasn't worried about being alone. I had been on plenty of solo trips before, but there was a slight unease in the pit of my stomach, an odd feeling that I couldn't shake. The drive there was scenic as usual, the trees towering along the narrow roads, their branches swaying gently in the breeze. I turned off my phone and left it in the car, wanting to disconnect completely. The forest felt inviting and quiet, and I was eager to set up camp. The sun was beginning to dip behind the trees when I arrived. The campsite was small, nestled between two hills, with a creek running nearby. The sound of the water was soothing. There were a few other campers scattered in the area, but it wasn't crowded. I liked it that way. I unpacked my gear and set up my tent, the small, green structure blending in with the surroundings. I gathered some firewood, lit a small fire, and settled in for a quiet evening. The smell of pine and earth filled the air. I roasted a couple of marshmallows, watching the flames dance and flicker as night slowly descended. As I sat there, something felt off. I couldn't quite put my finger on it, but there was a stillness that didn't sit right. The usual sounds of the forest, the rustling of leaves, the distant calls of birds, the crunch of small animals moving through the underbrush were gone. The fire crackled in the silence, but that was it. I shook it off, telling myself it was just my imagination. I decided to call it an early night. The air was cool and the fire was dying down. I zipped myself into my tent, the soft rustling of the fabric comforting. I lay there for a while, staring up at the mesh window in the ceiling of the tent, watching the moonlight filtering through the trees. But sleep didn't come easily. I kept hearing things, little noises outside the tent, things that didn't quite belong. A branch snapping, a soft thud, the sound of something brushing against the ground. I told myself it was just animals, maybe a raccoon or a deer, but then I heard it again, closer this time. A faint shuffling noise. My heart skipped a beat. I tried to brush it off, telling myself it was just the wind. But the wind doesn't shuffle. I reached for the flashlight beside me, turned it on, and peered out of the tent. The beam cut through the darkness, revealing nothing but the trees swaying gently in the night breeze. Nothing unusual. I sat there for a long time, the flashlight in my hand, listening intently. The noise had stopped, but that uneasy feeling hadn't. I decided to wait it out. The forest was known for its unpredictability, after all. It was probably nothing. But then the rustling came again, this time unmistakable. It wasn't the wind, and it wasn't an animal. I felt a cold chill run down my spine. The sound was moving around the tent, slow and deliberate. My breath caught in my throat. I couldn't move. My mind raced. Who would be out here this late at night, in the middle of nowhere? I held my breath, straining to hear. There was no mistaking it now. The sound wasn't from a person, but it wasn't an animal either. It was something else, something deliberate, something that seemed aware of my presence. A thought flashed through my mind. Maybe I wasn't alone. I waited for what felt like hours, the sounds continuing. The worst part was the feeling that whatever was out there knew I was in the tent. I didn't know what it wanted or why it was there, but I knew one thing for sure. It wasn't going away. I finally managed to summon enough courage to unzip the tent slightly and peek outside. The flashlight shook in my hand, but I forced myself to focus. The beam cut through the trees, casting long shadows across the ground. But there was nothing. No movement, no figure. Just the soft rustling of the leaves in the wind. Still, the unease gnawed at me. I closed the tent flap tightly and lay back down, but sleep wouldn't come. I lay awake for hours, staring at the ceiling of the tent, listening to the quiet outside, waiting for whatever it was to make its move. But nothing happened. The sound had stopped. Maybe it was just my mind playing tricks on me. Maybe I had been too focused on the quiet. Maybe I had overreacted. I had convinced myself that it was nothing, that I had let my imagination get the better of me. But sleep still didn't come. Finally, as dawn broke and the light started to filter through the trees, I heard the unmistakable sound of footsteps, slow and deliberate, moving through the underbrush. This time, they were too close, too real. I scrambled to grab my things and get out of the tent, heart pounding in my chest. I had to get away. The forest that had once felt welcoming now felt like a trap. I quickly packed up my things, not bothering with anything but the essentials, and grabbed my backpack. I didn't even think to check the area again. I just ran. As I made my way back to the car, the strange feeling didn't subside. It felt as if I was being followed. I kept glancing over my shoulder, but I didn't see anything. The woods were eerily silent, and every step I took felt like it echoed in the quiet. When I finally reached my car, I didn't waste any time. I threw my gear in the back seat and started the engine. The tires screeched as I pulled out, eager to leave that place behind. The drive home was long, but the closer I got to familiar ground, the easier it became to breathe. I didn't know what had happened out there. Maybe it was just the isolation playing tricks on me. Maybe I had heard something I couldn't explain. But one thing was clear. I wouldn't be returning to that campsite, ever. As I pulled into my driveway, the weight in my chest lifted. I felt safe again. But something lingered, a quiet reminder of that night. And though I couldn't explain it, I knew I would never forget the feeling of being watched in the woods. The next time I went camping, I'd be more prepared, and I'd never camp alone again. I had always been a fan of camping, ever since I was a kid. The smell of fresh pine trees, the crackle of the campfire, the peace of being far away from everything. That weekend, my friends and I decided to head into the mountains. We had been planning it for weeks, and now the day had finally come. We loaded up the car with tents, sleeping bags, and all the usual camping gear, then set off early in the morning, the excitement bubbling inside me. The drive to the campsite was beautiful. We wound our way through narrow mountain roads, the trees growing thicker the higher we got. It was a 4-hour drive, but the time seemed to fly by as we joked and laughed in the car. We arrived around midday, and the first thing I noticed was how quiet it was. The only sounds were the rustling of the leaves in the breeze and the occasional call of a bird overhead. There were no other cars in the parking area, no hikers around. It was just us, alone in the middle of nowhere. We found our spot at the edge of a small, clear lake. The water was calm, reflecting the blue sky above, and the surrounding trees formed a perfect circle around the campgrounds. We set up camp near the water, and while my friends started gathering firewood, I decided to go for a quick hike around the lake to stretch my legs. The trail was easy to follow, winding its way through dense trees and over rocks. As I walked, I couldn't help but notice how isolated everything felt. It was as though the forest was alive, yet holding its breath, waiting for something. I shook the feeling off. Maybe it was just my imagination. I didn't go far, just a quick loop around the lake. But when I returned to the campsite, my friends were acting a little strange. They were all sitting around the fire, but no one was talking. It was an awkward silence, the kind you don't really know how to break. I shrugged it off, thinking they were just tired from the drive. That night, as we sat around the fire, the forest felt even quieter. There was no rustling of small animals, no chirping insects, just the crackle of the fire and the occasional gust of wind. It wasn't until we had eaten and were getting ready to head to bed that things started to feel off. I was the first to climb into my tent. The air had turned cold, and I zipped myself in for warmth. As I lay there, listening to the wind whistling through the trees, I heard something. It was faint at first, just a small noise, like someone was walking around the campsite. But that didn't make sense. Everyone was in their tents and the forest was still. I pushed the thought out of my mind and tried to sleep, but it was impossible. The noise kept going. Slow, deliberate footsteps, crunching the leaves near the tents. At first, I thought it might be one of my friends, maybe needing to use the bathroom or just going for a walk. But the footsteps didn't stop. They circled around the tents, getting closer to mine. My heart started pounding in my chest, and I sat up, holding my breath. The footsteps came even closer, and then they stopped. I didn't know what to do. The cold, still air made everything feel even more tense. After what felt like an eternity, I slowly unzipped the tent and poked my head out, looking around. The campsite was empty. The fire had died down to just a few glowing embers, casting long shadows across the ground. I looked around the perimeter of the camp. Nothing seemed out of place, yet the feeling of being watched crept up my spine. My instincts screamed at me to leave, but I was too scared to move. After a few more minutes of silently scanning the area, I ducked back into my tent, zipped it shut, and tried to calm my breathing. I must have eventually fallen asleep because when I woke up, it was morning. The sun was already up, and the forest was alive again with birds and insects. The world felt normal again, almost too normal. I decided to head to the lake for a while to clear my head. I grabbed my camera and took a few pictures of the early morning mist hanging over the water. The stillness of the lake was calming, but my mind kept returning to the events of the night before. Had I really heard those footsteps? Was it just my imagination playing tricks on me? When I returned to camp, my friends were already up. They seemed fine, acting like nothing unusual had happened. But I noticed that one of the tents had been moved slightly. It was positioned a few feet away from where it had been when I went to sleep. Did anyone mess with the tents last night? I asked, trying to sound casual. Everyone looked at each other. No, one of them said. Why? I pointed to the tent, but no one seemed to think much of it. They shrugged it off and went about their morning routines. But I couldn't shake the feeling that something wasn't right. The forest had felt too quiet the night before, and now the campsite felt off, like something was lurking just out of sight. That afternoon, we went for a hike deeper into the woods, trying to distract ourselves. But the further we went, the more the tension in the air grew. The trees seemed to close in around us, blocking out the sun, and the ground underfoot grew soft and spongy. The trail was getting harder to follow, and the silence was suffocating. Then, out of nowhere, we came across an abandoned camp. It wasn't anything like the neat, organized campsites we had passed on our hike. This one was a mess, with overturned chairs and ripped tents scattered around. A small fire pit in the center was cold, but there was still a faint smell of burnt wood in the air. What happened here? One of my friends whispered, but no one had an answer. We didn't stay long. The place felt wrong, like it had been left in a hurry. It was almost as though the people who had camped there had disappeared without a trace. We turned around and headed back to our own campsite. That night, things only got worse. The footsteps returned. This time, they were louder, more frantic. They circled the camp, coming closer and closer to the tents. I could hear someone or something breathing just outside my tent. My heart raced as I lay frozen in the darkness. I didn't dare move or make a sound. I don't know how long I lay there, but eventually, the footsteps stopped. The air was still once more, and the only sound was my own breathing. I couldn't take it anymore. I had to leave. I grabbed my flashlight and crawled out of my tent, my hands shaking. The campsite was eerily quiet, but as I turned around, I saw something that stopped me dead in my tracks. Across the camp, just beyond the light of the fire, I saw movement. A figure, tall, broad, dressed in dark clothes, was standing near the tree line, watching us. I froze, unable to move or speak. It was like the figure was waiting for something. After what felt like an eternity, the figure turned and disappeared into the woods. I don't know how long I stood there, staring into the darkness, but eventually, I snapped out of it. I ran back to the tent, grabbed my stuff, and woke up my friends. We packed everything as quickly as we could, not saying a word, too terrified to speak. We left that night, driving back down the mountain in silence, our eyes glued to the road ahead. As we made our way home, the tension in the air started to lift, but I couldn't shake the feeling that we had narrowly escaped something that night. It wasn't until much later that I found out there had been reports of disappearances in that area. People who had gone camping and never returned. I'll never know if what happened to us was just coincidence or something darker. But I know one thing for sure. I'll never camp in those mountains again. I had been looking forward to this trip for weeks. After months of working nonstop and dealing with the stress of city life, I needed a break. The idea of getting away from everything, heading into the deep woods to camp by myself, was just what I thought I needed. No distractions, no people, just me and nature. I had packed everything I thought I'd need for the trip. Tent, sleeping bag, food, water, a flashlight, and of course, a good book for the quiet evenings by the fire. I decided to head out to a remote spot in the woods, a place I'd found online, far from any trails or popular campsites. The peace and solitude were exactly what I craved. The drive to the campsite was long and winding, the road eventually turning into a narrow dirt trail. The trees closed in around me as I followed the path deeper into the forest. I passed by a few old signs warning of rough terrain, but I paid little attention. I was used to hiking in the woods, and this seemed like just another adventure. When I finally arrived, the area looked like something out of a postcard. Tall trees surrounded the site, their leaves rustling gently in the wind. A small clearing was just ahead, perfect for setting up camp. I parked my truck, got out, and stretched my legs. The air was fresh, cool, and smelled faintly of pine. Everything felt perfect. Setting up camp went smoothly. I set up my tent and gathered some dry wood for a fire. The crackling of the firewood as it burned was soothing. I sat back on a log, my back resting against the rough bark of a nearby tree, and stared into the flames. The silence of the woods was almost overwhelming, but in a good way. There were no cars, no phone calls, just the sound of the fire and the occasional bird call. It felt like I was the only person in the world. As the night fell, I noticed how dark it really was out here. The light from the campfire flickered, casting eerie shadows around me. But I didn't mind. It was just the wilderness, and I was safe in my little camp. The wind picked up a bit, rustling the leaves in a way that almost sounded like whispers. I brushed it off, knowing it was just my imagination running wild. After dinner, I settled into my tent. The sky outside was cloudless, and the stars shone brightly overhead. I turned off my flashlight, closed my eyes, and tried to get some rest. The wind outside howled through the trees, but it didn't bother me. In fact, it was kind of comforting, like the forest was singing me to sleep. Around midnight, I woke up with a start. Something felt off. At first, I couldn't place it, but the hair on the back of my neck stood up. I lay there, perfectly still, listening to the sounds of the forest. The wind had died down, and the usual night sounds, the rustling of leaves, the chirping of insects, had stopped. It was completely silent. Too silent. My mind raced, trying to explain the stillness. Maybe a storm was coming. Maybe it was just the calm before the usual nighttime noises returned. But deep down, something told me it was more than that. I got up and unzipped the tent just a little to peek outside. The fire had long since died down, leaving only faint embers. The moonlight barely filtered through the thick trees, casting long shadows across the clearing. Everything seemed still, almost too still. My eyes scanned the trees, searching for any movement, but I saw nothing. A sudden rustling to my right made me jump. I whipped my head in that direction, heart pounding in my chest. I thought I saw something moving in the darkness. Maybe an animal, maybe just the wind stirring the branches. But the sound came again, closer this time. It wasn't the wind. It was something larger, something walking through the underbrush. My breath caught in my throat. I grabbed my flashlight, flicking it on, and pointed it toward the noise. The beam of light cut through the darkness, illuminating the trees and bushes. Nothing. The rustling stopped, but the feeling of being watched lingered in the air. I tried to convince myself it was just a deer or some other forest creature, but my gut told me otherwise. I had been camping alone many times before, and I had never felt anything like this. The woods had always felt welcoming before, but now they felt hostile, dangerous. I stayed up the rest of the night, listening to the silence, too afraid to fall back asleep. The occasional rustle came from the trees, but I never saw anything. The feeling of being watched never left, though. It lingered in the back of my mind, gnawing at me, making every small sound seem louder than it actually was. The next morning, the sun came up like nothing had happened. The forest was once again filled with the sounds of birds chirping and the breeze rustling through the leaves. I took a deep breath and told myself I had just been spooked by the unfamiliar quiet of the place. Maybe it was nothing. I convinced myself to shake it off and enjoy the rest of my trip. But deep down, I couldn't ignore the unease I still felt. I spent the day hiking through the woods, trying to push the previous night out of my mind. The forest was beautiful, with towering trees and small streams trickling through the underbrush. But even as I hiked, I kept looking over my shoulder, checking the shadows between the trees. It was like something was just out of sight, watching me. By the time I made my way back to the campsite, the sun was starting to dip below the horizon. I was exhausted but decided to go ahead and start a fire to cook dinner. As I sat down by the fire, the familiar feeling of unease crept back. It was like the forest had become a different place, like something was waiting for me. I heard a twig snap behind me, a loud, sharp sound that made me freeze. I turned quickly, scanning the darkness. Nothing, just trees and shadows. My heart was pounding in my chest, my senses on high alert. I tried to convince myself it was just an animal, maybe a deer or a squirrel. But in the back of my mind, I knew that wasn't true. It was too deliberate, too purposeful. Then I heard it again, this time closer. I grabbed my flashlight, my hand trembling. I shone it around the campsite, my eyes darting between the trees. Nothing. The shadows played tricks on my mind, the light casting strange shapes that seemed to move and shift. But I couldn't shake the feeling that I wasn't alone. I was being watched. I decided it was time to pack up. This wasn't fun anymore. I didn't care about the solitude or the wilderness. My instincts were screaming at me to leave. I grabbed my things, throwing them into my truck with shaky hands, barely able to keep it together. I started the engine, my eyes flicking nervously to the trees as I backed out of the campsite. Just as I was about to leave the clearing, I saw it. A figure standing just outside the tree line. A man. He was tall, wearing a dark jacket, and he stood perfectly still, watching me. I didn't stop to get a better look. I hit the gas and sped down the dirt path, my heart racing as I heard the crunch of my tires against the gravel. I didn't look back. The road seemed endless as I drove, my hands gripping the steering wheel tightly, the shadows of the trees closing in on both sides. I didn't stop until I reached the nearest town, my heart still pounding in my chest. I found a small motel and checked in, my eyes darting around nervously. I hadn't been able to shake the feeling that someone had been following me, lurking just out of sight. As I lay in bed that night, I thought about the man in the woods. Who was he? What did he want? Why had he been watching me? The questions gnawed at me, but one thing was clear. I had made the right choice in leaving. The forest had changed overnight, and it wasn't a place I wanted to be anymore. The next morning, I called the local ranger station and told them everything that had happened. They took me seriously, but when I described the man, they said there had been reports of someone living off the grid in those woods. They warned me that it was a dangerous area, not because of any supernatural reason, but because of the people who sometimes called it home, people who preferred isolation and would do anything to keep their privacy. I never went back to that campsite, and I never camped alone again. The woods are beautiful, but they're not always safe, and sometimes the quietest places are the most dangerous. I had never been camping alone before. Sure, I had gone with friends, but the idea of striking out on my own seemed like an adventure, one I wanted to experience. I had picked a remote site deep in the forest, far from any marked trails, with the goal of disconnecting from everything for a few days. No phone, no distractions, just me, nature, and the quiet. I drove out the night before, just as the sun was setting, and found my spot before it got too dark. The air smelled crisp, pine-scented, and fresh. Exactly what I had been craving after months of working non-stop in the city. My tent was simple, nothing fancy, but it would do for a few nights. I set it up near a small stream, the sound of running water offering a calming background as I started a fire. The crackling flames danced in the cool evening air, and I could feel the weight of the day lift from my shoulders. As the night settled in, I roasted marshmallows and made some tea, watching the stars slowly appear. The forest around me was alive with sounds, the rustling of leaves, the occasional hoot of an owl, and the distant call of what I assumed was a coyote. It was the kind of peaceful night you dream of when you think about camping in the wild. For a while, I just stared into the fire, lost in thought. Eventually, I crawled into my tent to sleep. The rustling sounds outside grew fainter, and I quickly drifted off into a deep, comfortable sleep. But then, somewhere in the middle of the night, something woke me. First, I thought it was just the wind or a branch falling. But then I heard it again, a subtle noise. It was almost like something was moving around my tent. The sounds were faint but deliberate, like footsteps. My heart began to race, but I brushed it off. It was probably an animal, maybe a raccoon or a deer. I told myself not to be silly, but then the sounds got closer. The steps weren't random anymore. They were methodical, calculated. Whoever or whatever was out there was moving deliberately around my tent. I lay perfectly still, listening, trying not to breathe too loudly. My mind started to race through all the possibilities. Was it a person or something bigger? A bear? Maybe? I forced myself to stay calm, reaching over for my flashlight. I grabbed it, took a deep breath, and slowly unzipped the tent. I poked my head out, shining the light in all directions. The beam cut through the dark, illuminating the trees and bushes around me. But there was nothing, no movement. I stepped out of the tent cautiously, holding the flashlight in front of me. My boots crunched the leaves underfoot, and the night air felt colder. The hairs on the back of my neck stood up, a primal warning I couldn't ignore. There were no signs of any animal, no rustling in the bushes. But there was something else, a strange feeling in the air, like I wasn't alone. I stood there, listening, waiting for any clue. The forest around me felt unnervingly silent. Then I heard it again, a faint noise. This time it was closer, much closer. My heart began to pound, and my grip on the flashlight tightened. I could see a shape now, something in the dark, moving slowly between the trees. My breath caught in my throat as I tried to make out what it was. It was tall, human-like, but I couldn't see its face, and the shadows played tricks with my eyes. Was it a person? The shape wasn't clear enough to tell. I didn't think. I just reacted. My legs carried me back to the tent, my body moving on autopilot as fear surged through me. I threw myself inside, zipping it up quickly. My mind was racing now. I had no idea what was out there. I couldn't think straight. I could still hear something out there. Footsteps again, circling my tent. I sat there in the dark, my flashlight pointed at the zipper, as if somehow it would protect me from whatever was outside. Minutes passed like hours, but the footsteps eventually faded. The silence returned, but it wasn't peaceful. It was oppressive, thick with an unseen presence. I didn't sleep the rest of the night. Every little sound made my heart leap into my throat. The hours dragged on until finally, the first light of dawn began to break through the trees. I couldn't explain it, but the fear that had gripped me all night slowly started to loosen. The sun was rising, and with it, the forest began to feel less threatening. Maybe it was just my mind playing tricks on me in the dark. Maybe it was the wind. Still, I wasn't taking any chances. I packed up my things quickly, moving as quietly and efficiently as I could. I wanted to get out of there, back to civilization, where there were people and noise and safety. Just as I was about to zip up my bag, I noticed something. In the dirt near my tent, there were tracks. Large, irregular prints that looked like they had been left by something heavy, maybe a human, but they didn't quite look right. They were too deep, too wide. I froze. My heart started pounding again. These weren't animal tracks. They were too deliberate, too human. I grabbed my things and made a beeline for my car, my feet never once stopping to look back. The feeling of being watched, the tension in my chest, never left until I was safely in my car, driving away. It wasn't until I was on the highway, miles away from the camp, that I was able to breathe again. I kept replaying the night over and over in my head, trying to make sense of it. Maybe it was just someone else camping out there, but why would they be so quiet, so secretive? Why had they followed me? Later, back home, I looked up the area I had camped in. There were no reports of strange disappearances or any dangerous animals in the region. But I did find something odd. A local forum where people posted camping tips had one post warning others about weird things happening around the old trails and unsettling encounters in the woods. The post was dated over a year ago, but it sent a chill down my spine. I may never know what really happened that night, but one thing was certain. I'd never camp alone again. The quiet of nature had been a lure, drawing me in, but I had underestimated how easily something or someone could be lurking just out of sight. As the days passed, I started to feel better, but that sense of being watched never quite left me. It wasn't a feeling I could shake off, no matter how hard I tried. What I had experienced that night, whether it was a person or something else, had marked me in a way I couldn't explain. All I knew was that sometimes the woods are far more than just trees and animals. There are things out there, things you can't always see or understand. And in those moments, when the world is quiet and the shadows stretch long, you learn to trust your instincts, because sometimes your mind knows far more than your eyes. It was supposed to be a weekend getaway, a simple camping trip to unwind and reconnect with nature. I had no intention of making it anything other than a relaxing retreat, something to help me clear my head after a stressful few months of work. A couple of friends and I had planned the trip weeks in advance, and when the weekend finally came, we were more than ready to leave the chaos behind. We decided to camp in a secluded spot by a lake in the middle of a national park. It was a popular area for hikers, but the campsite itself was far enough away from the main trails that we would be relatively undisturbed. I'd been camping before, but never in such a remote area, and that's what drew me in. The promise of peace, quiet, and solitude was exactly what I needed. I remember the drive there. The closer we got, the more the trees seemed to grow taller and the roads narrower. We passed a few signs warning about wildlife, bears, coyotes, and the occasional mountain lion. But we were confident. We had all the necessary gear and we'd been on outdoor trips before. We even joked about how the worst that could happen would be that we'd run out of marshmallows or get a little lost on a trail. When we arrived at the campsite, the sun was beginning to dip low behind the mountains. The air was crisp and fresh, the kind of clean mountain air that makes you feel alive. We unpacked our gear and began setting up the tents. The lake shimmered a few hundred feet away, its calm surface reflecting the orange and pink hues of the sky. It was the perfect setting for an evening of relaxation and stories around the campfire. By the time we had everything set up, the sun had completely disappeared and a thick blanket of darkness descended over the forest. We started a fire, its flames crackling and sending sparks into the air. We cooked some basic meals: hot dogs, baked beans, the usual camping fare, and sat around the fire talking about life and enjoying the peaceful silence that only nature can provide. But as the night wore on, I started to feel something I couldn't quite put my finger on. It was a subtle unease, a feeling that something was off, but nothing had happened to trigger it. I tried to shake it off, telling myself that it was just the unfamiliarity of the surroundings. I camped in the woods plenty of times, but this place felt different. The sound of the fire crackling was soothing, but the occasional gust of wind rustling through the trees made the darkness feel deeper, more oppressive. It wasn't long before we decided to call it a night. One by one, we crawled into our tents and zipped them up, the only sounds now being the occasional hoot of an owl and the chirp of insects. I lay in my sleeping bag, staring up at the ceiling of the tent. The silence outside was almost too quiet, if that made sense. There were no sounds of people, no distant traffic, just the soft murmur of the wind. I closed my eyes, trying to drift off, but the nagging feeling of being watched kept me alert. I told myself it was nothing, just my mind playing tricks on me. But the more I thought about it, the more I realized that I couldn't shake the feeling. Around midnight, I heard a noise. It was soft at first, like a twig snapping, but then it came again, louder this time. I held my breath, trying to listen. Another snap. It was coming from the woods, not far from our camp. I stayed perfectly still, straining my ears. My heart was pounding in my chest. I wasn't sure if I should wake my friends. I didn't want to seem paranoid, but I was starting to feel like I wasn't alone. I listened again, and the noise came once more, this time followed by a rustling sound, like something large moving through the underbrush. I waited for what felt like an eternity before I finally decided to unzip the tent and peek outside. The cold air hit me as I poked my head out, scanning the area with my flashlight. There was nothing, just the trees swaying in the wind, the shadows cast by the fire that was still burning low. My heart rate began to slow as I convinced myself that it was probably just a raccoon or some other small animal. After all, we were deep in the woods, and wildlife was bound to make noises. I zipped the tent back up and tried to sleep, but the unease refused to leave. Every small noise outside seemed amplified in the silence of the night. I kept telling myself it was all in my head, but deep down, I knew something wasn't right. The next morning, we woke up to a clear, chilly morning. The sun had risen over the mountains, casting a golden glow over the lake. The sounds of birds chirping and the distant rush of water flowing from a nearby stream brought a sense of calm back to me. I shared the previous night's experience with my friends, but they just laughed it off. "You're just imagining things," one of them said. "It's probably just a deer or something." We decided to go for a hike that morning, a few miles along the shore of the lake. It was the perfect way to shake off the previous night's tension. The forest was alive with the colors of autumn, leaves in shades of orange, yellow, and red crunching under our boots as we walked. The trail was well marked, and we followed it along the water's edge. Enjoying the beauty of the landscape, we stopped for lunch by a small waterfall, the sound of the water rushing over the rocks soothing my nerves. We ate sandwiches and laughed, the worry from the previous night fading with the daylight. But as we packed up to leave, something caught my eye. It was a trail just off the main path, barely visible but clear enough for someone to walk down it. The branches had been pushed aside recently, as if someone had been there, but there were no signs of a trail marker. My curiosity got the better of me, and I suggested we check it out. My friends were hesitant, but they agreed. The path led deeper into the woods, away from the lake, and soon we were surrounded by dense trees that blocked out much of the sunlight. The further we went, the more the trail seemed to wind and twist, as though it had been deliberately made to confuse. We reached a small clearing after what felt like an eternity of walking. In the middle of the clearing was a strange old structure, an abandoned cabin. It looked like it had been there for decades, its wood weathered and cracked, the windows covered in grime. It wasn't on any of the maps we had, and it didn't make sense that it was out here so far from the marked trails. Something about it didn't sit right with me. The unease I had felt the night before returned with a vengeance, but now it was stronger, more urgent. I didn't want to go any closer, but my friends were already moving toward the cabin, drawn by its mystery. I hesitated, but eventually followed them, my heart hammering in my chest. As we approached the cabin, the door creaked open, as if inviting us in. We stood outside for a moment, looking at the decaying building. It felt like it had been abandoned for a long time, but I couldn't shake the feeling that someone had been here recently. There were fresh footprints in the dirt leading up to the door. Against my better judgment, we went inside. The air inside was damp and musty, the smell of rotting wood filling my nose. The walls were covered in old, faded wallpaper, and the furniture was broken and covered in dust. It looked like it had been left in a hurry, with personal belongings scattered around. An overturned chair, a tattered blanket, a broken lamp. Then we heard it, a loud bang from upstairs. My blood ran cold. We froze, not daring to move, listening intently. It was followed by another thud, then silence. My friends looked at each other, their faces pale. I had no idea what it was, but it was clear that something or someone was up there. My mind raced with possibilities, none of them good. The cabin felt wrong, like it was hiding something. I told my friends we needed to leave, but one of them insisted on checking upstairs. I couldn't argue with them. There was no way I was going up there alone, but I wasn't going to stick around either. We made our way back to the door, and just as we stepped outside, we heard footsteps behind us. Fast, deliberate steps like someone was following us. My stomach churned, and I spun around, but there was no one there, just the woods, stretching out in every direction. We ran back down the trail, not stopping until we were back at the lake. We didn't speak much after that. None of us did. There were no words that could explain what had happened. We packed up our things quickly and left the campsite, deciding that the weekend wasn't worth the risk. As we drove away, I glanced back at the woods one last time. The cabin was still there, but I felt a sense of relief wash over me. Whatever it was, we had gotten away from it, and that was the last time I ever went camping in that part of the woods. I had been looking forward to this camping trip for months, ever since I decided to take a break from my usual routine. Work had been exhausting, and I needed a weekend away from technology, distractions, and the constant buzz of everyday life. I packed my gear, told a few close friends my plans, and set off alone into the wilderness, hoping for peace and a chance to reconnect with nature. But things didn't turn out the way I expected. The sun was still high in the sky when I arrived at the campsite, nestled deep in a forest, miles away from civilization. The air was fresh, filled with the smell of pine trees and damp earth. It was the perfect setting. I unloaded my backpack, setting up my tent beside a small creek that trickled gently through the woods. I wasn't worried about wildlife. I'd done this many times before, and as far as I knew, the area was safe. By nightfall, the woods around me grew quiet. The kind of quiet where you could hear every little noise, the rustle of leaves, the distant hoot of an owl, and the occasional snap of a twig as small animals moved through the underbrush. I cooked a simple meal over the campfire, enjoying the solitude. But as the evening wore on, I started to feel uneasy. I couldn't shake the feeling that someone was watching me, though I couldn't see anyone around. The trees stood tall and unmoving, the shadows growing longer as the sky darkened. I shrugged it off as just nerves. After all, I was alone in the woods, and that's bound to make anyone feel a little jumpy. But the feeling didn't go away. As I sat by the fire, staring into the dancing flames, I heard something. A faint noise, almost like footsteps, but too soft to be certain. I froze. My eyes darted to the edge of the camp, where the trees met the clearing. Nothing, just the wind rustling through the branches. But I could have sworn I heard it. The sound of footsteps, barely audible but distinct. I told myself it was just the wind or an animal, maybe a deer, a raccoon, or some other creature. Still, I couldn't ignore the growing discomfort in my chest. Felt like I was being watched. I finished my meal, cleaned up, and decided to go to bed early. The fire still crackled beside my tent, but I could feel the cool air creeping in as the night grew colder. I zipped up my sleeping bag and lay still, listening to the sounds of the forest. The wind picked up, causing the trees to sway and creak. It was a peaceful sound, but for some reason, it did nothing to calm my nerves. I drifted in and out of sleep, tossing and turning, restless. Then, around midnight, I was jolted awake by a loud crash. It sounded like something large had broken through the underbrush and was heading straight toward my campsite. My heart pounded in my chest. I sat up, straining to hear, but everything was silent again, except for the occasional rustle of leaves. The noise had stopped as quickly as it had started. I grabbed my flashlight, shining it out into the woods. The beam sliced through the darkness, but I couldn't see anything. No animal, no person, nothing. The campfire was still burning low, casting long shadows around me, but there was no sign of movement. I exhaled slowly, trying to calm myself. It was probably just a bear or some other large animal that had wandered too close. But then I heard it again. This time it was closer. The sound of twigs snapping underfoot, slow and deliberate. My breath caught in my throat as I listened. It was unmistakable now. Someone or something was out there. I quickly grabbed my backpack and stuffed it with my essentials. Phone, flashlight, water, a knife. Anything that might help if I needed to leave quickly. My mind raced as I tried to think of what to do. I couldn't just sit there and wait. The noises were getting closer, and the fear was building in my chest. I decided to leave the campsite, hoping to find another spot in the woods where I could safely wait until morning. I didn't want to risk staying out there alone if there was someone else nearby. I grabbed my tent, packed it up as quickly as I could, and quietly moved toward the trees at the edge of the campsite. As I made my way into the woods, the crunch of my footsteps seemed too loud in the silence of the night. I moved cautiously, trying not to make a sound, but the more I walked, the more I realized that I wasn't just trying to escape the noises. I was trying to escape whatever was causing them. The deeper I went into the woods, the more the trees seemed to close in on me. The moon barely penetrated the thick canopy above, and the only light I had was the beam from my flashlight. I heard the rustling again, and this time it wasn't a distant noise. It was just behind me, close enough that I could feel the weight of its presence, the cold breath of fear creeping down my spine. I spun around, shining my flashlight into the darkness, but there was nothing but trees and shadows. I took a deep breath, trying to steady myself, but my hands were shaking. I couldn't stay out there much longer. I needed to find a safe place to wait until the morning. I found a large rock near a stream and decided to hide there. I crouched behind it, my heart pounding in my chest, my breath shallow. The noise had stopped for now, but I knew it wouldn't be long before it started again. I huddled there in the dark, listening to the sounds of the night. Time seemed to stretch on forever, every minute feeling like an hour. Then, just as I thought the worst was behind me, I heard something different. It was the sound of a voice, not a whisper, but clear enough to make me freeze in terror. A voice calling out in the distance, echoing through the woods. I couldn't make out the words, but the tone was unmistakable. It was someone calling for help. It was faint, distant, and distorted by the wind, but it was there. I stayed perfectly still, holding my breath. The voice called out again, this time louder, closer. My mind raced. Who could be out here alone at this hour? The fear I had been feeling turned into a cold, sickening dread. Something was wrong. I waited for what felt like an eternity, hoping that the voice would stop, that the figure, whoever or whatever it was, would disappear. But it didn't. The voice came closer, and I could hear footsteps now, heavy and deliberate. It sounded like someone was moving toward me, though I couldn't see anything in the darkness. I could feel the presence, though. Someone or something was there. I quickly made the decision to leave the rock and move back toward the campsite. It was risky, but staying in one spot wasn't going to help me. I needed to get back to my gear, my things, where I could at least be prepared to defend myself if I had to. I moved cautiously through the trees, my flashlight shaking in my hand, heart pounding in my chest. The sounds were growing closer. The voice was louder now, almost as if it was right behind me. But when I turned around, there was nothing but shadows. By the time I reached the clearing again, the campfire was nothing but glowing embers. The campsite was silent, completely still. I didn't know whether to feel relieved or terrified. There was no sign of anyone or anything, but the fear still gnawed at me. I couldn't shake the feeling that I wasn't alone. I decided to pack up my things as quickly as I could and leave. I didn't care if it was the middle of the night. I wasn't sticking around to find out what had been out there with me. The noises, the voice, the footsteps. It all pointed to something that didn't feel right. I needed to get out, to put miles between myself and whatever was lurking in the woods. With my gear packed, I started walking out of the forest, trying to stay calm and focused, but every step felt heavier than the last. The woods seemed to stretch on forever, and I wasn't sure I was heading in the right direction. But somehow I kept moving, trusting my instincts. Eventually, the first light of dawn broke through the trees, and I found myself on a narrow trail that led back to the parking area. My heart finally began to slow as I saw my car parked up ahead, untouched and waiting for me. I wasn't sure if I'd imagined the whole thing or if I had truly been followed, but I wasn't about to stick around to find out. As I drove away, I glanced back at the forest one last time. The trees loomed dark and silent, but I didn't feel the weight of their watchful gaze anymore. I was safe, for now. I decided to go camping alone for the weekend, seeking the quiet solitude of the wilderness to clear my head. It had been a long few months, and the pressures of life were starting to get to me. So, I packed my gear, drove out to a secluded spot in the woods, and set up camp by a small, quiet lake surrounded by thick trees. It was a beautiful spot, the kind of place you'd find on a postcard. There was something peaceful about being out there, disconnected from the world. The sun was setting as I finished setting up my tent, the sky turning a soft orange before gradually fading to dark. I could hear the rustling of leaves in the breeze, the chirping of crickets, and the occasional splash from a fish jumping in the lake. Everything felt serene, like the world was in perfect balance. I built a fire and sat down, enjoying the warmth as the temperature started to drop. The light of the fire danced across the trees, casting long shadows around me. I had a simple dinner of canned beans and some jerky, the sounds of the forest my only company. It was the perfect escape from everything, or at least it seemed that way at the time. As the night wore on, the fire began to burn low, and the temperature dropped further. I bundled up in my jacket, content to just sit by the fire, staring into the crackling flames. But then, I heard something that made me stop and listen. At first, it was just a faint rustle in the bushes, but then it became clearer, like footsteps, crunching through the leaves. I froze. My heart rate picked up as I tried to make sense of the noise. I was a good distance from the nearest trail, and there was no one else around for miles. I hadn't seen any other cars when I arrived, and I didn't hear anyone on foot. But still, there it was again, more footsteps. Not the normal sounds of animals moving around, but deliberate, heavy steps that seemed to circle my campsite. I tried to convince myself it was just an animal, maybe a deer or a raccoon, but the sound was too distinct, too deliberate. It wasn't just moving around, it was circling, getting closer. I grabbed the flashlight, my hands shaking slightly, and shined it into the trees. The beam of light bounced off the trunks of trees, illuminating only the shadows. Nothing. I stood up slowly, keeping the light aimed around the perimeter of my camp, but still, I saw nothing. No figure, no movement, just the trees, the bushes, and the dark, thick woods around me. But then I heard it again, much closer this time. The sound of a twig snapping, followed by another crunch of leaves. My breath caught in my throat. Something was out there, and it wasn't an animal. I quickly doused the fire, trying to make as little noise as possible, and slipped into my tent. My heart was pounding in my chest as I lay on my back, staring at the ceiling of the tent. The flashlight was still in my hand, and I gripped it tight, ready to use it if I needed to. The noises continued. Footsteps, twigs breaking, but this time it was much closer, almost directly outside my tent. I held my breath, trying to stay still, praying that whatever it was wouldn't notice me. I could hear my own heartbeat, the blood rushing in my ears. Then, a low, guttural sound broke the silence. It was a growl, a deep, unsettling growl. My mind raced. What kind of animal was that? Bears weren't common in this part of the woods, but maybe it was one. Or maybe something worse. I didn't know, but I wasn't about to find out. The growl came again, louder this time, and I could hear the sound of something brushing against the side of my tent, moving slowly, methodically. I was frozen in place, too scared to even breathe. The sound of movement continued for what felt like hours, though I knew it was probably only a few minutes. Then, as suddenly as it had started, everything went quiet. Too quiet. The rustling of the trees had stopped. The chirping of the crickets had ceased, and the only thing I could hear was my own breathing. I waited and waited. Still nothing. Finally, I summoned the courage to unzip the door of the tent just a tiny bit, just enough to peer outside. The flashlight beam cut through the dark, but all I saw were trees. The same trees I'd been staring at all night. No movement, no figure, no sign of whatever had been circling my camp. With a sigh of relief, I pushed the tent flap open a little wider and cautiously stepped outside, keeping my flashlight pointed around me. The air felt thick and heavy, like something was still lingering. But after a few minutes of scanning the area, I convinced myself it was just my imagination, heightened by the fear that had gripped me. Maybe I was just overreacting. Maybe it was an animal after all. I gathered my bearings, forcing myself to relax. The worst was over. I told myself to go back to bed, to not let my nerves get the best of me. It was probably nothing, but as I turned to step back into my tent, I heard it again. A soft whisper, a voice, faint and distant, but unmistakable. Help me, I snapped my head around, shining the flashlight in every direction. Nothing, just the still, dark forest. My pulse raced again, and this time I didn't waste any more time. I grabbed my bag, shoved the flashlight inside, and zipped up the tent, praying that whatever it was, it would leave me alone. I stayed up the rest of the night, not daring to close my eyes. I listened for any more sounds, every creak of the trees, every shift in the wind, but nothing came. The night passed uneventfully, the silence oppressive, but the danger seemed to have passed. The next morning, I packed up and left. I didn't even hesitate. I had to get out of there. As I drove back down the narrow dirt road, I glanced in my rearview mirror one last time. The woods stretched out behind me, peaceful and still in the early morning light, as if nothing had ever happened. The lake shimmered under the rising sun, and the birds began to sing. I never told anyone what happened that night. Who would believe me? But I know what I heard. I know what I felt. And as I pulled away from that campsite, I knew one thing for certain. I would never camp alone again. I had been looking forward to this camping trip for weeks. It had been a while since I last got out of the city and just spent time in nature. The weather was perfect, not too hot, not too cold, and I knew this would be the perfect chance to relax. I packed all my gear the night before: a tent, sleeping bag, food, a flashlight, extra batteries, a first aid kit, and a few other essentials. The plan was simple: hike out to a secluded spot in the woods, set up camp, and just enjoy the peace and quiet. The trailhead was a good 2-hour drive from home. I drove out early that morning, hoping to get a good spot. As I turned off the main road and onto the dirt trail that led into the forest, I felt that familiar sense of excitement bubbling up. The trees were tall, their branches swaying slightly in the cool breeze. Birds called out in the distance, and the smell of pine filled the air. This was exactly what I needed. The trail was quiet as I hiked in, just me and the forest. The sun peeked through the canopy in spots, casting little patches of light on the dirt path. My boots crunched softly on the trail, and the only other sound was the wind rustling the leaves overhead. It felt peaceful, almost too peaceful. It was the kind of solitude that made you feel small, reminded you that you were just a tiny part of the vast world around you. After about an hour of walking, I found a good spot by a small creek. There was a flat area perfect for setting up my tent, and the sound of the running water was calming. I unpacked my gear and started setting up camp. The tent went up quickly, and I made sure to stake it down properly. I set up my sleeping bag inside, laid out my food supplies, and made sure I had everything I needed within arm's reach. As the day wore on, I started a small fire. It wasn't very big, just enough to keep the chill away as the sun dipped lower in the sky. I sat by the fire, enjoying the warmth on my face and the soft crackling of the logs. The world around me was quiet, except for the occasional rustle in the trees or the sound of animals moving in the underbrush. The peace of it all was almost too perfect. Night came quickly, and the temperature dropped. I zipped up my jacket and leaned back against a tree, watching the stars begin to appear in the sky above me. The moon was a thin crescent, just enough to light up the landscape in a silvery glow. It was the kind of night you could get lost in, the kind that made you feel like you were the only person left in the world. I had planned to just relax and go to sleep, but as the hours passed, I couldn't shake the feeling that something was off. It wasn't that I felt unsafe. Nothing was out of the ordinary. The fire was still crackling, and the creek continued to babble softly in the background. But there was this nagging feeling in the back of my mind, something just beyond the reach of my senses. It was like I could feel eyes on me, but every time I turned around, nothing was there. I tried to push the feeling away. It's just the dark, I told myself. Nothing more. I tucked my flashlight into my pocket and made my way back to the tent, trying to ignore the eerie silence that had settled in around me. Inside the tent, I crawled into my sleeping bag, trying to relax. The wind had picked up, and the trees were swaying more heavily now, creaking and groaning under the pressure. I closed my eyes, listening to the wind outside and trying to ignore the unease creeping over me. But it wasn't just the wind that was bothering me anymore. It was the sense that something was wrong, something out of place. I tossed and turned for a while, unable to shake the feeling. Then I heard it, a rustling noise coming from the woods just outside my tent. It wasn't the usual sound of wind or animals moving through the underbrush. It was deliberate, like something was walking around. I held my breath, straining my ears to listen. Came again, this time closer. The sound of footsteps, slow and measured, moving in the direction of my camp. My heart started racing. I was alone out here. No one was supposed to be near. My mind began to race with thoughts of who or what could be out there, and my body tensed up as I listened to the soft crunch of leaves underfoot. It didn't sound like a person, but it didn't sound like an animal either. I sat up, my hands trembling slightly as I fumbled for the flashlight. The rustling continued, but there was no more movement. I turned on the light, its beams slicing through the darkness. For a moment, everything was still. I slowly unzipped the tent and stuck my head out, scanning the area. The fire was still burning, and the shadows of the trees danced eerily in the firelight. But there was nothing there, no sign of anything moving. I stood up cautiously, trying to calm myself. Maybe it was just an animal. Maybe I had imagined it. But then, I heard it again. This time, it was much closer, right outside my tent. The soft sound of breathing, steady and deliberate, just on the other side of the thin fabric. I froze. My mind raced, and for a moment I felt paralyzed. Was someone out there? I grabbed the flashlight tighter and swung it toward the noise. But there was nothing. No one. The area around my tent was empty. I don't know how long I stood there, but eventually, I convinced myself that I was just being paranoid. Maybe it was an animal or the wind. I zipped the tent back up and crawled into my sleeping bag, my pulse still racing. I stayed awake for hours, listening for any more sounds. But the night passed in silence, and I eventually drifted off to sleep, though it wasn't restful. The next morning, I woke to the sound of birds calling in the trees and the sun filtering through the tent. The feeling of unease hadn't entirely gone away, but the daylight made everything seem normal again. I decided to pack up and head out early. I didn't want to stick around to find out what that noise had been. I packed up my gear quickly, the familiar routine of folding up my tent and packing my bag helping to steady my nerves. As I turned to leave, I took one last look at the spot where I had camped, and that's when I saw it. Just off to the side, near the trees, there was something odd: footprints. Large, human-like footprints in the soft earth. They were fresh, the edges still sharp from the night before. The shape was clear, but there was something off about them. The toes were too wide, the heel too deep. They looked like someone had been standing there, right next to my tent, watching me while I slept. I didn't stick around to investigate further. I turned and started hiking back down the trail as fast as I could, my heart still pounding in my chest. As I walked, I glanced over my shoulder every few steps, half expecting to see someone following me, but there was nothing. When I finally made it back to my car, I felt a wave of relief wash over me. I drove straight home, not wanting to stop or take any detours. The whole way back, I couldn't shake the feeling that I had narrowly escaped something that had been watching me the whole time. I never went camping in those woods again. The memories of that night stayed with me, and I couldn't help but wonder, what had been out there, and why had it been so close to my camp? The woods seemed peaceful at first glance, but I had learned something important that night. Sometimes the quiet is the most dangerous thing of all. I had always loved the idea of camping. The simplicity, the quiet, the connection with nature. It had been a while since I'd gone, so when the weekend came up, I decided it was time to head out into the woods again. I wasn't the type to go with a big group or any friends, just me and my gear. I liked it that way. It felt like a personal escape, a chance to be alone with my thoughts and disconnect from the world for a bit. I chose a remote campsite tucked away in the forest, far from the hustle and bustle of everyday life. The kind of place you need a map to find, where the path is overgrown and the sound of cars is nothing but a faint memory. I packed up my tent, sleeping bag, food, and a few tools I might need, nothing too fancy, just the basics. I left around noon, taking the winding back roads out of the town, and by the time I arrived at the trailhead, the sun was already starting to dip behind the trees. I checked my watch. Plenty of daylight left, but I knew it would go quickly. I hiked for a good couple of hours, enjoying the solitude of the woods. Birds chirped overhead, and the scent of pine filled the air. The trail was well marked but grew narrower the farther I went. By the time I reached the campsite, the forest around me felt dense, almost claustrophobic. The trees towered above, their branches swaying in the breeze. The site itself was quiet, no one around. There was a small clearing near a stream, the sound of water trickling over rocks offering a calming backdrop. I set up my tent quickly, making sure everything was secure. The sun was low, casting long shadows across the forest floor. I had a small campfire, just enough to cook my food and add a little warmth as the evening temperature began to drop. As I sat by the fire, eating my dinner, I couldn't shake the feeling that I was being watched. It wasn't anything obvious. No sounds, no movement, just this gnawing sensation that something, or someone, was out there. I shook it off, telling myself it was just the isolation getting to me. The wind rustled the leaves above me, and I felt a shiver run down my spine. I tried to settle in for the night, but the uneasy feeling wouldn't leave me. The forest seemed to have grown quieter. The normal sounds, the distant calls of animals, the rustling of small creatures in the underbrush were gone. It was as if the entire forest was holding its breath. The fire crackled, and I pulled my jacket tighter around my shoulders, the cold creeping in. Around midnight, after the fire had burned down to embers, I heard something, soft footsteps on the forest floor, too light to be a bear or any large animal. It was deliberate, almost like someone was walking carefully, trying not to make noise. My heart skipped a beat. I froze, straining to listen. The footsteps stopped. I waited, every muscle tense, but there was no sound, no movement. I grabbed my flashlight, shining it around the clearing. Nothing. The forest was still. My breath came in short, shallow bursts as I tried to convince myself it was nothing. A deer, a raccoon, anything. Still, the hairs on the back of my neck stood on end. I told myself to go to sleep. That's what I was here for, after all. A break from everything. But sleep didn't come easily. Every time I closed my eyes, I felt that presence again. That sensation that someone was out there, just beyond the reach of my firelight. I lay awake for hours, listening to the occasional rustle of leaves or a snap of twigs. But no matter how hard I tried, I couldn't fall asleep. I kept thinking about the footsteps, about what I'd heard. At some point, I must have drifted off because I woke up with a start. The fire had burned out completely, and the moon hung high in the sky, casting a pale light over everything. I could barely make out the outlines of the trees, their shadows long and twisted in the moonlight. It was then that I heard it again, the faint sound of something moving in the woods, a crack of a twig, a shuffle of leaves. I was wide awake now, adrenaline flooding my system. I reached for my flashlight, scanning the edge of the clearing. Nothing, but I could feel it. Someone was out there, watching me. The silence felt heavy, oppressive, like the entire forest was holding its breath, waiting for something to happen. I slowly unzipped the flap of my tent, my heart pounding in my chest. My flashlight beam cut through the darkness, sweeping over the trees, the rocks, the ground. Nothing, just the empty, quiet woods. I told myself again that it was just my imagination, that I was alone out here, and the weird feelings were just the isolation playing tricks on me. But then I heard it again, closer this time. It wasn't just footsteps. It was a low, guttural sound, almost like something was breathing in the dark. I could feel the hairs on my arms stand on end. My pulse raced, and a cold sweat broke out across my skin. I grabbed my things quickly, stuffing them into my backpack as fast as I could. I had to get out of there. There was no reason to stay. The feeling in the air, the sounds, it wasn't normal. Something wasn't right. My brain screamed at me to leave. I zipped up my tent and grabbed my flashlight again, shining it in all directions as I fumbled with the straps of my pack. Then, out of the corner of my eye, I saw something move, a figure barely visible in the shadows, standing still just beyond the tree line. It was tall, too tall to be human, its shape barely distinguishable from the darkness of the forest. My heart stopped. I didn't wait to see what happened next. Without thinking, I grabbed my backpack and ran. The woods around me were dark, the narrow trail barely visible in the dim moonlight. My breath was ragged, my legs burning with effort as I stumbled over rocks and roots. Behind me, I could hear the sound of something moving in the brush, following me, keeping pace. It wasn't a human, whatever it was moved too quickly, too quietly. I didn't dare look back. Every step felt like it could be my last. I knew I had to get to the trailhead. If I could just make it there, I would be safe. The sound of footsteps grew louder, closer. It was right behind me now. My heart raced faster than my feet could carry me. My legs were sore, my breath shallow, but I pushed myself harder, faster, willing myself to escape. Then, as quickly as it had started, the pursuit stopped. I don't know why, but I didn't stop running. I just kept going, tearing through the underbrush, branches scratching at my skin. I didn't look back until I saw the faint light of the trailhead in the distance. When I reached the parking area, I collapsed, gasping for air, my body trembling with adrenaline. I didn't care how far I'd run. I didn't care how tired I was. I was out of the woods, and that was all that mattered. I didn't waste any time. I threw my gear into my car, started the engine, and drove away without looking back. As I left the forest behind, I realized something. Whatever had been following me, whatever had been in those woods, was still out there. But I didn't need to worry about that anymore. I had made it out. That night, I didn't sleep at all. I couldn't shake the feeling of being watched. But at least I was safe. At least I was away from whatever it was that had been in those woods. And as the sun began to rise the next morning, I promised myself I'd never camp alone in the woods again. The day had started out like any other camping trip, but it turned into something I'll never forget. I've always been someone who enjoys the quiet of nature, the feeling of the cool morning air against my face, and the simplicity of a few days away from the rush of daily life. But this time, something felt different. It wasn't the usual sense of calm that came with being surrounded by trees, lakes, and the open sky. No, this time there was an underlying tension, an unsettling feeling that I couldn't shake off. I brushed it off at first, telling myself it was just the excitement of being out in the wilderness, far from the city and its noise. But deep down, I knew something was wrong. I arrived at the campsite late in the afternoon. It was a small, secluded spot near a river in the woods, far enough off the beaten path to offer the kind of solitude I sought, but not so remote that I couldn't easily find my way back. The sun was just starting to dip below the horizon, casting long shadows over the trees, and the air was growing cooler. The rustling of leaves in the gentle breeze was the only sound, and I found that strangely comforting. I set up camp by the riverbank, pitching my tent and gathering firewood for the night. As I worked, I felt a nagging feeling that I wasn't alone. At first, I thought it was just my imagination, but the feeling grew stronger as the shadows stretched longer and the day gave way to night. The hair on the back of my neck stood up, and I couldn't shake the sense that someone, or something, was watching me. I tried to ignore it, convincing myself that it was just a result of the solitude and the unfamiliarity of the place. I started the fire, its crackling flames providing some light and warmth. I sat there, staring into the fire, but the feeling of being watched never left me. The rustling in the trees grew louder, more frequent, and I found myself looking around nervously. But no matter how hard I tried, I couldn't see anything. The woods around me seemed empty, yet I couldn't shake the feeling that I wasn't alone. I pushed the thought out of my mind and focused on the fire, trying to calm myself. I roasted some marshmallows, the sweet smell mixing with the earthy scent of the woods. For a while, I managed to forget about the strange feeling, but it came creeping back in the form of a noise, a twig snapping behind me. I turned around quickly, my heart pounding, but again, there was nothing there. The woods were still, save for the rustling of leaves in the wind. It was then that I heard something else, something more distinct. A low, scraping sound, like something dragging along the ground. I stood up, my instincts telling me to move, to get away, but my feet felt like they were stuck to the ground. I took a slow, cautious step toward the sound, but it stopped as suddenly as it had started. I waited for a few minutes, my breath shallow and quick, my ears straining to catch any further sounds. The silence was suffocating, and I felt the tension building inside me. The air seemed heavier now, thicker, as though something was pressing down on me from all sides. I couldn't explain it, but I knew something was wrong. I decided to go into the tent for the night, hoping sleep would clear my mind and I could brush off the unsettling feelings. I zipped myself inside, but I couldn't shake the sense of unease. I lay there in the dark, listening to the sounds of the night, the river flowing steadily, the occasional rustle of leaves, and the distant calls of animals. But then, there was something else. A soft, almost imperceptible whispering, as though voices were carrying through the wind. I strained to hear, but I couldn't make out the words. I grabbed my flashlight and shone it around the tent, but there was nothing. I lay back down, my mind racing. What was going on? Was it just the isolation playing tricks on me? Or was there something more? The whispering grew fainter and fainter, eventually fading into nothing. I finally drifted off to sleep, but it wasn't a restful one. My dreams were filled with shadows and strange, fleeting shapes. I woke up multiple times during the night, each time more unsettled than the last. I told myself it was just my nerves, that I was overthinking things, but deep down, I knew something wasn't right. When morning finally came, I felt exhausted, the lingering sense of dread still heavy in the air. I packed up camp early, wanting to leave before anything else could happen. But as I began to gather my things, I noticed something odd. My fire pit was completely cold, not a single ember remaining. But the fire had only been put out hours ago, and it should have still been warm. I knelt down, running my fingers through the ash, and felt a strange chill run through me. It was as if the fire had been extinguished much earlier, long before I'd gone to bed. I couldn't explain it, but it made me uneasy. I shook off the feeling and finished packing, eager to get back to civilization. But as I turned to leave, I heard something. Footsteps. Slow, deliberate steps coming from behind me. My heart skipped a beat, and I froze in place. I couldn't see anyone, but I could hear the unmistakable sound of someone walking through the brush, moving toward me. I turned around quickly, my eyes scanning the area, but there was nothing there. The woods were as still and quiet as ever. I felt my pulse racing, a cold sweat breaking out on the back of my neck. I grabbed my gear and began walking faster, my eyes darting around the trees, convinced that someone or something was following me. The trail back to the car seemed longer than it had the day before, each step feeling heavier, more labored. My mind kept replaying the strange sounds, the whispers, the footsteps. I could hear my breath quickening as I pushed myself harder, eager to get out of the woods. But then, something stopped me in my tracks. A figure, a shadow. It moved between the trees ahead of me, just out of the corner of my eye. I whipped my head around to look, but when I focused on the spot, it was empty. No person, no movement, just trees and shadows. But I couldn't shake the feeling that someone was watching me. I wasn't alone. My heart was pounding in my chest, my breath coming in short, frantic gasps. I turned and started running, the fear taking over completely. The woods blurred around me, and I could hear my feet crashing against the underbrush. But still, I couldn't shake the feeling that something was following me, closing in. I finally reached the car, fumbling with the keys as I struggled to unlock it. I slammed the door shut behind me, my chest heaving with each breath. I sat there for a moment, trying to steady myself, my eyes scanning the woods one last time. But there was nothing there, no sign of movement, no sign of anyone. I started the engine and drove away, the sound of the car's tires crunching on the gravel filling the silence. As I left the woods behind, I couldn't help but feel a strange sense of relief. But even as I put miles between myself and the campsite, I couldn't shake the feeling that I had been watched, that something had been there with me in the woods. I wasn't sure what it was, but I knew one thing for sure. I'd never be going back there again. The forest had its secrets, and some things were better left undiscovered. I had never been one to shy away from camping. In fact, I loved the quiet and the solitude that nature offered. Growing up in Vermont, I spent most of my childhood in the woods, whether it was just me and a tent for a weekend getaway or a full-on hiking trip with friends. This was different, though. I had come to Switzerland for a solo hiking trip, eager to explore the rugged terrain, the dense forests, and the pristine lakes. What I didn't expect was to find something far more unnerving than the peaceful solitude I was seeking. It started innocently enough. I drove out to the camping site, located near a secluded mountain range. The weather was perfect, cool but not cold, with the sun hanging just low enough to cast a soft, golden light over the landscape. The air smelled fresh, earthy, and pure, like pine trees and wildflowers, and I felt at peace. I set up my tent near a small clearing by the edge of the woods. The spot was quiet, tucked away from any main trails, but it still had a good view of the distant mountains. There was a small stream running nearby, which provided a pleasant background noise as I unpacked my gear. The first few hours were typical: setting up my camp, getting a fire going, and cooking a simple meal. The flame from the fire flickered and crackled as I roasted some sausages and heated up beans. I didn't mind being alone. It was exactly what I wanted. I enjoyed the stillness, the slow burn of the evening, and the steady rhythm of the fire. It felt like a moment to just breathe and think, far away from the noise of the city. But as the night crept in, the forest began to change. I had settled into my sleeping bag when I heard something I didn't recognize. A faint rustling noise, like something moving just outside the reach of the firelight. It wasn't a small animal. It was too deliberate, too heavy. I brushed it off at first. Could have been a deer or some other creature, but the sound was constant. The rustling came and went, a little closer each time. Then there was a snap, a twig breaking in the distance, followed by the distinct sound of something large moving through the underbrush. My first instinct was to grab my flashlight, but I stopped myself. I didn't want to draw attention to myself. The thought crossed my mind that it could just be another hiker, though I had heard nothing of the sort since I arrived. The trail wasn't exactly busy, and I hadn't passed anyone on the way in. Still, I remained still, hoping whatever it was would lose interest and go away. But it didn't. The noise continued, steadily creeping closer, until it was unmistakable. Someone or something was nearby. I couldn't see much through the tent fabric, but I could feel the weight of the silence around me. The wind had stopped, and the only sounds left were the distant rustling and the occasional snap of a branch. I checked the time just after midnight. My heart began to race as my thoughts turned darker. What if it wasn't another hiker? What if I wasn't alone out here after all? Then the noise stopped. Complete silence. For what felt like an eternity, nothing moved. I could hear my own breath, shallow and quick in my chest. Felt like the world had frozen, waiting. I was no longer sure if I was imagining things or if something was really out there. The sound of my heartbeat was loud in my ears, and I couldn't stop thinking about the possibility of someone or something lurking just outside. I must have drifted off, exhausted from the tension. But then, just as I thought I had finally calmed down, I was jolted awake by the unmistakable sound of something heavy pressing against the side of my tent. My eyes snapped open, and my breath hitched in my throat. The fabric of the tent pushed inward, as if something had brushed up against it from the outside. I froze, not daring to move a muscle. It wasn't an animal. It was too deliberate. Whatever it was touching my tent, and it wasn't going away. I lay there in the darkness, my mind racing. There was no logical explanation for this. I wasn't in a well-traveled area. This was a remote spot. No one should be here. The hairs on the back of my neck stood up. I waited, my heart pounding in my chest, but there was no sound after that. I decided to act. Slowly, I unzipped the side of my tent, careful not to make a sound, and peeked outside. The fire was still burning low, casting long shadows across the clearing. Everything looked peaceful, but I knew better now. My eyes scanned the darkness, searching the edges of the forest, but there was nothing. Nothing except the oppressive silence. I spent the next few minutes debating whether to pack up and leave, but something held me back. Maybe I was just being paranoid. Maybe it was the wind or an animal that had brushed against the tent. I didn't know, but I decided to stay put for now. I closed the tent, double-checked that everything was zipped up tight, and lay back down, though sleep didn't come easily. For hours, I lay awake, staring at the ceiling of the tent, listening. The wind had picked up again, and the forest seemed alive with its own sounds: crunching leaves, rustling branches, the occasional hoot of an owl. But every time I thought I had relaxed, the memory of the pressure against the tent would flood back into my mind. I could hear the slow, deliberate breathing of something just outside. I couldn't shake the feeling that I wasn't alone. By morning, I was drained. The sun was just beginning to rise, casting a pale light across the camp. The forest was still and quiet, the kind of quiet you only get at dawn. I had no idea how I had managed to sleep, but the tension had lifted slightly. I packed up my things quickly, eager to leave the area behind. As I was breaking down my camp, I noticed something odd. There were footprints, large, deep impressions in the dirt around my tent. They weren't animal tracks. They were too large, too deliberate. The strange thing was that the prints weren't going anywhere. They just stopped right at the edge of my campsite, as if whatever had made them had been standing still, watching me. I froze as I stared at the marks in the dirt, my heart skipping a beat. I didn't waste any more time. I grabbed my gear and began hiking out of the area, quickening my pace as the eerie silence of the forest pressed in on me. The feeling that I was being watched never left, and the rustling from the night before echoed in my mind. It wasn't until I reached the main trail and saw a few hikers in the distance that I allowed myself to breathe again. I never figured out what happened that night. Could have been some strange person trying to get a thrill, or maybe an animal that had gotten a little too curious. But when I looked back on that night, I couldn't shake the feeling that I wasn't meant to be there. Something about that spot in the woods didn't feel right, and I knew deep down that I had just narrowly avoided something that could have ended very differently. It's been a few years since that trip. I still camp, still hike, but I always make sure to stay in more populated areas. I learned something that night. The woods can be beautiful, but they can also be a lot darker than we realize. And sometimes the things that happen in the silence are things we're better off not knowing. And I'll never forget the feeling of not being alone. I never thought camping could be so unsettling, but there I was, sitting in front of a crackling fire under a blanket of stars, feeling like something was off. I'd gone on countless camping trips before, each one a peaceful retreat into the woods to disconnect from the hustle of everyday life. But this time, something didn't feel right. The air was colder than usual, the night darker, and the silence was so thick that even the usual sounds of nature seemed to be holding their breath. I'd picked a spot a few miles off the beaten path, a quiet little clearing that promised solitude and peace. The trail was mostly unused, which should have been a good sign. But now, as I sat there, I wondered if it had been a mistake to come this far out. I was alone, as I usually preferred, my tent set up about 20 feet from the fire. The fire flickered, casting long, dancing shadows on the trees around me. I kept looking over my shoulder, expecting to see something move out of the corner of my eye, but nothing ever did. Still, the feeling lingered. I shook it off, telling myself I was just being paranoid. It was late, and the dark forest always made me a little jumpy. I'd be fine. The wind picked up, rustling the trees and making the flames of the fire flicker wildly. I threw a couple of larger logs onto the fire, watching them crackle and spit, sending embers into the night. The sound of the fire was comforting, familiar, but the wind made it feel like the woods were alive, breathing with me. I leaned back against a nearby rock, staring into the flames. My mind wandered, thinking about everything and nothing, until a noise broke the stillness. It wasn't the wind. It wasn't an animal. It was a faint, distant thud. My heart skipped a beat. My eyes scanned the dark, trying to pinpoint the source, but all I could see were shadows. The forest was still and quiet again, as though the noise had never happened. I waited, but no more sounds came. Maybe it was just the wind, I told myself again, though it didn't sound like wind. Still, I tried to relax, but my senses were on edge now. I pulled my jacket tighter around me, the cold settling into my bones. There was no reason to panic. Just some wild animal or something. It was probably nothing. The crackling fire broke the silence, and I found myself staring at the flames, trying to push the feeling of unease out of my mind. But then the sound came again, this time closer. It was like a heavy step, slow, deliberate. My heart raced, and I stood up, gripping a large branch I'd been using as a makeshift poker for the fire. I looked into the shadows beyond the light of the fire, but there was nothing there. The hairs on the back of my neck stood up as I scanned the darkness. I couldn't shake the feeling that someone, or something, was watching me. I knew it was probably just an animal, a deer or a bear maybe, but the sound felt too deliberate, like it was aware of me. I slowly started gathering my things, not wanting to leave, but knowing I wouldn't be able to relax with that feeling gnawing at me. As I packed up, my eyes kept darting around, catching glimpses of movement at the edge of the firelight. But nothing was there. I was being ridiculous, I told myself. Still, I couldn't shake the feeling. I was halfway through packing when I heard it again, louder now, 2 distinct thuds, followed by something scraping against the ground. I froze. The noise was coming from the opposite side of the clearing. It sounded like something large was moving through the brush, and I could hear twigs snapping underfoot. The air was thick with tension. Without thinking, I grabbed my flashlight and shined it toward the sound. The beam cut through the darkness, revealing nothing but trees and shadows. My heart pounded in my chest as I swung the light back and forth, desperately searching for any sign of movement. But the forest was silent once more. I was beginning to feel ridiculous, but the feeling of being watched didn't go away. Every instinct in my body was screaming at me to leave, but I couldn't bring myself to run. Instead, I finished packing, keeping my eyes trained on the shadows as I moved. When everything was packed away, I took a deep breath, steeling myself. I started to make my way toward the trail, walking quickly but quietly, my flashlight sweeping the ground in front of me. The clearing felt ominously empty now, the fires crackling the only sound in the air. I didn't want to look back, but I couldn't help myself. My footsteps echoed too loudly in the stillness of the night, and that's when I heard it, the unmistakable sound of footsteps following mine, matching my pace. I spun around, but there was nothing, just the trees, the shadows, and the eerie silence. I froze, trying to steady my breath. My mind raced. Was it an animal? Was I just imagining things? But deep down, I knew that wasn't the case. Someone was out there. I started walking faster, my flashlight shaking in my hands as I navigated the trail back toward my car. The sounds of footsteps behind me grew louder, more distinct. I turned quickly, flashing the light behind me, but nothing was there. I wasn't imagining it. Someone or something was following me. Panic surged through me and I broke into a run. The trail twisted and turned, and I barely paid attention to where I was going, only that I needed to get to the car. The noise behind me didn't stop. It was right there, in step with my every movement, never getting closer, but always there. My breath was ragged, and my legs burned, but I couldn't stop. I had to get out of the woods. The sound of my footsteps and the footsteps behind me blended into one as I neared the clearing near the parking lot. The trees seemed to close in around me, the darkness pressing in from all sides. I didn't dare look back anymore. I just ran. Finally, I saw the dim light of my car in the distance, a beacon of safety. I sprinted the last few yards, my heart pounding so loudly I could barely hear anything else. I fumbled with the keys, my hands trembling as I unlocked the door. I dove into the front seat and slammed the door behind me, locking it. The engine roared to life as I sped off down the dirt road, the headlights cutting through the night. I didn't stop until I was miles away from the trail. My heart still raced, and the adrenaline was still pumping through my veins. I kept checking the rearview mirror, half expecting to see something there, but there was nothing. I didn't know what had been out there with me. I didn't know if it was a person or an animal, but I didn't care. I was safe. I'd made it out of the woods. And as I drove home, the weight on my chest slowly lifted, and the tension in my body began to fade. I never went back to that spot in the woods. I don't think I ever will. Sometimes, I still hear footsteps when I'm alone, and the memory of that night lingers in the back of my mind. But I don't tell people about it. Who would believe me anyway? The forest holds its secrets, and some things are better left untouched. All I know is that whatever followed me that night, it was real, and it was waiting. It was supposed to be a relaxing weekend, the kind of escape I needed, far away from work, the noise, and the constant buzz of technology. Just me, the trees, the sound of the wind, and maybe some time to just think or not think at all. I had been looking forward to this solo camping trip for weeks, and as I pulled into the remote campgrounds, I felt that familiar excitement building up inside me. The kind of excitement you feel when you're about to disconnect from everything. I parked my car at the edge of the campground. There were no other cars around, and for a second, I thought that maybe the whole place was abandoned. But I quickly brushed it off. This wasn't a popular site, and that was exactly what I liked about it. I wasn't here for people. I was here to be alone, to just breathe and let go of everything weighing me down. The sun was beginning to dip low in the sky, casting long shadows across the dirt road as I unloaded my gear from the back of my car. I could smell the fresh pine trees and the earth. Everything felt perfect. My tent, sleeping bag, and cooking supplies were all neatly packed. I was only going to stay for a couple of days, just enough time to recharge and clear my head. As I set up camp, the air grew colder, the kind of chill that told you nightfall wasn't far off. The fire pit was already built by whoever had been here last, and I just needed to add some fresh kindling and a couple of logs. The fire crackled to life quickly, and the warmth spread across my face as I sat down in front of it, taking a deep breath. The silence around me was so thick, it almost felt like I could touch it. As I sat there, staring into the flames, my mind started to wander. I was so used to the constant hum of life, people, traffic, notifications. Out here, it was just me. I knew I should be enjoying the solitude, but I couldn't help feeling uneasy. There was something about the quiet that felt different. It wasn't peaceful. It felt expectant, like the world was holding its breath. But I tried to shake the feeling off. I wasn't here to be scared. Night settled in completely, and the stars above shone brightly against the dark canvas of the sky. The fire crackled, sending small sparks into the air. I leaned back against a tree, staring up at the constellations. It was beautiful out here, more beautiful than I had imagined, and for a moment, I forgot all about my unease. Then I heard it, a sound coming from the trees, a rustling. At first, I thought it was an animal, maybe a deer or something small like a raccoon. But the rustling didn't stop. It grew louder, and that's when I felt a cold shiver run down my spine. The hair on the back of my neck stood up. It didn't sound like an animal anymore. It was too deliberate, too rhythmic, like something or someone was moving through the brush on two legs. My heart started to race, and I stood up quickly, grabbing the flashlight from my bag. The beam of light cut through the darkness, but it was hard to see anything beyond the reach of the fire. The rustling stopped, but the feeling of being watched didn't. I swung the flashlight around, scanning the woods, but I couldn't see anything. Nothing. I forced myself to take a deep breath. There was no reason to freak out. Could have been a deer, a bear, or some other animal. Could have been nothing at all. But the feeling wouldn't leave. I decided to call it a night, hoping that sleep would help me shake off the tension. I climbed into my tent and zipped it up, trying to ignore the rustling in the trees that seemed to continue in the distance. I told myself it was just my imagination running wild. After all, I was alone in the wilderness, and that's bound to mess with your head a little. I lay on my sleeping bag, staring at the dark ceiling of the tent, willing myself to relax. But sleep wouldn't come. Every time I started to drift off, I would hear it again, that soft rustling, and sometimes it sounded like something was scratching at the tent. I sat up, listening carefully. The scratching stopped almost immediately, and I thought, for a moment, that I imagined it. But the unease was still there. Then the worst part happened. I heard footsteps, slow, deliberate steps crunching through the leaves, coming closer and closer to my tent. I froze, my breath catching in my throat. I grabbed the flashlight and held it tightly, preparing to shine it through the tent if I needed to. The steps stopped right outside the door of my tent. For what felt like an eternity, nothing moved. My heart pounded in my ears. I wanted to scream, to do something, but I couldn't. I was paralyzed with fear. Finally, the footsteps faded away, retreating back into the woods. I waited for what seemed like hours, too scared to move, too scared to even breathe. But eventually, the night settled back into silence. The rustling in the trees had stopped. The footsteps were gone. The only sound I could hear was the pounding of my heart. In the morning, I woke up to a cold and cloudy day. The sun was hidden behind a thick layer of clouds, and the air felt heavier than it should. I was exhausted, but I had to pack up and leave. Something about the night had made me feel unsafe, and I wasn't going to ignore it. I packed up my tent quickly, moving as fast as I could, trying not to think about what happened the night before. As I was rolling up my sleeping bag, I noticed something strange. There were footprints around the campsite. They were large, far too large to be from any animal I could think of. The toes were distinct and they were clearly human. My stomach dropped. I wasn't alone. Someone had been out there last night. Someone who was watching me. I didn't know who or why, but I couldn't ignore it. There was no sign of anyone now, but the footprints were real. I could feel the fear creeping back up my spine. I had to get out of there. I didn't waste any more time. I packed everything into my car and drove out of the campground, not looking back. The entire drive felt like I was being followed, like the eyes of whoever was out there were still on me. But as I reached the main road, the feeling began to fade. Maybe it was just my mind playing tricks on me. When I got back to my apartment, I couldn't shake the feeling that something had happened out there, something I couldn't explain. But no matter how many times I replayed the events in my head, the truth was clear. I was lucky. I had been scared, sure, but I wasn't hurt. No one followed me back to town. Whoever or whatever was out there, they never came any closer. It was one of those experiences that will stay with me forever. Not because it was supernatural or impossible, but because it was so real. The fear, the isolation, the feeling of being watched. And yet, somehow I came out of it unscathed. I learned to trust my instincts and to be more cautious when venturing into the wilderness alone. But the experience didn't ruin my love for nature. It just made me more aware of the world around me. There are things out there, things you can't always explain, but sometimes you just have to listen to that gut feeling that tells you something's off. I decided to go camping alone. Something about being deep in nature, away from everything, always called to me. I had planned for weeks, packed all my gear meticulously, made sure my tent and sleeping bag were in top condition, and double-checked that I had enough food and water. I wasn't exactly new to camping, but this time I was choosing a more remote spot, an area I'd read about in a few forums, a place people claimed was perfect for solitude, with trails that were barely touched by others. The drive out to the site was long. My car hummed steadily over the winding mountain roads, and I kept glancing at the trees, the dense woods that seemed to close in with every turn. I made it to the parking area at the edge of the trailhead, parked my car, and began hiking up toward my campsite. The air was fresh and crisp, the ground cool underfoot. The forest was quiet except for the occasional rustle of leaves in the wind and the distant call of birds. As I climbed higher, the world below me seemed to disappear, swallowed by the thick forest that surrounded me. I didn't mind the isolation. It felt peaceful, almost sacred, like I was in a different world altogether. After about an hour of hiking, I reached the clearing where I'd set up camp. It was a small, grassy patch surrounded by towering pines. I had a view of a narrow creek that ran a little further down the hill, and the sound of the water flowing gently through the rocks was calming. I set up my tent near the edge of the clearing, made a small fire pit, and unpacked my things. The sun was beginning to dip below the treeline, casting long shadows that made the forest seem darker than usual. As the evening wore on, I settled into my routine. I cooked a simple meal over the fire and sat back, enjoying the solitude. The forest felt like a safe, quiet space, and I could tell that no one had been here in a while. The ground was undisturbed, and the air smelled fresh, untouched by the odors of human activity. I ate slowly, savoring the silence, and watched as the stars began to emerge in the sky. But as the night grew darker, something shifted. I couldn't put my finger on it at first, but there was a subtle tension in the air. The wind picked up a little, rustling the leaves in the trees. Then, just as I was about to finish my meal, I heard something in the distance. It wasn't the usual sounds of the forest. No chirping crickets or scurrying animals. This was different. A low, guttural sound, like something heavy moving through the brush. It didn't sound like an animal, but more like something large and deliberate. I froze, my fork halfway to my mouth. The sound stopped as suddenly as it had started. I sat there, straining my ears, trying to listen for anything else. The forest seemed unnervingly quiet now. My heart was racing, but I tried to convince myself that it was probably just an animal, maybe a bear or a deer. I had read about them being in the area. Still, the noise had sounded wrong. I decided to get up and check the area around my camp, just to be sure. Grabbing my flashlight, I stepped away from the fire and shone the beam into the darkness, scanning the edge of the clearing. Nothing. I walked a little further toward the trees, listening carefully. The only sound now was the creaking of the wind through the branches. After a few minutes of checking the perimeter, I convinced myself that I was just being paranoid. There was no sign of anything out of the ordinary. I returned to my fire, sat down again, and tried to relax. The unease lingered, but the crackling of the fire and the peaceful sound of the creek helped settle my nerves. I decided to turn in early, hoping that a good night's sleep would put the whole thing behind me. But as I crawled into my tent, something strange happened. The moment I zipped myself inside, the atmosphere around me seemed to change. The air grew colder, and the forest outside felt heavier, as though something was watching. I couldn't shake the feeling that I wasn't alone. I lay there, staring at the ceiling of the tent, listening to the sounds of the forest. The wind had died down now, leaving an eerie stillness in its wake. I tried to dismiss the feeling and closed my eyes, but sleep wouldn't come. Every small noise seemed amplified in the silence, and I felt like I was being drawn into a restless, uneasy state of awareness. My mind raced with thoughts of what had made that sound earlier, what could have been out there, and what might happen if I weren't careful. Then, in the middle of the night, I heard it again. That low, rumbling noise. It was closer now, much closer. I sat up, my heart pounding in my chest. This time, I didn't hesitate. I grabbed my flashlight and unzipped the tent, stepping out into the cold night air. My hands shook, but I gripped the flashlight tightly as I scanned the trees. There was nothing there, but the feeling was undeniable. Something was wrong. Something had changed in the forest, and it wasn't just the sounds. It was the atmosphere itself. The usual peace I had felt earlier had been replaced by a sense of dread, a weight that pressed down on me from all sides. I knew I had to get out of there. I packed my things as quickly as I could, trying to stay calm. The sounds outside had stopped, but the feeling of being watched only grew stronger. My instincts screamed at me to leave. I grabbed my backpack, shoved the tent into its bag without worrying about folding it properly, and hurriedly made my way back to the trailhead. The darkness seemed thicker now, like the forest was closing in on me. But as I made my way down the trail, the feeling of being followed never went away. My mind was racing, each step feeling heavier than the last. The wind picked up again, rustling the trees in a way that made me jump at every sound. Every time I stopped to listen, it felt like something was just out of sight, hiding in the shadows, waiting for me to make a mistake. By the time I reached the parking area, the sun had just begun to rise. The first light of dawn cast long shadows over the clearing, and the forest, which had seemed so alive and full of promise the day before, now seemed empty and ominous. I didn't care to look back as I climbed into my car and drove away. The feeling of being watched lingered, but I didn't look back to see if anything followed. It was supposed to be a relaxing weekend. My friends and I had planned a camping trip for months, making sure we had everything: tents, sleeping bags, food, and even a portable stove for cooking. The weather was perfect, sunny with a gentle breeze, and the forest was alive with the sounds of birds and rustling leaves. It seemed like the ideal place to unwind, get away from the noise of everyday life, and spend some time in nature. But little did I know that this trip would end up testing everything I thought I knew about the wilderness. We arrived at the campsite around noon, after a long drive through winding mountain roads. The forest was thick with tall pine trees, and the air smelled fresh and earthy. The campsite itself was secluded, far from the nearest town, tucked away between two steep hills. It had a fire pit, a few flat areas for tents, and a small creek running through the woods just a short walk away. We set up our camp quickly, the tents going up without any problems. It felt like the perfect spot, isolated enough to feel like an adventure but still accessible. My friends and I joked around as we set up the campfire, unpacked the cooler, and organized our supplies. It was peaceful, almost too peaceful. The kind of silence that felt calming but, in hindsight, should have made me more cautious. As the sun began to set, we gathered around the fire to cook our dinner. The flames crackled, casting a warm glow on the surrounding trees, and the sky turned an orange hue. We were all in good spirits, talking and laughing, enjoying the moment. But just as we were finishing our meal, I noticed something odd, a sound. It was faint at first, just a rustle in the trees, but it quickly grew louder. I looked around, trying to pinpoint the source, but everything seemed still. No one else had heard it yet, but there was something about the way the sound moved, almost deliberate. It didn't feel like a typical animal, more like something. Watching, I brushed it off, telling myself it was probably just the wind or a deer moving through the brush. Still, I couldn't shake the feeling that something wasn't right. As the night wore on, the sound continued. A faint rustle in the trees, just out of sight. It wasn't constant, but it was enough to make me uneasy. I tried to distract myself by chatting with my friends, but every time there was a break in the conversation, I would hear it again, closer this time. After a while, my friends seemed to notice my unease. One of them, Alex, suggested we go for a short walk down to the creek to get some fresh air. I wasn't thrilled about the idea, but I didn't want to seem paranoid, so I agreed. The moon was high by then, casting pale light over the forest floor. We walked in silence, the sound of our boots crunching on the dirt path the only noise. As we approached the creek, I noticed something strange. The water, which had been flowing gently earlier, was now unnaturally still. It wasn't frozen, just stagnant. I stood at the edge of the creek, staring at the water. The stillness of it felt wrong, like something was off. Alex mentioned how quiet the woods had become, too. Normally, you'd hear insects or small animals scurrying around at night, but all we could hear was the occasional rustling in the trees, a sound that had started to make my skin crawl. We stood there for a moment, just listening, when suddenly, I heard it again, a branch snapping in the distance, followed by something heavier crashing through the underbrush. My heart skipped a beat. This wasn't a deer. It was too loud, too purposeful. I quickly turned to Alex, but he didn't seem to notice. He was busy looking at the creek, his back turned to the forest. My gut twisted in warning, but I didn't want to scare him, so I just pulled him by the sleeve. "Let's go back," I said, my voice strained. "I think we should head back to camp." Alex looked at me, surprised but not questioning. "Yeah, sure, let's go." We turned and started walking back, but I couldn't shake the feeling that we weren't alone. The rustling in the trees had stopped, replaced by an eerie silence, and the air felt colder, heavier. Every step I took seemed to echo in the quiet night, and I found myself looking over my shoulder more often than I should have. When we got back to camp, things felt different. The fire was still going, but the warmth it gave off didn't seem as comforting as before. The others were talking, laughing, unaware of the tension I felt. I didn't want to ruin the mood, so I kept quiet, but I kept my eyes on the trees, scanning for any sign of movement. That night, as we sat around the fire, I couldn't relax. The sound of something moving in the woods was now constant, faint but persistent. It came from different directions, sometimes close, sometimes far, but always there. I didn't want to alarm my friends, but the feeling of being watched was overwhelming. It wasn't until I noticed a shadow moving just beyond the reach of the firelight that I couldn't hold it in any longer. "Do you guys hear that?" I asked, my voice shaking. Everyone fell silent, listening. There was a pause, and then one of my friends, Rachel, shrugged. "It's probably just animals. This is the woods, after all." But I knew it wasn't just animals. This was different. Something wasn't right. I couldn't explain it, but I could feel it in my bones. I didn't know who or what it was, but we weren't alone. The night dragged on in uneasy silence. Eventually, we all went to bed, each of us retreating into our tents. I lay in my sleeping bag, wide awake, listening to every creak of the tent and every snap of a twig outside. I didn't sleep a wink that night, my mind racing with thoughts of whatever was out there. The next morning, I was exhausted, but there was no way I was staying in that camp another night. We needed to leave, and I didn't care if it was early in the morning. I made up my mind that we were packing up and heading back to civilization. I tried to convince my friends, but they were skeptical. They thought I was just being paranoid. "It was probably a bear," Alex said. "There's nothing to worry about." But I couldn't shake the feeling. It wasn't just the noises, it was the way everything felt wrong. The air, the silence, the way the shadows seemed to move on their own. Whatever it wasn't just an animal. It was something else. I couldn't convince anyone to leave, so I decided to pack up by myself. I started gathering our things, quickly stuffing everything into the car as fast as I could. I wasn't going to wait for anyone. The sooner I got out of that forest, the better. Just as I was about to load the last of our gear into the car, I heard it again. A sharp crack, followed by the unmistakable sound of something heavy moving through the trees. It was close this time, so close that I could feel the vibrations in the ground. My heart raced and my stomach churned. I didn't look around. I didn't want to know what it was. I just jumped into the car, slammed the door shut, and started the engine. I wasn't waiting for anyone else. I drove out of the campsite without looking back. The roads were winding and narrow, and the trees loomed on either side, but I didn't care. I just had to get out. My hands were gripping the wheel so tightly my knuckles turned white. The drive felt endless, but eventually, I reached the main road. When I looked in the rearview mirror, I could see the forest stretching behind me, dark and still. But it wasn't just the trees that unsettled me. It was the fact that I had made it out, that I was safe, and yet I still felt like something was following me. By the time I reached the nearest town, the sun had risen, and I felt the tension finally start to ease. I stopped at a diner to grab some coffee, and as I sat there, trying to calm my nerves, I overheard a conversation at the next table. "You heard about the missing campers, right?" one man said to his friend. "They found their camp abandoned. No sign of them, just some messed up tracks leading into the woods." I froze. My stomach dropped. The man went on to describe how the authorities had been looking for the missing campers for days, but there was no sign of a struggle. No clues, nothing. It was like they had just vanished. I didn't need to hear more. I paid for my coffee, walked out of the diner, and got back in my car. As I drove away, I couldn't shake the feeling that whatever had been out there in the woods had been watching me the whole time, waiting for the right moment. I never went camping again. I had been looking forward to this camping trip for months. After a long stretch of working 12-hour shifts, I needed a break. I needed some time away from the constant noise of the city, the rush of traffic, and the endless responsibilities. My plan was simple: take my gear, hike up to a secluded spot in the mountains, set up camp, and enjoy some quiet time. No distractions, no pressure, just me and the wilderness. I drove up to the trailhead early in the morning, the sun barely poking over the hills. The air was cool and crisp, a welcome change from the sticky, polluted air of the city. I could hear birds singing, the gentle rustling of leaves in the wind. The trail was a well-worn path, used by hikers and campers alike, but the farther I got from the trailhead, the fewer people I encountered. That was exactly what I wanted. By midday, I had hiked several miles up the mountain, my legs beginning to feel the strain. The forest was dense, but not too dark. Light filtered through the leaves, casting a pleasant, dappled shadow across the trail. I kept a steady pace, enjoying the solitude. Every once in a while, I would stop, take a sip of water, and listen. The silence was soothing, interrupted only by the occasional call of a bird or the scurrying of a small animal through the underbrush. Around mid-afternoon, I found a small clearing near a stream, the perfect spot to set up camp. It was peaceful, with a view of the mountains in the distance. I dropped my pack and started setting up my tent, enjoying the simple task of arranging everything just right. There was something calming about the repetitive nature of camping. Setting up the tent, starting the fire, preparing food. It felt good to be away from everything, just existing in the moment. As the sun began to set, I sat by the fire, warming my hands as the temperature dropped. The crackling of the wood was the only sound breaking the stillness. I made a simple meal, nothing fancy, just some freeze-dried pasta and a cup of tea. It was more about the experience than the food. I felt content, happy to be out here in the wild, away from the chaos of everyday life. But as night settled in, a strange feeling started to creep over me. It was subtle at first, just an odd sensation that I wasn't alone. I shrugged it off. Of course, there were animals around, maybe a deer or a raccoon. This wasn't unusual in the wilderness. I glanced around the clearing, but nothing seemed out of the ordinary. Still, the feeling didn't go away. It lingered, creeping up my spine as I sat by the fire. I convinced myself it was just the dark playing tricks on me. I threw another log on the fire and pulled my jacket tighter around me. The wind had picked up, rustling the branches overhead. For a moment, I thought I heard something, footsteps, maybe, but when I looked around, there was nothing. The forest was silent again, save for the occasional rustle of the wind. I tried to ignore the unease growing inside me, focusing on the fire instead, but the feeling wouldn't leave. Every now and then, I thought I caught a glimpse of movement from the corner of my eye, shadows shifting in the trees. But when I turned to look directly, there was nothing. My mind started to race, playing tricks on me, no doubt. After all, I had been hiking all day. The exhaustion was probably getting to me. The night stretched on, and I began to feel more and more uncomfortable. I had planned to sleep under the stars, but now I couldn't shake the feeling that something, or someone, was out there. I told myself to go to bed, to close my eyes and sleep it off. But just as I was about to climb into my tent, I heard it again, the sound of footsteps. This time they were closer. I froze, my heart pounding. I held my breath, straining to hear. The footsteps were slow, deliberate, like something was walking around the edge of my camp. I couldn't see anything, but I felt it, the presence just beyond the reach of the firelight. My mind raced with possibilities, none of them comforting. The wind picked up again, making it harder to hear clearly. I strained my ears, trying to make out any distinct sounds. The footsteps continued, moving closer to the campfire. My heart was in my throat now, and I fought the urge to run. What if it was another hiker, lost or looking for help? Or worse, what if it was something else, something that didn't belong? I grabbed a flashlight from my pack, my hand trembling as I turned it on. The beam cut through the darkness, illuminating the trees around me. But there was nothing. No movement, no figures. The footsteps had stopped. I couldn't shake the feeling that someone, or something, was still watching me, hidden in the shadows. I stayed by the fire, too afraid to go to my tent, but too terrified to leave. The night dragged on in silence, but I couldn't relax. Every little noise made me jump. Every rustle in the bushes made my skin crawl. I couldn't shake the sensation that I was being hunted, that something was out there, waiting for the right moment to strike. Finally, as the hours passed, I managed to fall into a fitful sleep, the fire burning low beside me. The next morning, I woke up early, the air cold and crisp. I felt exhausted, drained by the events of the night. I packed up quickly, eager to leave the strange, unsettling camp behind. As I packed my gear, I noticed something that made my blood run cold. The ground around my tent was disturbed, as though someone had been walking around it during the night. I couldn't remember hearing anyone approach, but the evidence was right there in front of me. There were no animal tracks, no signs of anything natural. It was like someone had deliberately been circling my camp. I tried to rationalize it. Maybe it was a bear or some other animal. But the feeling of being watched, the footsteps, the disturbed ground, none of it made sense. I had been alone, or so I thought. I hiked out of the woods that morning, my senses on high alert. The eerie quiet of the forest had never felt so suffocating. As I made my way back down the trail, I spotted a couple of hikers heading up, their packs heavy, their spirits high. They looked at me, their faces confused as I passed by. They didn't know that something had happened out there in the woods, something I couldn't explain. I made it back to my car by midday, the sun shining brightly now, as if nothing had ever happened. But I couldn't shake the unease that had settled deep in my bones. I hadn't seen anyone, hadn't heard anything that would explain the strange events of the night. And yet, I knew what I felt. The presence out there in the woods, the footsteps, the feeling of being watched. It was real. As I drove away from the trailhead, the forest behind me grew smaller in my rearview mirror. I couldn't wait to get home, to wash off the dirt and the tension, to forget about the fear that had haunted me. But as I passed a small cabin along the road, I saw something that made my heart stop. A figure standing at the edge of the trees, just beyond the clearing. I blinked, and the figure was gone. I wasn't sure if it had been real or just another trick my mind had played on me, but I didn't stop to find out. I drove straight home, my hands gripping the wheel tightly, my mind racing. Maybe it was just a person out for a walk, or maybe it was something else. I would never know for sure. But one thing was clear. That night in the woods had changed something in me. Something deep, something I couldn't shake. And no matter how much time passed, I knew I'd never be able to forget the feeling of being watched in the dark. It was supposed to be just another weekend getaway, a simple camping trip to get away from the hustle and bustle of life. Just me, my gear, and the great outdoors. No distractions, no people, just peace and quiet. At least that's what I thought. I had planned everything carefully. A nice, quiet campsite deep in the woods, far from any popular trails or touristy spots. The kind of place where no one would bother me. The plan was simple. Just a 2-night stay in my tent to clear my head and enjoy the beauty of nature. I arrived at the site on a Friday afternoon, just as the sun was beginning to dip below the horizon. The air was crisp, and a light breeze rustled the leaves, creating a soothing sound that felt almost like a welcome. The campsite was perfect, just as I remembered it from the last time I visited. It was tucked between a line of tall pines, with a small, shallow stream running nearby. The ground was soft, and the air smelled fresh, like earth and pine needles. There was no one around for miles, and that was exactly how I liked it. Setting up camp went smoothly. I pitched my tent with ease, unrolled my sleeping bag, and arranged my gear neatly. After that, I spent some time gathering firewood for the night. As the fire crackled to life, I sat back on a large rock, basking in the warmth of the flames. The sky turned dark, and the stars began to appear, lighting up the sky in a way that I hadn't seen in ages. I cooked a simple meal, ate it slowly, and then sat back, letting the sounds of the forest surround me. The crackling fire, the occasional hoot of an owl in the distance, the rustle of animals moving through the underbrush. It was all so calming. I hadn't planned to do anything too intense that night. I was tired, so I made myself comfortable near the fire and let the warmth wash over me. The evening was calm, peaceful, and, as far as I could tell, uneventful. It felt like a perfect escape. But then, as the fire began to burn down to embers, I noticed something strange. The sounds of the forest seemed to change. At first, it was subtle. The owls stopped hooting, and the rustling of the trees grew quieter. I chalked it up to the natural rhythm of the night. Maybe the animals had moved on or the wind had shifted. But there was a strange feeling creeping up my spine, an uneasy sensation that I couldn't shake. I tried to dismiss it. After all, I had camped here before. I had never been bothered by anything. But tonight felt different. I couldn't explain why. I decided to head into my tent and try to get some sleep. I extinguished the fire completely, leaving only a faint glow from the dying embers. As I crawled into my sleeping bag, I pulled the flaps of the tent shut and settled in for the night. The air outside was colder now, and I could hear the occasional snap of a twig, but nothing that seemed out of the ordinary. It was just the forest, right? But then it started. A low, distant noise, a sort of tapping. It wasn't the sound of a branch swaying or an animal moving through the underbrush. It was rhythmic, almost deliberate. Tap, tap, tap. I couldn't place where it was coming from. The sound was faint, but it was there. And it wasn't fading away. It was constant. I sat up in my sleeping bag, trying to listen more closely. Tap, tap, tap. The sound was getting closer. I held my breath, straining to hear, and then nothing. It stopped. My heart was pounding in my chest, and I couldn't figure out if I had imagined it. Maybe it was just the wind playing tricks on me, or an animal trying to get to the food I had left out. Still, I couldn't shake the feeling that something was wrong. I stayed up for what felt like hours, my mind racing. The tapping never returned, but there was something else in the air now. It was heavy, suffocating, like the forest itself was holding its breath. Eventually, I must have drifted off, but it was a restless sleep. Every little noise outside the tent made me jolt awake, my heart racing again, only to find the woods silent. The next morning, I woke up to a brilliant sunrise. The light filtered through the trees, casting long, soft shadows across the forest floor. The air was cool but fresh, and the birds were singing their usual songs. But despite the peaceful morning, I couldn't shake the unease that had followed me from the night before. I decided to pack up my things and head out for a short hike. Maybe it would help clear my mind. I stashed my gear back in the car and set off along the trail. It was a familiar path, one I had hiked many times. As I walked, I tried to focus on the beauty around me. The way the light danced through the trees, the crunch of leaves beneath my boots. I wasn't far from the campsite when I noticed something odd. There, on the ground just off the trail, was a small pile of broken branches. It wasn't a natural-looking pile. Someone had arranged them that way deliberately. I stopped in my tracks. The hair on the back of my neck stood up as I examined the pile. It didn't look like something an animal would do, and it didn't seem like an accident. My first instinct was to turn around and head back, but I pushed that thought aside. It was probably just some other camper who had been here before me. Still, the fact that I couldn't explain it bothered me. I continued on, my steps slower now. The further I walked, the more I noticed things that didn't add up. Twisted branches on the trees, broken leaves on the ground, and marks on the bark that seemed too deliberate to be caused by animals. I couldn't explain it, but it felt like someone, or something, was watching me. It was as if the forest itself had turned on me, and I was no longer alone. By the time I made it back to camp, the unease had turned into a sense of outright dread. I didn't know why, but everything felt off. The wind had picked up, and the trees swayed ominously above me. I quickly packed up my tent, gathered my things, and made the decision to leave. But when I tried to start the car, nothing happened. The engine turned over but wouldn't start. I tried again, but there was still no luck. Panic surged through me as I realized I was stuck. I wasn't sure what had caused the car to fail, but I knew one thing for sure. I wasn't going to stay out here another night. I decided to hike back to the nearest town, hoping to find help. The hike was long, but it was my only option. Hours passed as I made my way through the woods, the sun starting to dip below the horizon. It wasn't long before the forest grew darker, and the once comforting sounds of the trees and animals became unsettling. Each snap of a twig, each rustle in the bushes made me jump, but I pushed on, determined to reach help. Then, as I was crossing a small creek, I saw something up ahead. A figure. It was standing still, just out of sight behind a thick patch of trees. I froze in my tracks, heart pounding, every instinct telling me to run. But there was nowhere to hide. The figure didn't move. I watched it for what felt like an eternity, and then, just as suddenly as it had appeared, it was gone. I didn't hesitate anymore. I ran. I ran as fast as I could, not stopping until I reached the edge of the woods. When I finally made it to the road, I collapsed onto the gravel, gasping for breath. A few passing cars slowed down, but I didn't care. I just needed to be away from the forest, away from whatever had been following me. That in the end, I never did find out what was out there. Maybe it was just the isolation messing with my head. Maybe there was something in the woods I didn't understand, something that didn't want me there. Either way, I was lucky to make it out alive. I've never been back to that campsite, and I never will. Some things are better left unexplored. I had always loved camping. Growing up in Vermont, the woods were my playground. I would spend weekends in the thick of it, learning how to navigate through trees, set up tents, and build fires. It became second nature, the way my mind would slip into survival mode without me even realizing it. But that night, everything went wrong. Something changed, something I couldn't explain. And though I had always been confident in my skills, I realized that night I wasn't as invincible as I thought. It all started with a solo trip I had planned to a secluded site near a mountain lake. I wanted to get away from the chaos of everyday life, to just be alone in nature for a few days. I wasn't new to this, not by a long shot. I knew the risks, but it was one of those things where the rewards of being alone in nature outweighed the fears. The first day was perfect. Clear skies, the sound of the wind rustling through the trees, the smell of pine filling the air. I hiked for miles, found a great spot near the edge of the lake, and set up my camp. The sun set beautifully, casting an orange glow across the water, and I thought to myself that this was exactly where I was meant to be. As night settled in, the air grew colder. The stars started to come out one by one, their light reflecting off the still water. I made a fire, sat back, and watched the flames dance, thinking about the many nights I'd spent just like this, alone and at peace. The crackling of the fire was the only sound, and I was content. But then, something changed. I don't know when it started, but I noticed it around the time the wind shifted. The air felt thicker, heavier, like it was pressing down on me. I didn't think much of it at first. After all, the forest is full of strange noises. Branches creaking, animals moving through the underbrush, the occasional snap of a twig. But this time, the sounds were different. They were closer, more deliberate. Something wasn't right. I tried to brush it off, but the sense of being watched wouldn't leave. I kept glancing over my shoulder, half expecting to see someone standing there, but there was nothing. No figures, no shadows. The firelight illuminated the surrounding trees in a soft glow, and I reassured myself that it was nothing, just my imagination running wild. But then, there was a sound I couldn't ignore. It was the unmistakable crunch of footsteps on the dry forest floor. They were slow and steady, not the quick, erratic movements of an animal, but the deliberate pacing of a person. My heart rate quickened, but I didn't panic. I grabbed the flashlight from my backpack and shone it around the camp, but there was no one there. I waited for a few moments, listening carefully. The footsteps had stopped, but the air felt unnaturally still. Even the wind had died down. I felt exposed, vulnerable, and a deep sense of unease crept up my spine. I told myself to calm down. It was probably just another camper, maybe someone out for a late-night walk. There were no other campsites nearby, but it wasn't completely out of the question. The night stretched on, but sleep wouldn't come. I kept hearing those same footsteps, faint but distinct, coming from the trees just beyond my camp. It was as if they were moving in circles, getting closer but never quite appearing in the light. I couldn't shake the feeling that someone, or something, was out there. Finally, I decided to check it out. I grabbed my knife, a flashlight, and my pack, then stepped into the woods. The shadows seemed to stretch unnaturally long, and the trees, normally welcoming and comforting, now loomed over me like silent sentinels, their branches swaying with a strange rhythm. I walked for what felt like miles, following the crunch of the footsteps, but every time I thought I was getting closer, they seemed to recede, always just out of reach. The woods had an eerie quiet to them now, and the sound of my own breathing felt too loud in the stillness. After what felt like hours of walking, I reached a clearing. The moon was high, casting a pale glow over the scene. But what I saw there stopped me dead in my tracks. There, in the middle of the clearing, was a figure. A man standing perfectly still, staring directly at me. He wasn't facing the firelight of my camp. No, he was facing away from it, his back turned, as if he was waiting for me. My breath caught in my throat, and every muscle in my body screamed to turn and run. But I didn't. I stood frozen, staring at the man, waiting for him to make a move. I wanted to shout, to demand who he was and why he was there, but I couldn't make a sound. 1,000 thoughts raced through my mind. What if he wasn't alone? What if he was dangerous? What if I had walked right into a trap? I took a slow step back, trying to keep my breathing steady. But as I moved, the man suddenly turned to face me. His eyes were wide open, and there was something almost unnatural about the way he stared. His face was gaunt, his skin pale as though he hadn't seen the sun in years. His clothes were torn, and there was a strange, dark stain on his shirt. It looked like blood, but I couldn't tell for sure from the distance. Then he moved. It wasn't a quick movement, but it was sudden. He lunged forward, stumbling towards me. I barely had time to react before I was running. My heart hammered in my chest as I sprinted back through the trees, the sound of his heavy breathing behind me. I knew I couldn't outrun him, not with the terrain, not with the exhaustion starting to weigh on my legs. I made it back to my camp somehow, my lungs burning and my mind racing. I didn't stop to think. I grabbed my tent, stuffed it into my pack, and began tearing down the camp as quickly as I could. The sounds of footsteps grew louder, but they weren't following me. They were circling around the perimeter of the camp. My eyes darted around, scanning the trees for any sign of the man. That's when I realized something. He wasn't alone. There were more figures now, emerging from the shadows, surrounding me. I was trapped. I didn't have a plan. I didn't have time to think. I had to get out. I grabbed my things and ran again, but this time, I wasn't heading back the way I came. I took a different path, one I hadn't noticed before, one that led deeper into the woods. It wasn't a road or a trail, just a narrow gap between the trees that seemed to open up ahead of me. I ran for what felt like hours, my body exhausted and my mind in overdrive. I stumbled, tripping on roots and rocks, but I didn't stop. Couldn't stop. I knew if I did, if I slowed down, I wouldn't make it out. Eventually, I saw a break in the trees. Clearing. My heart leapt with relief. It wasn't much, but it was something. I burst into the clearing and saw what I had been hoping for. A trail. A real trail. It was old, overgrown, but it was there. With all the strength I had left, I followed it, not looking back, not stopping to catch my breath. I didn't dare to look over my shoulder, didn't dare to make a sound. I just ran. By the time I emerged from the woods, the sun was starting to rise. The first light of dawn was breaking through the trees, casting a soft glow on the path ahead. My legs felt like they were made of lead, and I could barely keep my eyes open. But I had made it. I had survived. The campsite was a distant memory now, nothing but a blur of fear and adrenaline. I didn't care about anything else at that moment, just getting to safety. I made it back to the nearest town by morning, shaky but alive. The sheriff didn't believe my story at first, thought I was just another camper with an overactive imagination. But when they found the campsite, abandoned and in disarray, they started to listen. They never found anyone, no trace of the man, no sign of the others. And though I've never been back to that part of the woods, I still sometimes hear footsteps at night. Not close, but just enough to make me question if I'm ever truly alone out here. But I know one thing for sure. I'll never forget the feeling of being hunted. And I'll never forget the night I was trapped in the wilderness. It's a feeling that stays with you, no matter how far you run. I had always loved the idea of camping. Growing up, I spent a lot of time in the woods, hiking, fishing, and exploring the quiet corners of the forests near my home. It was my way of escaping the noise of life, the hum of the city, and the constant pressure of work. So when I had a few days off, I decided to head out to a remote spot in the wilderness for some alone time. I wanted peace, just the trees, the sounds of nature, and nothing else. I didn't tell anyone exactly where I was going. It wasn't that I didn't trust people. It was just that I liked being alone in nature, away from the world. I'd chosen a spot far off the beaten path, a small clearing by a creek deep in the forest. The kind of place you don't find unless you've spent a lot of time hiking and know the land well. I figured it would be perfect. It would be me, the forest, and maybe a few wild animals to keep me company. I packed my gear carefully. A small tent, sleeping bag, a few days worth of food, and my trusty knife. I didn't bring a gun or anything too heavy because I knew I wouldn't need it. This was supposed to be a time of reflection and peace, not worry or danger. The last thing on my mind was that I would need protection, though the thought of bears did cross my mind for a second, but I reassured myself that I would be fine. The hike to my destination was long. The forest was dense, with towering trees and thick underbrush. The path was narrow, sometimes disappearing entirely, forcing me to navigate through the foliage. Felt like an adventure. With every step, the sounds of the world around me faded into the background. All I could hear was the rustling of leaves and the occasional call of birds. The air smelled of pine, damp earth, and the coolness of the forest floor. After a few hours, I finally arrived at the clearing. It was beautiful, exactly what I'd hoped for. The creek ran gently through the middle of the clearing, its waters sparkling in the light filtering through the canopy above. The ground was soft and mossy, perfect for setting up a tent. I immediately set to work, carefully unpacking my things and setting up camp. It felt so good to be there, away from everything, surrounded by nothing but nature. As the evening wore on, I cooked a simple meal over the campfire, the smell of sizzling food mixing with the crisp, cool air. The fire crackled and popped, sending sparks into the darkening sky. The sound of the creek flowing nearby was soothing, and the stars slowly began to appear overhead as the night deepened. It was peaceful, and for the first time in a while, I felt like I could relax. The solitude was exactly what I needed. I sat by the fire for a while, staring into the flames, letting my mind wander. After a while, I put out the fire and crawled into my tent, settling into my sleeping bag. I was tired, but in a good way. The kind of tired that comes from a day well spent in the outdoors. I drifted off to sleep to the sound of the creek and the occasional rustle of leaves in the wind. The night wasn't as peaceful as it had seemed. Around midnight, I woke up to a sound, a distant snap of a twig. At first, I thought it was just an animal, maybe a deer or some other forest creature. But then, there was another snap. This time, it was closer. My heart rate picked up, and I lay still, listening intently. The creek's soothing sound had disappeared, replaced by an eerie silence. It wasn't normal for the forest to be this quiet at night. I had spent enough time outdoors to know that the animals were usually active, even at night. But now, nothing. No rustling, no barges, no insects, just silence. Then I heard it again, a faint crunching of leaves, the sound of something moving just outside my tent. My mind raced. Could be an animal, but it didn't feel like one. There was something deliberate about the movement, something unnatural. A bear or a deer wouldn't move like that. The thought of someone else being out there in the wilderness, in the middle of nowhere, sent a chill down my spine. I had heard stories about people getting lost in the woods, about hikers who wandered off the trail and never returned. Was I in danger? I waited in the dark, trying to control my breathing. Every muscle in my body was tense. The sound was coming from the edge of the clearing, just beyond the reach of my tent. I couldn't see anything, but the hair on the back of my neck stood up. I had a sinking feeling that I wasn't alone anymore. The noise continued for a while, moving in a slow, deliberate circle around my campsite. Whoever or whatever was out there seemed to know exactly where I was, and they weren't making any effort to hide. It wasn't the kind of sound an animal makes when it's trying to sneak around. It was the sound of something walking, almost as if it was waiting for me to make a move. I had no idea what to do. Should I call for help? I didn't have a signal out here. My phone was useless. I wasn't sure if I could even make it out of the forest safely at night. The last thing I wanted was to make noise and draw attention to myself. I had to be smart about this. I waited in silence, hoping the figure would move on. But it didn't. It lingered, moving slowly around my tent. I could hear it breathing, shallow and measured, as if it was trying to stay quiet but was failing. Then I heard something worse. A voice, a low, gruff whisper. It was barely audible, but it was there. And it wasn't coming from far away. It was right outside my tent. I froze, my heart pounding in my chest. The whisper wasn't words I could understand. It sounded like a series of guttural noises, like someone was trying to speak in a language that wasn't human. The air around me felt thick, like I was suffocating. I could feel my pulse in my ears, my hands clammy with sweat. I thought about grabbing my knife, but the thought of confronting whoever or whatever was out there terrified me. I had to make a decision. Stay still and hope it would leave, or do something and risk drawing attention. My mind raced through the possibilities, each one worse than the last. Finally, I decided to risk it. I grabbed my flashlight and flicked it on, shining it at the entrance of the tent. For a second, there was nothing. No movement, no sound. But then I saw it. Something shifting in the darkness, just beyond the edge of my tent. It was a shadow, but it was large, too large for an animal. My breath caught in my throat. I had to get out of there. I didn't care if I left my gear behind. I just needed to run. I shoved open the flap of the tent and scrambled to my feet. The flashlight beam jerked around wildly, but I didn't care. I ran. I didn't look back. I just ran, crashing through the underbrush, my heart in my throat. The branches of trees slapped at my face, the ground uneven beneath my feet. I was disoriented, my breath ragged, but I kept running. The sound of something behind me, footsteps, moving faster, pushed me forward. It was getting closer, but I didn't stop, couldn't stop. I pushed myself harder, faster, until finally, I burst out of the trees and onto the trail. I didn't stop running until I reached the main road. I didn't look back once. When I finally reached my car, breathless and shaking, I fumbled for the keys, my hands trembling. I unlocked the door and jumped in, slamming it shut behind me. I started the engine and drove away, my eyes darting nervously to the rearview mirror, half expecting to see something or someone following me. It wasn't until I was safely back in the city that I started to calm down. I could still hear the sound of those footsteps echoing in my mind, but no matter how much I thought about it, I couldn't make sense of what had happened. There were no signs of anything, no footprints, no broken branches, nothing to explain what I had heard, what I had felt. The forest was silent again, and so was I, but I didn't go back to that place. Couldn't. There was something out there, something that was watching, and it wasn't just an animal. I come for peace, but I left with more questions than answers. Whatever it was, it had been waiting for me, and I wasn't sure it was done yet. I had always loved camping. The smell of pine trees, the crisp night air, and the crackling of a campfire were things I looked forward to every year. This time, I decided to go on a solo trip. I figured it would be a good chance to get away from everything: work, the constant noise of the city, and the demands of everyday life. Just me, my backpack, and a quiet forest. The plan was simple. I'd head out to a remote area I'd researched online, pitch my tent by a small lake, and spend a few days hiking, fishing, and relaxing. It was supposed to be a peaceful retreat. Little did I know it would become a test of my will to survive. The drive to the campsite was long, but the scenery was breathtaking. Winding mountain roads led me deeper into the forest, the trees thickening as I ascended. The air grew cooler, and I felt a sense of calm wash over me. I parked my car at the trailhead, slung my backpack over my shoulder, and started the hike to the campsite. The trail was narrow, the ground uneven, but nothing too challenging. The excitement of being out there, surrounded by nature, kept me going. After a couple of hours of hiking, I finally reached the lake. It was even more beautiful than I had imagined. Clear, still water reflecting the towering trees and the sky above. The quietness was almost overwhelming, like the forest was holding its breath. I set up camp near the water's edge, enjoying the solitude and the serenity. I was far enough away from any other hikers or campsites that I didn't expect to see anyone for the next few days. It was just me and the wilderness. The first night was peaceful. I sat by the campfire, roasting marshmallows and listening to the distant sounds of nature. The crackling of the fire was comforting, and as I looked up at the stars, I felt small in the best way. There was no rush, no pressure, just the freedom to do whatever I wanted. As the fire burned low, I crawled into my tent, zipped it up, and fell asleep, the sounds of the forest lulling me into a deep rest. But the next morning, things started to feel a little off. I woke up early, as usual, and went about my routine, boiling water for coffee, stretching, and preparing for a hike. The air had a strange chill to it, even though the sun had risen. It wasn't unbearable, just a little unsettling. I tried to shake it off, telling myself that it was just the mountain air, but the feeling lingered. After a quick breakfast, I decided to head out for a hike along the lake. The trail wasn't marked, but I had a general idea of where I wanted to go. The trees around the lake were dense, and the trail often disappeared into thick underbrush. As I walked, I couldn't shake the feeling that I was being watched. I kept looking over my shoulder, half expecting to see someone behind me, but there was nothing, just the silent forest. The sense of unease grew as the day went on. I started noticing little things. Footprints in the mud that looked fresher than they should have been, branches that seemed to move in the corner of my vision, even though there was no wind. At first, I chalked it up to my imagination. I was in the middle of the woods, after all, and it wasn't unusual for animals to leave tracks. But as the day wore on, the feeling of being watched didn't fade. If anything, it grew stronger. I decided to head back to camp, figuring I'd spend enough time on the trail for one day. When I returned, I found that something was off. My tent, which I had carefully set up when I left, was slightly moved, as though someone had disturbed it. I didn't remember leaving it like that. I thought it could have been the wind, but there had been no breeze all day. I double-checked the campsite, making sure everything else was in place. My food stash was undisturbed, and my gear seemed untouched, but I couldn't shake the feeling that something wasn't right. That night, I sat by the fire again, trying to calm myself. The forest felt so still it was almost unnatural. Even the usual sounds of wildlife seemed to be muted, as if everything was holding its breath, waiting for something to happen. As the fire burned low and I retreated to my tent, I heard a noise, a rustling in the bushes just outside the camp. My heart skipped a beat, and I sat up straight in the dark, listening intently. It was a soft, deliberate sound, like something or someone was moving around my campsite. I grabbed my flashlight and unzipped the tent cautiously, but when I shone the light around, there was nothing. The rustling had stopped. I spent a restless night, tossing and turning, the sensation of being watched never leaving me. The next morning, I didn't waste any time packing up. I wanted to get out of there, but I had to face the reality that I was a few hours away from my car. I couldn't just leave my gear behind, so I decided to do one more hike to clear my head before heading back. As I walked, I couldn't shake the feeling that the forest was alive in a way that was almost suffocating. The trees seemed to close in around me, the shadows growing longer, and the air thickening. I walked faster, my heart pounding in my chest. The path was winding, and before I knew it, I had lost track of where I was. The familiar landmarks I had passed earlier were nowhere to be found. I had no idea how long I had been walking, but it felt like hours. Panic started to set in. I was lost. I stopped and tried to get my bearings, but everything around me looked the same. Dense trees, thick underbrush, and no sign of the lake. My phone had no signal, and my compass was useless in the dense canopy of trees. I decided to keep moving, hoping that I would stumble upon the trail or some sign of where I was. But the deeper I went, the more lost I became. The hours seemed to drag on, and the sense of unease from the previous days grew into full-blown terror. I couldn't shake the feeling that I wasn't alone. Every rustle of leaves, every snap of a twig, made my heart race. I wasn't sure if it was just my mind playing tricks on me, but I was certain that someone or something was following me. I kept walking, determined to find my way out. Eventually, I came across a small clearing, and I thought I saw something in the distance, an outline of a figure. I froze, my breath catching in my throat. The figure was still, standing just beyond the trees. It didn't move, didn't make a sound. My mind raced, trying to make sense of what I was seeing. It wasn't human. It was too tall, too thin, and the way it stood there, motionless, sent a chill down my spine. Couldn't stay there. I turned and ran, my legs burning with the effort. The forest seemed to close in around me as I sprinted, heart pounding in my chest. I didn't know where I was going, but I couldn't stop. The sound of my footsteps and the pounding of my heart drowned out everything else. I wasn't sure how long I ran, but eventually, I broke through the trees and found myself at the edge of the lake. My campsite just a short distance away. I collapsed by the water's edge, gasping for breath. I sat there for a long time, the terror slowly subsiding as the reality of the situation sank in. I had been lost in the woods for hours, and I had almost encountered something, or someone, that I couldn't explain. I looked back toward the trees, but whatever had been there was gone. I spent the rest of the day packing up my gear and preparing to leave. The forest no longer felt like a place of peace and beauty. It felt like a trap. I walked back to my car, the drive back to civilization seeming longer than ever. The whole experience left me shaken, but I was grateful to have made it out. I never went back to that campsite. Whatever I had encountered out there, I still don't fully understand. But I learned something that day. The wilderness is not just a place of beauty and peace. It's a place where you are never truly alone, and sometimes the things that make you feel safe, like the silence of the forest, can be the things that make you most vulnerable. It was supposed to be just a weekend getaway, a break from the chaos of the world, just me, a tent, and the quiet of the wilderness. I had been hiking for hours, the sound of my boots crunching against the forest floor the only noise around me. The air was thick with the smell of pine and damp earth, and the sky had started to turn that pale blue that happens right before sunset. I knew I needed to find a spot to camp, so I decided to head off the main trail, thinking it would be quieter and more peaceful. I wasn't an experienced camper by any means, but I had enough gear to last me through the weekend. A small, one-person tent, a sleeping bag, some dried food, and a water bottle. It was a simple setup, but it was all I needed. The forest was dense here, trees rising so high they blocked out most of the sunlight, leaving the forest floor in shadow. I found a small clearing near a stream, its soft babbling filling the air with a peaceful sound. Felt like the perfect spot. I set up camp quickly, trying not to waste too much time. The sun was sinking lower, and I knew that nightfall would come soon. The cold of evening settled in quickly, and I could feel the chill creeping through my clothes. I made a fire, its warmth offering a brief respite from the cool air around me. The flickering light danced on the trees, casting strange shadows that seemed to shift with every gust of wind. As the evening wore on, I began to feel a strange sense of isolation. The forest was eerily quiet, aside from the stream and the occasional rustle of leaves. I couldn't shake the feeling that I wasn't alone, but I convinced myself it was just the natural sounds of the woods playing tricks on me. After all, animals lived in these woods, and the occasional deer or raccoon was nothing to be afraid of. Still, I kept the fire burning brightly. Night came quickly, and with it, the silence deepened. The shadows around my campfire grew long, stretching out like fingers into the dark. The cold wind picked up, making the trees sway and creak. I sat by the fire, trying to keep warm, but my mind kept wandering back to that uneasy feeling that something was wrong. I thought about the hike I had taken to get here. The trail had been mostly empty, no other hikers around, just the occasional bird call or distant animal cry. There hadn't been any signs of other campers either. I hadn't passed anyone on my way in. As the fire crackled, I heard something. First, I thought it was just the wind, but then it came again. A faint rustling, like someone or something was moving through the bushes just beyond the clearing. My heart skipped a beat. I stood up, staring into the dark, trying to see anything that might be lurking out there. But the forest was too thick, too shadowed. The rustling stopped, and the silence returned, but the hairs on the back of my neck were standing up. I tried to shake off the feeling, telling myself it was just an animal, a squirrel maybe, or a fox. But I couldn't ignore the way the sound had stopped abruptly, like whatever it was had been watching me. I didn't sleep much that night. Every crack of a twig, every rustle in the bushes made me tense up. I kept the fire going until the embers started to fade, and then I added more wood, watching it burn with a growing sense of unease. I told myself I was just being paranoid, but I couldn't shake the feeling that something was out there. I didn't know what it was, but I knew I wasn't alone. The next morning came, and I packed up my gear quickly. I didn't want to stick around any longer than necessary. The air was thick with fog, and the sunlight struggled to break through the mist. I broke down my camp, folded up my tent, and stashed everything back in my backpack, all while keeping my eyes on the trees around me. I didn't feel right about staying there any longer, and I decided to head back to the trailhead. As I made my way back through the woods, I couldn't help but feel like I was being followed. Every so often, I'd hear a snap or a rustle behind me, but when I turned around, nothing was there. The forest felt oppressive now, the trees closing in on me. I walked faster, the path starting to wind more steeply downhill. I had to get out. I needed to feel the open space again, away from the oppressive weight of the forest. The rustling came again, louder this time, and I turned to look, my heart pounding. There was nothing in the trees, but I couldn't shake the feeling that something was lurking just out of sight. I started to jog, not caring about the rough terrain or the exhaustion creeping into my legs. My mind was racing now, adrenaline coursing through my veins. Something was wrong. The woods were too quiet, too still. The trail started to curve back toward the main road, and I thought I was almost there. But just as I rounded a bend, I stopped dead in my tracks. Ahead of me, at the edge of the trail, there was a figure. It was a man standing perfectly still, watching me. He was tall, wearing a dark jacket that blended into the trees. He didn't move, didn't say anything, just stared at me with cold, empty eyes. I froze, my breath catching in my throat. I should have turned around, should have run, but I was paralyzed, unable to move. The figure didn't advance, just stood there, like he was waiting for something. The silence between us was deafening. My heart was hammering in my chest, and every instinct in my body was screaming at me to leave. I don't know how long I stood there, just staring at him. But then, he turned and walked slowly into the trees, vanishing without a sound. I didn't know what to make of it. Was it real? Was I seeing things? My mind was spinning, trying to make sense of what had just happened. But I couldn't. There was no explanation. I didn't wait around to find out. I turned and ran, my feet pounding the trail as I rushed back toward the main road. I didn't look back, didn't stop to breathe, just kept running until I finally reached the end of the trail. I didn't stop until I was in my car, speeding down the winding mountain road, away from the woods and whatever was lurking there. Even now, weeks later, I can't shake the feeling that something is still out there, following me. I don't go camping anymore. I don't walk in the woods. The memory of that night, of the silent figure watching me from the trees, is burned into my mind. I know I wasn't just imagining it. It was real, and I don't ever want to go back to find out what else might be hiding in those woods. I don't know what the man wanted, or if he was even real, but I'll never forget the look in his eyes. And I'll never forget how alone I felt in that moment, surrounded by the trees, with no one else around to help. But the thing that haunts me the most is the thought that maybe, just maybe, there was something else out there. Something that didn't want me to leave, and it's still waiting. The air felt crisp against my skin as I set up my tent in the clearing. It was the kind of night where everything seemed perfectly still, almost unnervingly so. The forest around me stood silent, as if holding its breath, waiting for something to happen. I didn't think much of it at first. After all, I had been camping by myself before and had never experienced anything too out of the ordinary. The sounds of the forest at night were familiar: crickets, rustling leaves, the occasional owl hoot. I had been planning this solo camping trip for weeks. The idea was simple: spend a few days in the woods, away from the noise of the world. It seemed like a perfect escape. I picked a remote spot in a national forest about 2 hours outside of town, a place I'd researched to make sure it wasn't too crowded. I wanted peace, time to clear my mind. The only company I'd have was the occasional animal, and I was okay with that. The sun was beginning to dip below the horizon as I finished setting up. I lit a small campfire, the flames dancing and crackling in front of me. The warmth was a relief after spending the day hiking with my backpack full of supplies. I settled on a log nearby, pulling a granola bar from my bag and eating it slowly, savoring the solitude. The stars were starting to appear overhead, the kind of clear sky you only get when you're far from the lights of the city. Everything seemed perfect, just the way I had imagined it. As night deepened, I got the fire going a little stronger. I didn't want it to go out, knowing how cold the nights in the forest could get, even in the summer. The flames cast flickering shadows on the trees around me, and the shadows felt alive, stretching and twisting as if the forest itself were watching. I tried to brush the feeling aside, reminding myself that it was just my imagination. I didn't really need to be scared. This was just a camping trip. People did this all the time, right? But still, there was something about the silence. It felt too complete, too heavy. The wind had stopped blowing, and the usual rustling of the trees had gone quiet. Even the insects seemed to be holding their breath. I thought about how quiet it had been when I first arrived, how the animals hadn't made a sound as I made my way to the site. It was strange. Around midnight, the quiet stretched on, and I began to hear something in the distance. At first, I thought it was just an animal, maybe a deer or something larger moving around in the underbrush. But as I listened more closely, I realized it wasn't the sound of paws on the ground. It was something else. The noise came in intervals, like footsteps, slow and deliberate, crunching the leaves underfoot. I tried to dismiss it. My mind was racing, and I had to calm myself. Could have been another camper, I told myself. The park wasn't that remote. There were probably others out here, too. But the more I listened, the more it seemed like the footsteps were getting closer, not farther away. I stood up slowly, moving cautiously toward my tent, my eyes scanning the dark for any sign of movement. The forest was dense around me, and the shadows were deep, hiding anything that could be lurking. I wanted to call out, to ask if anyone was there, but I stopped myself. What if it wasn't a person? What if it was something else. I tried to shake the thought from my head. No, I was just letting my imagination get the best of me. The sound continued, closer now. I could hear branches snapping underfoot, the sound unmistakable. I grabbed my flashlight, trying to steady my shaking hands, and shined it toward the edge of the trees. There was nothing there. The noise stopped. I stood still for what felt like forever, my breath quick and shallow. Nothing moved. The trees were dark and still. I forced myself to breathe, to calm down. My mind was playing tricks on me. There was no reason to be afraid. I had to remind myself that there was no one else here. No reason for this to be anything other than my nerves getting the best of me. Still, I couldn't shake the unease. I decided to get in my tent and call it a night. I was alone, and it would be easier to just sleep through whatever my mind had conjured. But as I lay in my sleeping bag, listening to the sounds of the forest, something strange happened. The footsteps started again. This time, they were much closer. I could feel it in my bones. A deep, uncomfortable sense that I wasn't alone anymore. I was being watched. I snapped upright in my sleeping bag, my heart pounding in my chest. I grabbed the flashlight and unzipped the tent, shining the beam out into the darkness. Nothing, not even a sign of movement. My thoughts were racing. There was no way someone could have snuck up on me like this. The campsite was open, with no place to hide unless you walked up from behind a tree. But I had checked that already. I pulled the zipper of my tent shut, trying to convince myself that it was just an animal. Maybe a bear or a bobcat had wandered close to the site. But the steps were too deliberate, too slow to be any kind of animal. They sounded almost human. The fire was still going outside, its orange glow flickering. I lay back down in the tent, trying to quiet my mind. The footsteps hadn't stopped, and I had no choice but to wait. But every crack of the branches, every snap of a twig underfoot, made me jump. The quiet between the footsteps seemed to stretch for too long, like something was waiting for the right moment to make its move. I had no idea how long I lay there, listening, trying to make sense of the sounds. Felt like hours, though I knew it couldn't have been that long. Finally, the footsteps stopped again. But this time, they didn't come back. The silence returned, but it was different, thick and suffocating, like the air was pressing in on me. I didn't dare leave the tent, though every part of me screamed to get out of there, to grab my stuff and run. But the idea of running in the dark, alone in the woods, seemed far worse than staying where I was. I had to hold my ground. After all, I had been in the woods many times before. This was nothing, just a strange night. Maybe I'd be able to look back on it and laugh in the morning. But the night passed without incident. No more sounds, no more steps. The air still hung heavy with tension, but eventually, exhaustion took over. I fell asleep, though I barely remember it. When the first light of morning crept through the trees, I woke with a start. The sun had just risen, casting a soft glow across the campsite. The fire was low, just embers now, and the birds had started to sing their early morning songs. The strange feeling from the night before still lingered, but now, in the daylight, everything seemed normal. I packed up my tent quickly, trying not to look back at the site where the footsteps had haunted me. My hands were shaking, but I pushed through it. The forest was peaceful again, its morning light gentle and warming. As I loaded my gear into my backpack, I felt a strange sense of relief. The sounds from the night before felt distant now, just a shadow of my imagination. I never did figure out what happened that night. I never saw anyone or anything, but something in the air told me that I wasn't meant to stay there any longer. And when I left the campsite, the forest seemed to release its hold on me, like I had passed some invisible boundary. The rest of the hike back to my car was uneventful, and when I finally reached the parking lot, I couldn't help but feel a sense of safety in the wide open space. I glanced back one last time at the forest, the trees standing tall and silent as if nothing had ever happened. I never camped there again. Something told me that place wasn't meant for me. I've always been the type to enjoy a good camping trip. The sound of leaves rustling in the wind, the crackle of a campfire, the fresh air. There's something about being away from the noise and bustle of the city that always brought me peace. I'd camp out in various places before, but nothing like this. This time, it was different. It was supposed to be a simple, relaxing weekend at a remote campground up in the hills. Nothing fancy, just a solo trip for some quiet time. I drove out on Friday afternoon, picking a spot that was a little further off the beaten path. I liked the idea of being completely alone, away from the crowds that typically filled the popular campgrounds. The weather was perfect, a crisp autumn day. The sun still high but beginning to dip, casting long shadows across the forest floor. As I parked my car and got out, I could already smell the pine trees, their sharp scent cutting through the air. I unloaded my gear, set up my tent near the edge of a small creek, and then spent a little time gathering firewood. There wasn't a soul in sight, not even the usual buzz of hikers or families out for the weekend. The area felt almost too quiet, but I liked it. I had all the time in the world. The first evening passed peacefully. I cooked a simple meal over the fire, letting the flames flicker in front of me as I ate. As darkness fell, I settled in, relaxing and letting the solitude of the forest seep into my bones. I sat back, watching the stars slowly appear, one by one, in the clear sky. The sounds of the night, crickets, the occasional rustling of a deer or small animal in the underbrush, were the only things keeping me company. But around midnight, things started to feel off. It wasn't the typical eerie feeling you might get in the woods at night. No, this was different. It was as if the whole forest had gone still. The usual noises of the animals, the wind in the trees, all of it had stopped. It was a complete silence, and that's when I felt it, like I was being watched. I brushed it off at first. I'd read about how quiet it can get in some parts of the forest at night. But this wasn't just quiet. It was oppressive, like the silence itself was holding its breath. I glanced around the campsite, but the darkness was thick. The fire cast a faint glow, and the trees surrounding me stood tall and motionless. I tried to shake the feeling, but it lingered. I felt my pulse quicken, and I found myself staring into the trees, waiting for something, anything, to break the silence. Nothing happened, but the feeling didn't go away. I decided to try and sleep it off. I crawled into my tent and zipped it up tight, pulling my sleeping bag around me for warmth. The night stretched on, and I could still feel that strange unease creeping into my thoughts. I lay there, eyes wide open, listening to the faint crackling of the fire outside. My mind wandered, replaying every noise I had heard before. Each rustle of leaves outside, each creak of a branch, felt magnified in the quiet. Hours later, I woke up suddenly, my heart pounding. Something wasn't right. It wasn't the usual nighttime noises. The crickets were still silent, and the wind had stopped blowing. But there was something else, something that didn't belong. I couldn't put my finger on it at first, but then I realized the fire had gone out, and I hadn't heard it die down. It was as if it had just been snuffed out all at once. I lay there, motionless, listening. I couldn't hear anything. No wind, no animals, no insects, just the sound of my own breathing. And then I heard it, a soft crunch of footsteps, distant but clear, coming from just beyond the edge of the camp. My stomach twisted. It was too soft to be a bear or deer, too deliberate. Someone was walking. I held my breath, straining to hear. The steps came closer, and I felt a knot form in my chest. I wanted to scream, to call out, but I couldn't move. The footsteps stopped just outside my tent. I could feel the presence, the weight of someone standing there. It felt like hours, though it was probably only minutes. I kept still, praying that whatever it was would just go away. But then, a soft whisper broke the silence. Not a voice, more like a movement in the air. I couldn't understand it. It wasn't in any language I recognized, just a breathy sound that seemed to come from all around me. Suddenly, I couldn't take it anymore. I grabbed my flashlight and flicked it on, bursting out of the tent in one swift motion. The beam of light swept across the area, and I froze. There was nothing there. No person, no animal, nothing that could explain the presence I had felt. The ground around the tent was undisturbed, no signs of anyone having been there. But I wasn't convinced. Something was wrong. My mind raced, my breath coming in short gasps. I quickly checked my gear, making sure everything was in place. I could feel my heart thumping in my chest, adrenaline coursing through me. I couldn't stay here, not with that feeling lingering in the air. I packed up what little I had unpacked and made the decision to leave. I wasn't about to sit around and wait to see if whatever had been out there would come back. I grabbed my bag, my flashlight, and my keys, and I made a break for the car. I didn't even think about looking back. The drive back down the mountain was nerve-wracking. I kept checking the rearview mirror, half expecting to see something following me, but the road behind me remained empty. The further I got from the campground, the more my heart began to slow down, though the unsettling feeling still lingered. When I reached the main road and drove out of the hills, the tension slowly started to leave my body. It wasn't until I got home and sat down on my couch that I realized just how close I had come to something I couldn't explain. I didn't know who or what had been out there, but I didn't want to find out. I never went back to that campsite. I didn't even tell anyone what happened. Who would believe me? But I'll always remember that night. The feeling of being watched, the silence, and the footsteps that never left any trace. I learned something that night. Some places are meant to be left alone, and not all experiences in the woods are meant to be understood. I had always been a fan of the outdoors. Growing up in Vermont, I was no stranger to the woods, the trails, and the peace that came with nature's quiet embrace. But that weekend, the camping trip I thought would be a perfect escape turned into something that would stay with me forever, something I'd never expected. It started out as a simple plan, just me and a couple of friends. The idea was to hike to a remote spot, set up camp, and enjoy a few days of quiet. No cell service, no distractions, just the sound of the wind through the trees and the crackling of a fire. We'd been planning this trip for months, picking a location deep in the woods of the Adirondacks, far enough off the beaten path that it felt like an adventure, but not too far to be dangerous. We arrived at the trailhead early in the morning. The air was crisp, and the sun was just starting to rise. We unloaded our gear, double-checked our packs, and began the hike. The first few hours were easy enough. The trail was clear, and the forest around us was dense, but peaceful. Birds sang from the trees, and the occasional rustling of leaves signaled the movement of small animals. We made good time, laughing and chatting as we hiked. I wasn't worried about anything at that point. The trail was marked, and it didn't seem like there was much to be concerned about. But things started to feel different as the day went on. By noon, we reached the spot we had planned to camp. It was a small clearing near a stream, surrounded by thick trees. The sound of running water was calming, and the area seemed isolated enough to feel like we were truly out in the wilderness. We set up our tents, unpacked our supplies, and started a fire. As the sun dipped lower in the sky, we sat around it, roasting marshmallows and telling stories. It was exactly what I had imagined: peaceful, quiet, and beautiful. But then things started to feel off. It was subtle at first. I noticed that the sounds of the forest had quieted down, and the usual rustling of leaves seemed to stop. The wind died down and the air grew still. At first, I dismissed it. Maybe it was just the time of day, the quiet before the evening truly set in. But then, there was a sound, just a faint noise, like something moving through the brush, far off in the distance. I tried to shake it off, telling myself it was just an animal. We were deep in the woods, after all. But as the hours passed, the feeling of being watched grew stronger. It wasn't anything overt, nothing obvious, but there was this constant nagging sensation at the back of my mind that something wasn't right. We went to bed around 10 p.m. The night was cold, and the fire had died down to a small ember. I lay in my tent, trying to sleep, but I couldn't shake the unease. The sounds of the forest had returned, but they felt different, more distant, more foreboding. I kept telling myself it was just my imagination, that I was fine, but I couldn't shake the feeling that we weren't alone. Around 2 a.m., I woke up to a noise outside my tent. It was quiet at first, but then it grew louder. A faint thump, like something heavy was being dropped on the ground. I held my breath, straining to hear. The noise came again, followed by the sound of something moving slowly, deliberately. It wasn't an animal. It didn't have that rustling, scurrying quality. This was deliberate movement, slow and measured. My heart began to race. I lay perfectly still, listening. I could hear my friend's tents rustling slightly, but no one else seemed awake. The sounds continued for several minutes, always in the same rhythm, always just on the edge of my hearing. I couldn't shake the feeling that whatever it was getting closer. Then, without warning, there was a sudden crash, louder than before. My body went rigid. The sound came from just beyond the trees, not far from our camp. I could hear branches snapping, the unmistakable sound of something large moving through the underbrush. My mind raced. I had no idea what it was. At first, I considered it might be a bear, but it didn't sound like a bear. It wasn't the normal, heavy thumping of a large animal. It was something else, something that made my blood run cold. I waited, barely breathing, trying to convince myself that I was overreacting. But then I heard something I couldn't explain. A voice, a whisper, carried by the wind, so soft that I could barely make it out. It was too faint to understand the words, but it sent a chill down my spine. I knew I had to wake up my friends. I wasn't alone in feeling uneasy, but when I unzipped my tent and peeked outside, there was nothing. The area around the camp was empty, eerily still, as though nothing had happened at all. The only sounds were the faint crackling of the dying fire and the wind rustling through the trees. I stayed up for hours, unable to sleep, my mind racing with every possible explanation for what I had heard. But none of them made sense. By the time the sun started to rise, I was exhausted, my nerves shot. I didn't tell my friends what had happened the night before. I didn't want to scare them unnecessarily, and honestly, I wasn't sure if I had just imagined everything. But deep down, I knew something wasn't right. The next day, we decided to pack up and move to a different spot, just to be safe. The hike back was long, and by the time we reached the trailhead, I couldn't wait to get in the car and leave. The air around the trailhead felt different, lighter, as though the strange tension we had experienced in the woods was finally dissipating. I didn't speak much on the way home. My friends noticed I was quiet, but they assumed it was just from the hike. I didn't feel the need to explain myself, not yet at least. I just wanted to forget everything that had happened. Weeks later, I couldn't shake the feeling that I had missed something. The sounds, the whispers, the feeling of being watched. It stayed with me, lingering in the back of my mind. I tried to tell myself it was nothing, just an overactive imagination or maybe just the strange acoustics of the woods. But I couldn't fully convince myself of that. Then one evening I found something. While I was going through my camping gear, I came across something I had forgotten about. A small, torn piece of cloth wedged between the folds of my sleeping bag. It was dark, almost like leather, with strange, intricate stitching I didn't recognize. The moment I saw it, I knew it wasn't mine. It wasn't part of my gear, and I was sure it wasn't from anyone else in our group. I had no idea where it had come from, but something told me I didn't want to know. That was when I realized whatever I had heard in the woods that night, whatever had been watching us, was not something I could easily explain away. It wasn't just a bad feeling or an overactive imagination. Something had been there with us, something that had left its mark, something that might never be fully understood. But the strange thing was, even after everything that happened, I didn't feel scared anymore. I didn't feel threatened. I simply felt curious. Whatever that thing was, whatever we had encountered, it hadn't harmed us. It had left without us even realizing it. And perhaps that was the strangest part of all. We never returned to that spot in the woods. But in the back of my mind, I couldn't help but wonder if the wilderness had secrets it kept hidden, and whether we had stumbled upon one of them. And I knew that, for the rest of my life, I would always wonder what it had been and why it had let us go. I'd been looking forward to this trip for months, the kind of trip that would be the perfect escape from everything: work, social obligations, and the constant buzz of modern life. Just me, the woods, and the sense of quiet I hadn't felt in years. It was supposed to be a peaceful weekend camping, just a few days to disconnect. But everything went wrong from the moment I stepped off the trail. The plan had been simple: hike into the mountains, set up camp in a secluded spot, and just enjoy the solitude. The weather was perfect, clear skies and a cool breeze. A few days before I left, I double-checked my gear, making sure everything was in good shape: tent, food, sleeping bag, stove. Nothing was left to chance. The first day of the hike went smoothly. The trail wound through dense woods, but it wasn't difficult to follow. As I moved deeper into the forest, I felt a strange kind of peace. The world seemed quieter out here, more real somehow. My heart slowed, my breath deepened, and I felt a calmness take over. By the time the sun started setting, I found a small clearing, surrounded by tall trees, perfect for setting up camp. The place seemed untouched, like no one had ever been there before. Felt like I had found the ideal spot. As I unpacked and set up the tent, I couldn't help but feel a sense of contentment. I knew I'd be alone out here for the next few days, but I didn't mind. The fire crackled as I cooked my meal, and I took a long, deep breath of the cool mountain air. The stars came out in full force, the sky clear as a pane of glass. I had everything I needed, and for the first time in a long time, I felt truly free. That night, as I lay in my sleeping bag, I heard noises from outside the tent. First, I didn't think much of it. The wind can make the trees creak and groan in strange ways, and animals often rustle around in the night. But then, I heard something else, a distinct sound of movement, like footsteps on the dry leaves. My heart skipped a beat, and I sat up in the dark, straining to listen. I wasn't sure what to make of it, but it sounded close, too close. My mind raced. Was it another hiker? Someone lost? I didn't know, but I figured it was just some wild animal. The sound came and went in intervals, making it hard to pinpoint. I finally managed to calm myself down and convince myself it was nothing. I pulled my sleeping bag tighter around me, turned my back to the noise, and eventually fell asleep. The next morning, I woke up to find my camp undisturbed. The fire had burned out, and the air was crisp. It felt like a new day, like the forest was welcoming me back. I packed up quickly, eager to continue the hike. The trail ahead promised new sights and more seclusion, and I was ready for it. But as I walked deeper into the woods, things started to feel off. It wasn't anything specific at first, just a general unease that started to creep into my thoughts. The trees seemed thicker, the air heavier. The usual sounds of birds and insects were eerily absent. I pushed on, trying to shake the feeling that something was wrong. The further I went, the more intense that feeling became. It was as if I was being watched. By mid-afternoon, I found myself on the edge of a cliff, overlooking a deep valley. It was beautiful, the kind of view you see on postcards, but it didn't comfort me. The silence was oppressive. I stopped for a moment to catch my breath and take in the scenery, but something didn't feel right. The wind had picked up, and the temperature seemed to drop. It was at that moment when I heard it, an unmistakable sound, a soft rustling behind me, like footsteps in the underbrush. My stomach dropped, and I slowly turned around, scanning the forest. There was nothing there. The hairs on the back of my neck stood up as I tried to convince myself it was just an animal. But the feeling of being watched hadn't gone away. I shook it off and decided to continue my hike, but my pace quickened. The trail seemed to narrow as I walked deeper into the forest, and the trees crowded in on me. It felt like I was moving through a tunnel of thick foliage. I couldn't shake the feeling that I was being followed, and the noise of my own footsteps seemed to echo too loudly in the quiet. My breath was shallow, and I had a nagging sense of urgency to get somewhere, anywhere, that felt safer. The trail eventually led me to a stream, its water bubbling gently over the rocks. I decided to stop and refill my water bottles, trying to calm myself. As I crouched beside the water, I noticed something strange. A set of footprints near the bank. They weren't animal tracks. They were human. I froze, my blood running cold. The footprints were fresh, too fresh to have been made days ago. Someone had been here recently. Someone who hadn't been following the trail. My heart began to race. I stood up quickly, scanning the woods around me. There was no sign of movement, but I couldn't shake the feeling that I wasn't alone. I backed away from the stream, my mind spinning with questions. Who else could be out here, and why were they so close? I made the decision to head back to my original campsite, hoping to find some safety in the familiar. The return trip was much more tense than the hike out. Every sound in the forest seemed amplified, every crack of a twig, every rustle of leaves. I couldn't help but feel like someone was just behind me, always just out of sight. When I finally reached the clearing where I had camped the night before, I found my tent was no longer in the same place. The stakes were pulled out of the ground, and the tent was lying in a heap, as if someone had tossed it aside. My heart slammed in my chest. I didn't know what to think, but I knew one thing for sure. Someone else had been here, and they had moved my gear. I quickly gathered my things and decided to leave the area. The thought of spending another night out here alone with someone or something close by was too much to bear. I started to head back toward the main trail, my mind racing as I pushed through the woods. Every snap of a twig made me jump. Every shadow in the trees made my heart race. As I walked, I kept thinking I saw movement just beyond the trees, but every time I looked, there was nothing there. The forest felt claustrophobic, as if the trees were closing in around me. I pushed on, not daring to stop until I reached the trailhead. When I finally reached the main trail and saw the parking lot in the distance, relief flooded over me. I had made it. I didn't know what I had been running from. Maybe it was just my mind playing tricks, or maybe there had been someone else out there. But whatever it was, I wasn't sticking around to find out. I made it back to my car, slammed the door shut, and drove away without a second thought. As I left the mountains behind me, I couldn't shake the feeling that the woods had a way of drawing you in, of making you feel safe before revealing the truth. And as I passed the last bend in the road, I glanced in my rearview mirror. For just a split second, I thought I saw someone standing at the edge of the forest, watching me leave. But when I blinked, they were gone. I don't know what I experienced out there that weekend, but I do know one thing. I'll never go back. I never thought camping could be dangerous. It was supposed to be peaceful, just me and the woods, surrounded by the calm sounds of nature. But when I went on that trip, alone, I quickly learned how easily things can go wrong. It all started when I decided to take a weekend hike in the woods near my house. I'd done it before many times, always with friends, but this time I was going solo. I wanted to disconnect, clear my head, the kind of peace you get from being away from it all. I packed my backpack with the essentials: water, snacks, a small first aid kit, my knife, a flashlight, and a map. I had a small tent, sleeping bag, and a lightweight stove to keep things simple. The first day went well. The hike up the mountain was tiring, but not too bad. The path was well marked, and I made it to the spot where I intended to set up camp by late afternoon. I picked a clearing beside a stream, the sound of water rushing over the rocks soothing as the sun started to dip lower in the sky. I set up my tent, prepared a small meal, and sat by the fire. The world around me was quiet, only the occasional rustle of leaves or chirp of a bird breaking the silence. As night fell, I retreated into my tent, the warmth of the fire outside fading. I was just about to drift off to sleep when I heard it, a snap. It was faint, but clear enough to pull me from my near sleep. I froze, listening. The night was still except for the sound of the wind and the stream. I couldn't shake the feeling that I wasn't alone. The hairs on the back of my neck stood up. I tried to ignore it, telling myself it was probably a branch falling or some other normal sound of the woods. I lay there, staring at the ceiling of the tent, waiting for the sound to happen again. I heard nothing. Slowly, I started to relax again, my mind telling me it was nothing. But then, I heard another snap. This one was closer, a twig breaking, maybe. I sat up, my heart pounding now. The tent felt too thin, too fragile for whatever was out there. I grabbed my flashlight and unzipped the door just enough to poke my head out. I didn't see anything, just the dark trees, their silhouettes outlined by the faint moonlight. Still, the unease lingered. I closed the tent door again, trying to convince myself it was just my nerves. But then came the noise I couldn't ignore, a low growl. It wasn't a bear, not deep enough, and it wasn't the kind of growl a mountain lion makes either. It was something in between, something primal. It sent a chill down my spine, and I immediately grabbed my knife and flashlight. I held them tight, my hands shaking as I listened. The growl came again, closer this time. I couldn't see anything in the dark. I considered getting out of the tent to check, but every instinct told me not to. Instead, I stayed perfectly still, listening to the faint sounds of something moving outside. My mind raced, trying to piece together what it could be. It didn't sound like an animal I was familiar with, and it was too deliberate to be random. Whatever it was circling my camp. My thoughts turned to the idea that someone might be out there, another person, maybe someone with ill intent. I've heard of people using the woods to hide, but it never seemed real until now. I strained my ears, trying to hear any footsteps or other sounds that might confirm what I feared. The growl came again, louder this time and closer still. I almost couldn't believe it. Something was moving out there, and it wasn't a friendly animal. My mind was racing. I couldn't leave my tent, too exposed, but I also couldn't just sit here waiting for whatever it was to get closer. The noise shifted, no longer growling, but something more like dragging. The sound of heavy feet scraping against the dirt. Whatever it was getting closer. Panic began to rise in my chest, but I forced myself to stay quiet. I slowly reached for my phone, hoping to get a signal. Nothing. I had no reception out here, of course. My flashlight flickered slightly, and I quickly tapped it, hoping it would last a bit longer. I could hear it now, something moving outside, right by the tent. I held my breath, waiting for it to make the next move. Then it stopped. I couldn't hear anything. The wind, the stream, everything had gone silent. It was the kind of silence that makes your heart beat in your ears. My muscles tensed, ready to spring into action if I had to, but I didn't know what to do. Felt like hours, but finally, I heard it again. A slight movement to my left, followed by the unmistakable sound of a deep breath. I had no idea what it was. Was it a person? An animal? Was it something else entirely? I stayed perfectly still, the only sound now the pounding of my own heart in my chest. I couldn't take it anymore. I unzipped the tent door just enough to peek out. The moonlight barely filtered through the trees, and in the distance, I saw a shape moving among the shadows. It was tall, hunched over, and it looked like it was sniffing the air. Suddenly, the shape jerked its head in my direction, and I froze, feeling like I had been caught. I didn't know if it had seen me, but I wasn't about to wait around to find out. My mind screamed at me to run, but my legs felt paralyzed. I knew I couldn't make it far if whatever that was decided to chase me. I stayed quiet, praying that it would move on. The shape shifted again, walking slowly past my camp. My heart still raced, and I gripped the knife tighter, unsure of what to do next. I waited, holding my breath, until finally, the figure disappeared into the trees. I didn't sleep that night. Every sound, every crack of a branch made me jump. I kept the flashlight on, pointed at the entrance of the tent, ready for anything. When morning came, I wasted no time packing up my camp. The sun was barely rising, but I didn't care. I was getting out of there. As I hiked down the mountain, I couldn't shake the feeling that I was still being watched. Every rustle in the leaves, every movement in my peripheral vision made my heart race. I kept my eyes on the trail, my mind focused on the goal of getting back to my car. When I finally reached it, I threw my gear into the back seat and drove away without a second thought. I still don't know what I encountered that night. I can't say for sure if it was a person, a wild animal, or something else. All I know is that the woods can be a dangerous place, and sometimes the things you can't see are the ones you need to fear the most. But I'm still here. I made it out, and I don't think I'll ever go camping alone again. I had always loved the idea of camping, being surrounded by nature, the quiet, the beauty of the forest, and the peaceful feeling that came with it. That's why I went out there that weekend. Just me, my tent, my backpack, and a small campfire. The kind of trip where you can get away from everything. I didn't plan on being a part of anything strange, and definitely not a story that would make me question the safety of the wilderness ever again. It was supposed to be simple, a weekend alone in the woods, just to disconnect. I found a spot near a river, the sound of running water already calming me as I set up camp. The trees were thick around me, their tall trunks stretching toward the sky. The sun was beginning to dip behind the horizon, casting long shadows over the forest floor. I set up my tent quickly and laid out my gear. As the night settled in, I built a fire with dry wood I gathered. The flames flickered and danced, casting warm, golden light across the clearing. The only sounds were the crackling of the fire and the occasional rustle of leaves in the breeze. I had brought some food with me, so I made a simple meal of freeze-dried pasta and watched as the stars slowly appeared overhead. The air was cool but not unbearable. I was far from the nearest campground, a good couple of miles off any marked trail. The feeling of being completely alone, in the middle of nowhere, was exactly what I wanted. There were no other campers, no hikers, just me and the wilderness. And honestly, I liked it that way. But that night, as the forest darkened around me, I started to notice something odd. At first, it was nothing more than a feeling. Like the air was a little heavier, the silence a little too deep. I told myself it was nothing. I was just imagining it. Then I heard it, a faint rustling in the bushes. Too faint to be an animal, too deliberate to be wind. I froze, the fork halfway to my mouth. The noise stopped as soon as I looked up. I shrugged it off. Probably a raccoon or something. I wasn't gonna let myself get worked up over nothing. It was just a normal night in the woods. But as the hours passed, it became clear that something wasn't right. The rustling came again, louder this time. I stood up from my seat, my heart pounding. My gaze swept across the darkness, but I saw nothing, just trees and shadows. A slight breeze picked up, making the branches creak. The noise continued, though, moving from one side of my camp to the other. It was soft, but there was no mistaking it. I grabbed a flashlight and aimed it toward the sound. I could see the trees, the underbrush, the dark shapes in the distance, but nothing else. No animal, no person, just the shadows and the distant moonlight filtering through the canopy. Still, that uneasy feeling lingered. I couldn't shake the sense that I was being watched. Maybe it was just the isolation messing with my mind, or maybe it was something else entirely. But as I sat back down by the fire, trying to convince myself it was all in my head, I heard it again. This time it was closer. The sound of something moving through the brush, careful, deliberate. Not the random scurrying of a creature looking for food, but something with purpose. I gripped my flashlight tighter, my breath slow and steady as I tried to calm myself. I wasn't a nervous person. I had been camping alone plenty of times before, but there was something in the air that night, something that felt off. The sound stopped. I felt a brief moment of relief, but it was short-lived. Instead of being able to relax, my senses were heightened. I couldn't stop listening. My mind raced, trying to piece together what was going on. Then, from the opposite side of the camp, I heard a snap, a twig breaking. I wasn't alone. I stood up immediately, scanning the darkness around me. My heart was in my throat now, my pulse loud in my ears. The fire crackled weakly, casting flickering shadows on the trees. Nothing. I saw no movement, no sign of what was causing these noises. I grabbed my knife, tucking it into my waistband. It wasn't much, but it was all I had, and I felt better having it close. I thought about leaving, packing up, grabbing my things, and heading back to the nearest town. But the camp was too far from any road. It was going to take hours to make it back to civilization, and even if I left right now, I wouldn't be out of the woods until morning. The night was too dark and the trail too overgrown. I'd have to wait until daylight. That's when I heard the most unsettling sound of all. A low, guttural growl. It was so deep it rattled my bones. It wasn't a bear or a wolf. It was something different. It was closer now, just beyond the reach of my firelight. My grip on the flashlight tightened, but I didn't move. I didn't know what to do. I couldn't see anything. I had no idea what I was dealing with. The growl was followed by another snap of a twig. It was like whatever was out there was moving toward me. Slowly, cautiously. I felt trapped, but I couldn't leave. My tent, my only real shelter, was too far from the fire. The woods were thick, and the path back was not something I could navigate blindly in the dark. I stayed still, breathing quietly, hoping it would go away, but it didn't. Instead, I could hear footsteps now, deliberate, slow, like someone was testing the ground before taking the next step. The sound was unmistakable. I wasn't imagining it. My mind raced. I could go to the river. I could try to find my way to the water and follow it downstream until I found a trail or something familiar. But moving now in the dark was dangerous. I'd be more vulnerable out there. Then the noise stopped again. This time it wasn't a gradual fade. It was like everything just went silent, too silent. The wind stopped blowing. The crickets stopped chirping. Even the river sounded quieter than before. I could feel the weight of the silence pressing down on me, the kind of silence that made your skin crawl. Suddenly, there was a sharp crack, like a branch being snapped in half. I spun around, my flashlight pointing in every direction, but I couldn't see anything. My heart was pounding now, every instinct screaming at me to run, to get out of there. But my body wouldn't move. I was frozen. For a long moment, nothing happened. And then I saw it. A shadow. A silhouette standing just outside the reach of my firelight. It was tall, but it didn't look human. It was too broad, its shape too distorted. I couldn't make out details, but the feeling of being watched intensified tenfold. It wasn't an animal, it wasn't anything I could understand, but it was there. My hands trembled as I fumbled with the flashlight, my breath shallow and quick. I was about to scream, but something stopped me. A deep instinct told me not to make a sound. And then, just as suddenly as it had appeared, the figure vanished. The shadows swallowed it whole, and the forest was silent once again. My heart raced. I didn't know what to think. I didn't know if it was real or if my mind had just started to crack under the pressure. But I couldn't stay here. Couldn't. I grabbed my gear as fast as I could, throwing everything into my backpack. I didn't care if I was messy. I had to leave. I couldn't be here anymore. I could feel that thing's presence. It was out there, somewhere in the dark, and I wasn't going to wait around to find out what it wanted. I sprinted into the woods, not caring about the trail or where it led. I just ran. I ran until my legs burned, until the ground underfoot became uneven, until I was stumbling over roots and rocks, but I didn't care. Couldn't stop. Somehow, through the thick underbrush, I found a trail. It was narrow, barely visible in the dark, but it was there. I followed it as fast as I could, the adrenaline making every step feel like a lifetime. It felt like hours, but eventually, I stumbled out of the forest and into a clearing. There, in the distance, I saw the lights of a small ranger station. I wasn't safe yet, but I was close. So close. I didn't look back. I kept moving until I was inside the station, my breath ragged, my body shaking. The ranger looked at me, concern in his eyes. I didn't explain what happened. There was no need. I couldn't even begin to describe it. All I knew was that I had to get away. As I sat there, catching my breath, I realized how lucky I was. That night in the woods had tested me in ways I couldn't have imagined. But I had made it out, and I knew one thing for sure. I wasn't going back. Not to that spot. Not ever again. The wilderness wasn't just a place to escape. It was a reminder that you're never truly alone out there. And whatever lurked in the shadows, whatever had followed me that night, would stay with me forever. I had been looking forward to this camping trip for weeks. It wasn't my first time in the wilderness, but something about this trip felt different. Maybe it was the fact that I was camping alone for the first time in years. My usual companions had backed out last minute, leaving me to fend for myself in the remote woods. I parked my car by the trailhead, grabbed my gear, and started walking into the forest. The air was crisp, and the scent of pine filled my lungs. The sun was setting, casting a warm orange glow over the landscape. I didn't mind the isolation. In fact, it was exactly what I wanted. Setting up camp was the usual routine, putting up the tent, gathering firewood, and starting a small fire. As the night crept in, I sat by the fire, listening to the crackling of the logs and the sounds of the forest around me. It was peaceful, too peaceful, maybe. The stillness of the night was broken only by the occasional rustle in the underbrush. I assumed it was just a deer or a rabbit, but every so often, the sound seemed a little too deliberate. I shook it off, trying to focus on the warmth of the fire and the beauty of the stars overhead. But then, something caught my attention, a faint sound like footsteps, heavy, slow, but unmistakable. My heart skipped a beat. I stood up, scanning the dark edges of the forest. There was nothing, just shadows dancing in the firelight. I brushed it off as my mind playing tricks on me. After all, it was just me and nature. No one else was supposed to be out here. I sat back down, trying to calm myself. The fire crackled louder, almost as if it was trying to fill the silence that had become unnervingly thick. My eyes kept darting to the shadows, and I couldn't shake the feeling that I wasn't alone. Hours passed, and the night grew colder. The fire was dying down, and I was starting to feel the weight of my exhaustion. I was about to retreat into my tent when I heard it again, the sound of footsteps. But this time they were closer, and they weren't alone. There was another noise, a scraping sound, like something was being dragged across the ground. My breath caught in my throat. The hairs on the back of my neck stood up. I reached for the flashlight and shone it in the direction of the sound. The beam cut through the darkness, illuminating nothing but trees and rocks. There was no one there. Panic started to set in. I had a sickening feeling in my stomach, like something was watching me. I checked my phone, no signal. I was completely isolated. Then I heard it, a loud thud, followed by a rustling in the bushes. My heart raced. I had to do something, anything, to get out of there. I grabbed my pack, threw it over my shoulder, and started walking toward the trailhead. But as I walked, the footsteps seemed to follow me. The sound was muffled, as if someone or something was moving just out of sight. I broke into a run. The forest seemed to stretch on forever, the trees casting long shadows that made it feel like I was being hunted. My flashlight flickered, casting eerie shadows as I sprinted down the trail. My lungs burned, but I couldn't stop. Every crack of a twig, every snap of a branch made me look over my shoulder. Then, as I rounded a bend, I saw it, a figure, a man, or at least I thought it was a man. His silhouette was tall, hunched, and he seemed to be standing perfectly still. I froze. My breath caught in my throat. He was blocking the path, and I had no idea how he got there. "Hey!" I shouted, hoping for a response. There was nothing, no movement, no sound. I slowly backed up, my heart hammering in my chest. The figure didn't move. It was like it was just watching me. That's when I heard it again, the rustling from behind me, growing louder and faster. I turned around, and there was nothing there. No one. The footsteps stopped. The air was thick with silence again, the kind of silence that felt like something was waiting, watching, just beyond the edge of your sight. In a blur of panic, I darted into the woods, scrambling through underbrush and thick branches. I wasn't thinking anymore. I was running purely on instinct. My mind was fogged with fear. Somehow, I stumbled into a small clearing, and there, by the glow of my flashlight, was the trailhead. The parking lot was just ahead, and I sprinted toward it, not daring to look back. When I reached my car, I didn't hesitate. I jumped in, locked the doors, and started the engine. My hands were shaking as I put the car into gear and drove out of there as fast as I could. It wasn't until I was miles away that I finally let myself breathe. My heart was still racing, and my body was trembling from the adrenaline. I couldn't explain what happened out there. It didn't make sense. But whatever it was, I wasn't about to go back to that place. The next morning, I drove by the trailhead again, just to see if I could figure out what had happened. But when I got there was no sign of anything unusual. The woods looked peaceful, ordinary even. I stood there for a long time, just staring at the trail, trying to make sense of what I had experienced. But in the end, I couldn't. I still don't know what it was, but I'm never going camping alone again. I've always loved camping. There's something about being out in nature that calms me, makes me forget about all the stresses of everyday life. It's just me, the trees, the animals, and the peace. So, when I decided to go on a solo camping trip in the mountains last summer, I didn't think much of it. It wasn't my first time. In fact, I'd been on quite a few solo trips before, but none quite like this one. The sun was high in the sky as I set up my tent by the edge of a small, quiet stream. The air smelled fresh, earthy, with a faint hint of pine. It was a perfect spot. Remote, peaceful, just the way I liked it. I unpacked my gear, made myself a hot cup of coffee, and sat by the stream for a while, listening to the water flow over the rocks. The world seemed to slow down here, like time itself was taking a break. I took a deep breath and sighed, feeling at home. I'd planned to spend a few days hiking, exploring the surrounding forest, and just disconnecting. There was a trail nearby, so I decided to head out that afternoon. I packed a small bag with water, snacks, and my map, though I wasn't expecting to need it. I'd hiked these mountains before, and I had a good sense of the area. Still, I double-checked that my compass was in my bag just in case. The trail was well marked, cutting through thick woods and occasionally opening up to small meadows. Birds chirped overhead, and every so often I'd spot a deer or squirrel skittering through the underbrush. The path was easy to follow at first, winding gently through the trees. I was taking my time, stopping to take pictures, enjoying the peace and solitude. It was a perfect day for hiking, not too hot, not too cold. But as the day wore on, the trail started to become less obvious. The markers were spaced farther apart, and the path began to fade into overgrown brush. I didn't worry at first. Trails in this area could be tricky sometimes. I thought it was just a part of the wilderness. So I pushed forward, thinking the trail would show itself again soon enough. But it didn't. I glanced at my map, trying to get a sense of where I was. I hadn't strayed too far from my campsite, I was sure of it. But the trees were getting thicker, and the path was practically non-existent now. I paused, took out my compass, and tried to get my bearings. I'd been walking for nearly 2 hours, and I had a nagging feeling that something wasn't quite right. The woods were beginning to look unfamiliar, the trees darker, and the shadows longer. It's funny, you don't realize how easy it is to get turned around in the forest until it happens to you. I've been so confident before, so sure of the way back. But now, nothing looked familiar. I stood still for a moment, listening. There were no birds chirping now, no rustling in the trees. The silence felt thick, heavy. I checked my map again, but the lines and contours didn't make sense anymore. I'd wandered off the trail too far, and I had no idea where I was. Panic crept in, but I shoved it down. I'd read enough survival books to know what to do in situations like this. Stay calm, don't panic, try to retrace your steps. But the longer I stood there, the more uncertain I became. The trees looked the same in every direction, and the sun was starting to dip lower in the sky. My stomach tightened with anxiety. I didn't want to be out here after dark. Night in the mountains could get cold fast, and I didn't want to be caught in the middle of nowhere without a clear plan. I took a deep breath and decided to keep moving. I turned to my right, hoping to find some sign of the trail. The forest seemed to stretch endlessly in every direction, a maze of trees and rocks. The further I walked, the more disorienting it became. The ground beneath my boots shifted from soft dirt to rocky terrain, and I had to slow down to avoid twisting an ankle. The sun was now low on the horizon, casting long shadows across the forest floor. I knew I needed to get back to my campsite before nightfall. I'd marked a few landmarks on my map earlier, places I recognized, but now none of them seemed familiar. Every direction looked the same. Panic began to claw at me again, but I pushed it aside. I couldn't afford to lose my head out here. It was then that I heard the sound, a rustling, soft at first, but then louder. I froze, straining my ears. It was coming from just ahead of me, in the thick brush. I reached for my knife, which was clipped to my belt, my heart thudding in my chest. The sound grew louder, closer. I could feel the hairs on the back of my neck stand up. Whatever it was big. I held my breath, hoping it was just an animal. A deer, a bear, something I could avoid. But then the sound stopped. Silence again. I waited, my muscles tensed, ready to run if I had to. But there was nothing. No movement, no noise. Just the eerie stillness of the forest around me. It was then that I noticed something. The faint trail, barely visible, but it was there. It wasn't much, just a faint indentation in the dirt, barely wide enough to walk through. But it was something. My heart gave a small leap of hope. I crouched down, examining the ground, and realized that it might be an old trail, one that hadn't been used in a long time. I stood up and began to follow it, my steps careful and deliberate. The trail led me deeper into the woods, the trees closing in around me. The light was fading fast, and the forest seemed to be growing colder, the air thick with an unsettling stillness. I couldn't shake the feeling that I was being watched. But every time I turned, there was nothing there. No movement, no signs of life, just the oppressive quiet of the wilderness. By now, I was regretting not taking my compass readings more seriously earlier. I should have known better than to wander off the marked trail. My stomach was in knots, and my legs were starting to feel the strain of hours of walking. The light was all but gone now, and I knew I needed to find shelter before it got dark. I glanced around desperately, trying to spot something familiar, but there was nothing. The woods had become an endless maze of trees and shadows. And then I saw it, a small clearing up ahead, barely visible through the trees. I quickened my pace, hoping against hope that it would be a sign of civilization, maybe a ranger station or a campsite. But as I got closer, I realized it was just another part of the wilderness, a place where the trees had thinned out and the ground was covered in a dense layer of fallen leaves. It wasn't much of a clearing at all, but it was a place to rest. I dropped my pack to the ground and sank down beside it, feeling the weight of the day's events crash down on me. My hands were shaking, my breathing shallow. I'd been lost for hours, and the realization hit me like a ton of bricks. I wasn't getting back to camp tonight. I didn't know where I was, and night was falling fast. My only option was to make camp here. I set up my tent as quickly as I could, my hands clumsy from exhaustion and anxiety. The sky was almost completely dark now, and the air had turned chilly. I zipped up the tent and crawled inside, trying to settle my racing thoughts. But sleep wouldn't come. My mind kept racing, thinking of all the things that could go wrong. What if I couldn't find my way back? What if I was too far from the trail, too lost to find my way? I lay there in the dark, listening to the wind rustling the trees outside, my heart pounding in my chest. The forest felt like it was closing in on me. I could feel every creak of the tent, every rustle of leaves in the distance. Every sound seemed magnified, like the woods were alive with secrets. Hours passed, and I still couldn't sleep. It wasn't until the first light of dawn broke through the trees that I finally managed to doze off, exhausted and on edge. I woke to the sound of birds chirping, the morning sun filtering through the trees. I knew I had to keep moving, had to find my way back before it got worse. The morning was quiet, almost peaceful, but I could still feel the weight of my situation. I had to find my way out, and this time I was determined to do it right. I double-checked my compass, took a deep breath, and set off. The second day of my search was just as difficult as the first. I climbed over rocks, waded through streams, and trekked through thick underbrush. But slowly, step by step, the familiar sounds of the forest started to return. The distant calls of birds, the rustling of leaves, the feel of the trail beneath my feet. I didn't stop moving. Every step forward felt like a small victory. By midday, I spotted a small sign, an old trail marker, barely visible but unmistakable. A huge wave of relief washed over me. I was on the right track. It took another few hours, but eventually, I saw something I recognized. My stream. Couldn't believe it. I was so close. With renewed energy, I followed it until I saw my campsite in the distance. There it was, the tent, the pack, everything just as I had left it. When I finally reached my tent, I collapsed on the ground, breathing heavily, my heart still racing. I'd made it. I was back. I couldn't remember the last time I'd felt so relieved. That night, I sat by the fire, the warmth on my face a comfort after the coldness of the woods. I thought about everything I'd gone through that day, the fear, the panic, the exhaustion. But in the end, I had made it. I had learned something important: never underestimate the wilderness. But more than that, I'd learned that if you keep your head, keep moving, and don't give up, you can find your way out of anything. The mountains are beautiful, but they can be unforgiving. And that night, as I watched the stars come out, I felt a deep sense of gratitude for making it through. A little wiser, a little stronger, and very, very thankful to be home. It was supposed to be just another weekend trip, a break from the chaos of life. I packed my backpack with the usual essentials: food, water, sleeping bag, and of course, the tent. A quiet spot deep in the woods had always been my go-to place for these solitary trips. No distractions, no noise from the city, just the sound of nature. I'd done this 100 times before, and nothing had ever gone wrong. I knew the area well, or at least I thought I did. I arrived at the campsite in the late afternoon, the sunlight already casting long shadows across the trees. The spot I picked was nestled near a small creek, just far enough from the hiking trail that it wouldn't be crowded. The water babbled quietly as I unpacked my things, the only sound filling the air. The familiar smell of pine and damp earth seemed almost comforting. Setting up the tent was routine. I didn't rush, taking my time to arrange everything just right. By the time I was finished, it was dusk. The sun was dipping below the horizon, and the forest was alive with the usual sounds of the evening: the chirp of crickets, the rustle of leaves, and the occasional snap of a twig in the distance. I had brought a small campfire kit with me, so I set that up and managed to get a fire going. The flames flickered and crackled as I sat back, enjoying the warmth and the smell of burning wood. I ate a quick meal, nothing fancy, just some canned beans and a few granola bars. As I ate, I stared into the fire, letting my mind wander. But there was something about the night that felt different. The sounds of the forest seemed louder, somehow more intense, as if everything was amplified. I shook it off. It was probably just my imagination. After dinner, I decided to take a quick walk along the creek. The night air was crisp, and the darkness of the woods seemed to press in from all sides. I wasn't scared. I had done this countless times before, but tonight, I couldn't shake the feeling that something wasn't quite right. I walked along the creek for a while, the soft splashing of water beneath the overhanging trees the only sound in the otherwise silent woods. As I rounded a bend in the creek, I noticed something strange: a pile of rocks stacked unnaturally high. They weren't like any cairn I'd seen before, where hikers might stack rocks as a marker. These were arranged too deliberately, too purposefully. My curiosity got the better of me, and I walked over to inspect them. The rocks were large, some weighing several pounds each, and they were stacked in a way that made no sense. It looked almost like a crude sculpture, but I couldn't figure out why anyone would put so much effort into this. As I reached out to touch one of the rocks, a sudden chill ran down my spine. I don't know why, but the feeling that something was wrong seemed to intensify. It was like the air around me had changed, becoming heavier, thicker. I stepped back, trying to shake off the unease. But before I could turn around and walk back to camp, I heard something, a soft, almost imperceptible rustling noise. It was coming from the trees on the opposite side of the creek. My first instinct was to ignore it. It was probably an animal, maybe a deer or a raccoon. But something told me it wasn't just an animal. The rustling grew louder, and I could hear the unmistakable sound of something large moving through the brush. My heart started to race, but I forced myself to stay calm. I told myself it was just a bear or some other animal that was probably more scared of me than I was of it. Still, I couldn't shake the feeling that I wasn't alone. I turned and started walking back to the campsite, the noise from the trees continuing to follow me, growing louder with each step. I quickened my pace, my breath coming faster now, my footsteps muffled by the soft earth beneath me. The sounds behind me were unmistakable footsteps, not the random rustling of an animal, but the distinct sound of something or someone moving deliberately through the woods. My mind raced. Could it be another camper? I hadn't seen anyone on the trail when I arrived, but that didn't mean there couldn't be someone else out here. I reached the clearing near my tent, but I didn't stop. I kept walking, heading towards the fire, but as I did, the feeling of being watched grew stronger. It was like there was someone right behind me, just out of sight. I stopped and turned, scanning the trees around me, but all I saw were the shadows stretching in the dim light of the fire. Nothing. Still, I couldn't shake the feeling that something was out there. I grabbed a flashlight from my pack and shone it around the campsite, sweeping it across the forest edge. My heart skipped when the beam landed on something that wasn't there a moment ago. It was a figure, standing just beyond the reach of the firelight, partly hidden in the shadows. I couldn't make out any details, just the shape of a person, tall and still. I froze, my pulse pounding in my ears. Who was this? Why were they out here? I shouted out, but no response came. The figure didn't move, didn't react. I felt a tightness in my chest, a growing panic. Then, without thinking, I grabbed my knife from my belt and started toward the figure. As I took a step forward, the figure finally moved. Slowly, turned and disappeared into the trees. I rushed after it, my legs trembling, my mind a whirl of thoughts. Was it a camper? Someone who had lost their way? Or something else? The flashlight bounced in my hand as I sprinted into the woods, following the shape I had seen. The night was silent now, the usual sounds of the forest gone, replaced by the pounding of my own breath and the crunching of leaves beneath my feet. I chased it for what felt like hours, weaving through the trees, the beam of the flashlight barely cutting through the dense darkness. But no matter how fast I ran, I couldn't catch up to it. The figure was always just ahead, always out of reach. Finally, when my legs felt like they might give out, I stopped. I couldn't hear anything now, no footsteps, no rustling, only the sound of my own breathing, ragged and shallow. I stood there for a moment, gathering my thoughts, trying to steady myself. I was exhausted, my heart was still racing, but my mind was beginning to clear. I turned back toward the campsite, and as I did, I noticed something. The air had changed, felt lighter, less oppressive. I couldn't explain it, but I felt safe, almost as if whatever had been there, whatever I had chased, was gone. I made my way back to the campsite, my steps slow and cautious. The fire was still burning, crackling in the center of the clearing. I sat down beside it, my mind racing, trying to make sense of everything that had happened. Couldn't. All I knew was that I felt different, like something had shifted in the woods that night. The next morning, I packed up my things and left. I didn't look back at the campsite or the forest. Couldn't. As I walked back to the trailhead, I saw a couple of hikers making their way in the opposite direction. I smiled at them, but I didn't say anything. I didn't want to know if they had heard anything or seen anything. I've been back to that spot a few times since, but never alone. And every time, I can't shake the feeling that I'm being watched, that whatever it was, whatever I saw that night, is still out there. And I'm not sure if I ever want to find out what it really was. had always been a lover of the outdoors. Growing up in Vermont, hiking and camping were second nature to me. The forests, the trails, the nights spent around a campfire. These were the things that felt like home. But this time was different. This time I went camping alone. I had planned the trip months in advance. I wanted to push myself to test my limits. No friends, no distractions. Just me, nature, and the solitude I craved. I chose a secluded spot deep in the mountains, far from the noise of civilization. I didn't tell anyone exactly where I was going. I figured it would be a good way to disconnect and clear my mind. The journey started well enough. I hiked for hours, carrying a heavy pack filled with supplies, food, and a tent. The path was narrow and winding, but I was used to it. I passed a few hikers on the way up, all of them friendly, but their voices soon faded as I ventured deeper into the wilderness. The sun was beginning to set by the time I reached the spot I had picked for my camp. It was a small clearing surrounded by tall trees, with a perfect view of a nearby creek. I set up my tent, gathered some firewood, and settled in for the night. The first few hours were peaceful. The crackling of the fire, the chirping of insects, and the gentle rustling of leaves in the breeze. It all felt so calming. I cooked a simple meal of pasta, ate, and watched the flames dance. It was a perfect evening, the kind you imagine when you think of camping in the wild. But as the night grew darker, something started to feel off. I couldn't explain it at first. It was subtle, just a nagging feeling, like I wasn't alone. I'd been in the woods enough to know that animals move around at night, but this felt different. The hair on the back of my neck stood up, and I found myself listening intently to the sounds around me. The wind, the rustling leaves, the occasional snap of a twig. Everything seemed normal. But then I heard something else. It was faint at first, a low, soft noise, almost like breathing. I told myself it was just the wind, or perhaps an animal nearby. But it didn't stop. The sound persisted, a slow, rhythmic exhale that seemed to come from somewhere close. Too close. My heart began to race, but I couldn't bring myself to move. The fire crackled loudly, casting long, flickering shadows on the trees, and I tried to convince myself that it was nothing. But then I heard it again, a loud snap of a branch, followed by the unmistakable sound of footsteps, human footsteps. My blood ran cold. There was no one around. No one was supposed to be out here. I had seen no other campers when I hiked in, and I had chosen this spot specifically to be far from any trail. My mind raced with possibilities. Could it be someone else camping nearby? But no one had passed me on the trail, and it was too far to be another hiker just walking by. I grabbed my flashlight and turned it on, scanning the darkness around me. The beam cut through the trees, landing on nothing but the shadows of the forest. For a moment, I stood frozen, the beam of light shaking in my hand. I told myself it was just my nerves. I was tired, and I had been alone for too long. I needed to sleep. I turned off the flashlight and crawled into my tent, pulling the zipper closed tightly. I tried to relax, telling myself that everything was fine, but the noise didn't stop. The footsteps grew louder, closer, as if someone was circling my camp. I held my breath, straining to hear every sound. My mind was racing, imagining every worst-case scenario. Was someone out there, watching me? The idea of being watched made my skin crawl. I spent what felt like hours lying there in the dark, trying to stay calm. The sounds outside seemed to grow more distinct, more deliberate. It wasn't just the random noises of the forest anymore. This was something else, something intentional. The footsteps stopped, and I waited, barely breathing. Then, just as quickly as they had started, the noises ceased. Absolute silence took over. I don't know how long I stayed awake after that. Time seemed to slow down. I didn't dare fall asleep. Every little sound had me on edge. Eventually, exhaustion caught up with me, and I drifted off, though I didn't sleep well. The whole night felt like a blur of half-waking moments, my mind hyper-alert to every creak and groan of the tent and the forest around me. Morning came, and with it a strange sense of relief. The sun rose over the trees, casting golden light across the clearing. I stepped outside, the cold morning air biting at my skin. The forest was still and peaceful once more, as if nothing had happened. I looked around my camp, checking for signs of disturbance, but there was nothing. No footprints, no evidence that anyone had been near my tent. I couldn't shake the feeling that something was wrong, though. That eerie sense of being watched lingered, like a shadow in the back of my mind. I spent the day trying to shake off the unease. I went for a long hike, followed the creek upstream, and enjoyed the beauty of the wilderness. But no matter how much I tried to lose myself in nature, I couldn't stop thinking about the previous night. My instincts told me to leave, but something kept me there. I didn't want to let fear control me. I had come for solitude after all. The idea of cutting my trip short felt like giving in. By the time nightfall rolled around, I had convinced myself to stay. I set up my camp again, built a bigger fire this time, and told myself I was just overthinking. But as darkness fell, the familiar unease returned. The sounds of the forest seemed to take on a different tone. The wind wasn't as soothing. The rustling of leaves felt too purposeful. And once again, I heard the footsteps. This time, I didn't hesitate. I grabbed my flashlight and rushed outside, scanning the trees with the beam of light. There was nothing there. No movement, just shadows. I told myself again that it was just my imagination playing tricks. But deep down, I knew something wasn't right. I felt the hairs on the back of my neck stand up once more. The footsteps returned, but this time they were different. They weren't circling my camp. They were heading straight for me. My heart pounded in my chest, and my hands trembled as I pointed the flashlight into the darkness. The light landed on the trees, the creek, but nothing else. The footsteps stopped just outside my camp. I froze, staring into the dark, waiting for something, anything, to give me a sign of what was happening. Then a voice, low, almost a whisper, but unmistakable. It came from the direction of the trees, just beyond the reach of my flashlight. "Get out." The words hit me like a cold wave, sending a shiver down my spine. My mind raced. Was it a person out there? Or was it just my fear, manifesting in my head? I wanted to run, but I couldn't bring myself to leave. My tent, my fire, my gear, everything was right there. I had to stay. I had to figure out what was going on. I backed into my tent slowly, the flashlight still in my hand. My breath came in short, sharp bursts. I listened intently, trying to hear any sign of movement. For a long while, there was nothing. The world outside was quiet, but I couldn't relax. Not after what I had just heard. That night, I hardly slept. I kept my flashlight beside me, my eyes constantly darting to the entrance of the tent. I didn't know what was out there, but I knew one thing. I couldn't stay in this place any longer. The thought of packing up and hiking back down the trail in the dark seemed insane, but it was the only option I had. At first light, I packed up my gear quickly, keeping a careful eye on the trees and the clearing around me. My hands were shaking, but I didn't care. I needed to get out of there. As I started down the trail, I felt a strange sense of relief. The further I walked, the less I felt the oppressive weight of the wilderness around me. But even as I descended, I couldn't shake the feeling that someone was still watching, lingering just beyond the trees. By the time I made it back to the trailhead, I was exhausted, physically and mentally. I had never been so happy to see a parking lot and the faint sounds of traffic in the distance. I drove home, the entire time wondering if I had imagined everything, or if there had truly been something out there. To this day, I still don't know what happened in those woods. There were no signs of anyone else being out there. No footprints, no evidence of anyone nearby. But the sense of being watched, the footsteps, the voice, it all felt too real. Maybe I'll never know the truth. But one thing is certain. I'll never go camping alone in the wilderness again. I'd been looking forward to this trip for weeks. After months of the same old routine, work, traffic, endless emails, I was desperate for some peace and quiet. A solo camping trip seemed like the perfect way to escape. I'd packed my gear the night before. Tent, sleeping bag, food, water, and a few essentials like my phone, though I didn't plan on using it much. The plan was simple. Head to the mountains, find a quiet spot by a lake, and just unwind. The drive was long, but scenic. The roads wound through forests, and I could see small towns in the distance. The weather was perfect, the kind of crisp autumn day that makes everything feel fresh. I wasn't in a rush, so I stopped every now and then to take in the views or stretch my legs. It was peaceful, just the road, the trees, and me. I reached the campsite around noon. The place was a little more remote than I expected, with no other cars around. I parked and walked down a narrow trail to the lake. It was quiet, too quiet. Normally, you'd hear birds or animals, but everything was still. The water was calm, reflecting the trees like a mirror. It was beautiful, but the silence felt almost unnatural. I set up my tent near the edge of the water, feeling that strange mix of excitement and unease. I went to work making camp, laying out my sleeping bag, setting up a small fire pit, and organizing my food. After everything was in place, I sat by the fire, staring at the lake. The sun was beginning to dip behind the trees, casting long shadows across the water. It was the kind of moment I'd been craving, a chance to just be. As night fell, I cooked a simple meal over the fire. The crackling of the flames was the only sound, but I didn't mind. It was a perfect night, except for the silence that lingered in the air. It felt oppressive somehow, like there was something I was supposed to notice but couldn't quite grasp. After dinner, I retreated to the warmth of my tent. The fire was dying down, and the night was getting colder. I was tired, ready to sleep, but the silence outside the tent made it hard to settle. I couldn't shake the feeling that I wasn't alone. The occasional rustle of leaves or the snap of a twig seemed louder than usual, and each time, I felt my heart race a little. But I told myself it was just the forest, just animals going about their business. There was no reason to be scared. But then I heard it, a soft crunching sound, like someone stepping on dry leaves, just outside my tent. I froze, listening. It wasn't the usual sounds of wildlife. It was deliberate, slow, as if someone was walking around my campsite. I held my breath, straining my ears to catch any other noises. The sound stopped, then started again, coming closer this time. My pulse quickened. I grabbed my flashlight, my hands shaking. What if it was just a person? A hiker, maybe? But why so close to my camp at this hour? I turned off my light, trying to stay as still and quiet as possible, listening for any more signs of movement. The night was so still now that it felt like the forest itself was holding its breath. My mind raced, conjuring up all sorts of possibilities, but I tried to keep calm. There was no reason to panic, I told myself. Still, the feeling that something wasn't right wouldn't go away. Minutes passed, though it felt like hours. I decided I had to check. I unzipped the tent slowly, making as little noise as possible, and peeked outside. The campfire was just a few smoldering embers now, casting a dim glow across the ground. The campsite was empty, the surrounding trees dark and still. I couldn't see anything moving. I stepped out cautiously, shining my flashlight in all directions. Nothing.
No footprints.
No broken branches. Just the normal woods, silent as ever. I told myself it was probably just my imagination running wild. Maybe a deer or some other animal had wandered by. It was fine. I wasn't in danger, but I couldn't shake the feeling that I was being watched. I stayed outside for a while, hoping that the quiet would reassure me. But instead, it seemed to press in on me, growing thicker with each passing minute. The coldness of the night seeped into my bones, and my mind started to play tricks on me. The shadows between the trees seemed to move, twisting and shifting just out of the corner of my eye. I told myself I was being paranoid, but I couldn't help it. Eventually, I went back into the tent, locking the zipper behind me. I lay there wide awake, listening for any sounds of movement outside. The minutes dragged on, but nothing happened. The silence returned, and eventually, I drifted off to sleep. I woke up suddenly in the middle of the night, my heart pounding. Something had woken me, but I couldn't tell what. The tent was stuffy, the air thick and heavy. My flashlight was still next to me, so I grabbed it, shining it out through the mesh window of the tent. At first, I didn't see anything unusual. The campsite was just as I'd left it. But then I saw it. A figure, standing just beyond the campfire's light, half hidden in the shadows. I froze, my body locked in place. The figure didn't move. It was like it was waiting, watching. I tried to calm myself, telling myself it was probably just a hiker or someone passing by. But the figure didn't move. It stood there, still and silent, like it was studying me. Couldn't breathe. The figure finally turned and disappeared into the darkness. I don't know how long I sat there, staring at the spot where it had been. My mind raced, but my body was frozen. I knew I couldn't stay in the tent, not with that thing out there. I had to leave, but my legs wouldn't move. What if it was someone dangerous? What if it wasn't? What was the right thing to do? After what felt like an eternity, I made a decision. I had to get out of the campsite. It was too late to wait for morning. I packed up my things in a hurry, stuffing everything into my backpack as quickly as I could. My hands were shaking, but I managed to get everything together. I zipped up the tent and grabbed the flashlight, shining it ahead of me as I moved away from the campsite. I didn't know what I was running from, but I knew I couldn't stay there any longer. I followed the trail away from the lake, my heart racing with each step. The forest was completely silent now, not a single sound to be heard. I kept walking, not stopping to look back. The further I went, the more I felt the weight of the night pressing down on me. I had no idea where I was going, but I couldn't stop, not yet. As I walked, I started to hear something, a rustling, soft at first, like leaves being shuffled. It was behind me. I turned quickly, but there was nothing there. The forest remained still, unbroken by any movement. I was miles away from the campsite when I finally saw a flicker of light ahead. It was a cabin, small but welcoming. I made my way toward it, my pace quickening. When I reached the door, I knocked. No answer. I knocked again, harder this time, and after a moment, the door creaked open. An older man stood in the doorway, his eyes scanning me with a mix of curiosity and concern. "You okay?" he asked, his voice rough from age. I need to stay the night," I said, my words coming out breathless. "I don't know what's out there." He looked me over for a moment, then nodded. "Come in. I'll lock up after you." I stepped inside, feeling a wave of relief wash over me. The cabin was small but warm, with a wood stove in the corner and a few chairs scattered around. It felt safe, like a refuge from whatever was out there in the dark. I stayed up for a while, talking with the man. He told me that the area had been empty for years, that people didn't often come through anymore. Eventually, I managed to sleep, but not without checking the windows, making sure the door was locked, and listening for any sounds outside. The next morning, I left the cabin, but I didn't go back to my campsite. I knew I couldn't. That day, I drove back home, safe, but shaken. I don't know what happened out there, and I don't want to know. But whatever it was, I learned something important. Sometimes, peace and quiet aren't as peaceful as they seem. I never thought much about camping before, but when a friend invited me to join a group for a weekend trip into the wilderness, I figured it would be a good opportunity to get out of the city and experience something new. The plan was simple enough. Hike a few miles, set up camp, and enjoy the outdoors. I packed my gear, grabbed my backpack, and set off with high expectations. We arrived at the trailhead in the late afternoon. The forest around us was thick and lush, with towering trees and a sense of peaceful quiet. The kind of quiet that felt foreign compared to the constant noise of the city. There were 5 of us, including my friend, a couple, and another guy who seemed a bit older and more experienced in outdoor activities. His name was Mike, and he had been on countless camping trips, so we all trusted his judgment on where to set up camp. The sun was starting to dip below the horizon when we started hiking deeper into the forest. The trail was narrow, barely wide enough for 2 people to walk side by side, and the dense trees blocked out most of the remaining daylight. I could feel the cool air settling around us as the temperature began to drop. We had been hiking for about an hour when Mike suggested we find a place to camp. He led the way off the main path, heading toward a clearing near a stream that he said would be perfect. As we reached the clearing, I noticed something strange. There were no other campers around. Usually, when you're out in nature, you'll come across a few other groups along the trails, but there was complete silence here. Not even the sound of wildlife, just the rustling of leaves in the breeze. I didn't think much of it at first. I figured it was just a quiet spot. We set up our tents and started a fire. It wasn't long before the darkness of the forest fully engulfed us. The fire flickered and crackled, casting long shadows around the campsite. I remember sitting there, staring into the flames, trying to shake the feeling that something was off. It was the kind of feeling you get when you're in an unfamiliar place, with no real reason to be nervous but a sense that something just wasn't right. The others didn't seem to notice. They were talking and laughing, enjoying the evening, and I tried to join in. But something kept nagging at me. Every time the wind rustled through the trees, it sounded like whispers, like distant voices carried on the breeze. I shook it off, attributing it to the natural sounds of the forest. As the night wore on, I went to bed early. I figured I'd get a good rest before the hike the next day. I zipped up my tent and tried to sleep, but it was difficult. Every little sound outside seemed amplified in the silence of the woods. The crack of a twig, the rustle of leaves. At one point, I even heard something moving outside my tent. I froze, holding my breath, listening intently. The noise stopped, and I exhaled, trying to convince myself it was just an animal. A raccoon, maybe, or a deer passing by. I eventually drifted off to sleep, but it wasn't long before I woke up again. It was around 2 a.m., and the forest was eerily still. I could hear the fire had died down, and there was a cold chill in the air. I looked at my watch, 3 hours of sleep, if that. I had to pee, so I decided to step outside. The night was pitch black, and the moon was hidden behind the clouds. I stumbled out of my tent and made my way a little distance away to find a spot. As I did, I noticed something that immediately made the hairs on the back of my neck stand up. The campfire, which had been burning just a few hours earlier, was completely out. The logs had burned down to ashes, and there was no sign of any embers. I felt a sudden sense of unease wash over me. Why had the fire gone out so quickly? It should have lasted much longer. I quickly finished what I was doing and returned to my tent. The feeling of being watched was overwhelming now. I zipped myself inside and tried to calm my racing heart. I told myself I was just being paranoid, but I couldn't shake the feeling. I lay there, staring at the tent's ceiling, listening for any sounds. The wind had picked up, making the trees creak and groan. But other than that, it was quiet. Too quiet. The next morning, I woke up to the smell of coffee and the sound of my friends chatting outside. I climbed out of my tent, still a little groggy, and rubbed my eyes. Everything looked normal. The campsite was the same as when I had gone to sleep. The fire pit was still cold, but my friends had already gathered around a new fire, drinking coffee and talking like nothing had happened. I joined them, trying to act normal, but something was still bothering me. I noticed that no one had mentioned how cold it had been overnight. I didn't bring it up, though. It was still early, and I didn't want to sound paranoid. We packed up our gear and began our hike for the day. Mike led us down the trail, explaining that we were going to a viewpoint on a ridge. The hike was fairly easy at first, with the sun breaking through the trees in patches, but as we went deeper into the forest, I started to notice more odd things. The trail became less and less defined. We passed a few strange marks on the trees, scratches that looked like they'd been made by something with claws. At first, I thought it was just normal wear and tear from animals, but the scratches were too high on the trees, and there were too many of them in a concentrated area. I didn't say anything, but I felt like we were being watched again. The hairs on the back of my neck were standing up. It felt like someone or something was following us through the woods, moving just out of sight. I kept looking over my shoulder, but all I could see were the trees and the dappled sunlight. Around midday, we reached the ridge. It was beautiful up there. We could see for miles in every direction, the valley below stretching out with the river winding through it. It was peaceful, and I tried to let go of the unease I'd been feeling. We took some pictures and ate lunch, but I couldn't shake the nagging sense that we weren't alone. I kept hearing branches snapping behind us, just out of view, but when I turned around, no one was there. That afternoon, things took a strange turn. As we made our way back toward camp, we noticed the forest seemed different. The trees were closer together, and the path was harder to follow. Mike stopped a few times to check his map, and I could see the confusion in his face. We were no longer on the trail we had taken earlier in the day. I didn't want to say anything, but I was starting to get nervous. The sun was setting, and the forest around us was growing darker by the minute. Mike kept glancing over his shoulder, and I could see that even he was beginning to feel the tension. We eventually realized we were completely lost. The familiar landmarks from earlier were nowhere to be found. The only thing we could see were endless trees and underbrush. Mike tried to stay calm, but I could tell he was worried. None of us had planned for this. We hadn't packed extra supplies, and we had no idea where we were. The night fell fast, and soon we were stumbling through the woods, trying to find any sign of the trail. The temperature dropped quickly, and I could feel my breath puffing out in the cold air. The trees above us creaked, and the wind howled. I kept hearing sounds, branches snapping, footsteps, whispers, coming from somewhere in the darkness. Every time I turned around, there was nothing there, but I could feel eyes on me. I could feel something moving just beyond the edge of the light. We walked for hours, but we couldn't find our way back to camp. Mike was starting to lose his confidence, and we were all exhausted. My legs ached, my head was spinning, and I was shivering from the cold. Then, just when I thought we were completely hopeless, we saw it. A small clearing up ahead, the faint glow of a campfire flickering through the trees. We stumbled toward it, relieved, but as we got closer, I felt my stomach twist. It wasn't our campfire. It was a new one with two figures sitting around it. They weren't dressed like hikers. They had a rough look about them, like they didn't belong in the wilderness at all. Something about them didn't sit right. I didn't want to approach them. The firelight cast long shadows, and I could see the glint of something metallic in one of their hands. We stood there for a moment, unsure what to do, and then, to our relief, the figures stood up and disappeared into the trees, as if they had been waiting for us to arrive. We quickly turned and ran, not looking back until we reached the main trail. We found our way back to the parking lot and drove out of there without saying much. It was only once we were back in the city that we realized how close we had come to something we couldn't understand. I still don't know who those people were or what they were doing out there, but I can tell you one thing: I'm never going camping in those woods again. I had always loved the outdoors, but this camping trip was different. This time, I decided to go solo. I needed some time to clear my head. No distractions, no phone, just me, the forest, and the peace I had longed for. I was tired of the noise, the constant bombardment of messages and calls. I wanted a break. So, I packed up my backpack with enough supplies for a few days, threw in a tent, sleeping bag, some snacks, a flashlight, a map, and a few other essentials, and headed for the mountains. The first day of the trip was great. The sun was high in the sky, and the weather was perfect for a hike. I followed a well-worn trail, passing through tall trees that seemed to whisper in the wind. Birds chirped above me, and the rustling leaves created a soothing rhythm. Felt like everything was in place. My mind slowed down, and I began to lose myself in the beauty of it all. I had been walking for hours when I came across a small clearing with a stream running through it. The sound of the water was calming, and I decided to stop there for a while. I sat on a rock near the stream, took off my boots, and dipped my feet into the cool water. It was peaceful. I could hear the distant call of a hawk, the rustling of the wind in the trees, and the occasional splash of a fish jumping out of the water. For a moment, it felt like nothing else mattered. After resting for a bit, I continued along the trail, deciding to set up camp somewhere further along. The sun was beginning to dip lower in the sky, casting a golden glow through the trees. I found a perfect spot, an area with soft grass and a flat ground, tucked away between some large rocks. I unpacked my tent, set it up quickly, and got a small fire going. The warmth of the fire felt comforting as the temperature dropped. I cooked some food over the fire and ate as the stars began to appear in the sky. Everything seemed perfect. But then, as I sat by the fire, a strange feeling started creeping over me. It wasn't anything specific, just a sense that something was wrong. It was subtle, almost imperceptible, like a shift in the air. The crackling of the fire seemed louder than usual. The shadows around me seemed deeper, and the trees felt like they were closing in. But I brushed it off as nothing more than the natural anxiety of being alone in the woods. I sat for a while longer, staring at the fire, before I decided to turn in for the night. I snuffed out the flames, crawled into my sleeping bag, and zipped up the tent. The forest outside was still, almost too still. I tried to ignore the odd sense of unease that clung to the air, and eventually, I fell asleep. I woke up in the middle of the night. At first, I couldn't figure out what had roused me. But then, I heard it, soft, barely audible footsteps just outside my tent. My heart raced. It sounded like someone was walking around my camp. I held my breath, straining to listen. The footsteps continued for what felt like an eternity, moving slowly, deliberately, around the perimeter of my tent. I wanted to call out, but something in my gut told me that wouldn't be a good idea. Whoever or whatever was out there, I wasn't sure I wanted to draw their attention. After a few minutes, the footsteps stopped. I lay there, wide awake, listening to the silence that followed. For what seemed like hours, I waited, unsure of whether I should risk opening the tent to check or if I should just stay as quiet as possible. My pulse hammered in my ears, and I was consumed with the thought of what might be lurking just beyond the fabric of the tent. Eventually, the silence stretched on long enough that I began to wonder if I had imagined it all. I must have fallen asleep again, because the next thing I knew, the morning light was filtering through the trees, and the world outside was calm and serene. I felt a bit foolish for letting my imagination run wild during the night, but part of me couldn't shake the feeling that something had been out there. I packed up quickly, eager to put the strange experience behind me. As I walked along the trail, I couldn't help but notice the odd silence of the forest. It was almost as though the birds and animals had gone quiet. There was no chirping, no rustling of leaves, just the faintest whisper of wind. I brushed it off again, convincing myself that I was overthinking things. The day passed uneventfully, but as evening approached, I found myself back at the same spot where I had camped the night before. The unease was back, heavier this time. The sun dipped low, casting long shadows across the ground. The trees, now darker and more foreboding, seemed to crowd in around me. My earlier sense of peace was gone, replaced by an odd tension that made my skin crawl. I decided to make camp again, though I wasn't sure why. Maybe it was because the spot felt familiar, or maybe I just didn't want to leave the trail and venture deeper into the forest. I set up the tent again, built another fire, and tried to force myself to relax. But the forest around me felt too quiet, too still. I glanced over my shoulder constantly, half expecting to see someone standing just behind me. But each time, I only saw empty trees and shadows. Night fell, and I once again crawled into my sleeping bag. The fire had burned down to embers, and the darkness outside seemed deeper, thicker, more oppressive. I tried to ignore the gnawing sense of discomfort, but the footsteps from the night before still lingered in my mind. This time, however, I wasn't asleep when I heard it. The soft, steady crunch of footsteps in the leaves, just outside the tent. My heart leaped into my throat, and I froze. There was no doubt now I wasn't imagining it. Someone or something was out there. The footsteps circled the tent again, just like the night before. Slow, deliberate, never stopping. Whoever it was knew I was inside, and they weren't rushing. They were taking their time, as if enjoying my fear. I waited in silence, too terrified to move. The footsteps stopped for a moment, and then I heard something even worse. A soft scraping sound, as if something was dragging across the ground. My mind raced, and I could feel my pulse in my throat. I wanted to call out, to do something, but I was paralyzed. It was as if the very air was holding me in place, suffocating me. I don't know how long I lay there, but eventually, the sound of the scraping stopped. The footsteps resumed, but they moved away this time, growing fainter and fainter until they were gone entirely. I stayed awake for the rest of the night, unable to sleep, my eyes wide and scanning the dark woods around me. When dawn finally broke, I could hear the normal sounds of the forest again. Birds chirping, the wind rustling through the trees, the peaceful sounds I had grown used to on my hike. But the events of the night before hung over me like a dark cloud. I couldn't shake the feeling that I wasn't alone, that someone or something was watching me. I quickly packed up my camp, not bothering to cook breakfast. I just wanted to get out of there. I didn't even take the time to properly put out the fire. I left the embers smoldering and rushed down the trail, eager to put as much distance between me and whatever had been out there. The trees seemed to close in on me as I walked, as if the forest itself was holding me captive, but I pressed on, not looking back. It wasn't until I reached a clearing a few hours later that I stopped to catch my breath. I looked around, feeling a strange sense of relief. The forest here felt open, welcoming even, as though it was giving me permission to leave. It was then that I realized I hadn't heard the footsteps for some time. I hadn't seen anything strange. Everything was back to normal, and yet I couldn't shake the feeling that something had changed, that something in the forest had shifted when I wasn't looking. I don't know what it was, but it didn't matter anymore. I made my way to the nearest trailhead, leaving the forest behind me. I didn't tell anyone what happened on that trip. Maybe it was just my mind playing tricks on me, or maybe I was just tired. Either way, I was glad to leave it all behind. As much as I love nature, sometimes it's best to listen to your gut. and mine told me it was time to go home. As I drove away, I glanced in the rearview mirror one last time, but I saw nothing, only the road stretching out behind me. The trees were still, the forest was quiet, and for the first time in days I felt safe. I remember that summer night like it was yesterday. It was the kind of evening that seemed perfect for a camping trip. The weather had been unusually warm for late September, and the sky was clear, with only a few clouds drifting lazily by. I had decided to head out into the woods alone, something I had done many times before, but this time it felt different. It wasn't that I was unprepared. Far from it. I had packed everything I thought I would need for a quiet weekend away from the bustle of everyday life. A small tent, a sleeping bag, a couple of flashlights, food, water, and my trusty hunting knife. Nothing fancy, just the basics. The plan was simple. Find a nice secluded spot by a stream, make a fire, cook some food, and relax. Maybe read a book. Maybe just listen to the forest. I loved the quiet, the solitude, the way the forest seemed to speak in whispers. I drove up to the campsite, a spot I had visited before. It was remote, a good 2-hour drive from the nearest town. I had come here to get away from it all, to clear my head. The road leading to the site was narrow and overgrown, the kind of path that you wouldn't take unless you knew exactly where you were going. The trees along the sides of the road were thick, their branches forming a canopy that blocked out most of the sunlight. When I finally reached the clearing, I parked the car and began unloading my gear. It was quiet here, too quiet almost. There were no sounds of birds or animals, just the rustling of the leaves in the wind. I couldn't shake the feeling that something wasn't quite right, but I shrugged it off. It was probably just my imagination. Setting up the tent didn't take long. I made sure it was sturdy, secured the guy lines, and set my camp stove to start boiling water. As the kettle heated up, I started a small fire in the pit. The flames crackled and danced, casting long shadows that seemed to move with a life of their own. I couldn't help but stare into the fire, feeling both comforted and uneasy at the same time. The sun was starting to dip below the horizon, and the light in the woods shifted, turning everything into a dull orange hue. The temperature dropped as night began to settle in. I made a simple dinner, a packet of freeze-dried chili and some crackers. It wasn't gourmet, but it was enough to fill me up. After eating, I sat by the fire for a while, watching the flames and listening to the occasional snap of a twig or rustle of leaves in the distance. I tried to push the feeling of unease to the back of my mind, but it kept creeping back, like a shadow following me around. By the time the fire was down to glowing embers, the darkness had fully taken over. I stood up to stretch my legs and went to the edge of the clearing, looking out into the woods. The trees were tall and dense, their branches swaying gently in the breeze. I couldn't see anything beyond the first few rows of trees, but I felt as if something was watching me. It was a strange sensation, one I couldn't explain, but it was there, creeping up my spine. I shook it off and went back to the tent. I crawled inside, zipped up the flap, and settled into my sleeping bag. The rustling outside continued, but I told myself it was just the wind. There were no bears or wild animals in this area, at least none that I had ever seen, and the sounds didn't seem threatening. Still, I kept my flashlight close just in case. I woke up in the middle of the night, a cold chill running through me. At first, I thought it was just the temperature dropping, but something felt off. The air felt thicker, like it was pressing in on me. I lay still for a few moments, trying to listen through the sounds of my own breathing. That's when I heard it dot a faint rustling noise. Very faint, but unmistakable. It was coming from the woods, just beyond the clearing. My heart skipped a beat. I didn't know what it was, but it didn't sound like the usual forest noises I had grown accustomed to. It sounded deliberate, like something was moving with purpose. I grabbed the flashlight and switched it on, shining it out of the tent. The beam cut through the darkness, illuminating only the first few feet of the trees. There was nothing there, nothing I could see, but I could still hear it. The rustling, the shifting of leaves, something moving just out of sight. I lay there for what felt like hours, my mind racing. I told myself it was just an animal, maybe a raccoon or a deer, but deep down, I knew it wasn't. It was something else, something that didn't belong. The noises didn't stop. They grew louder, closer. I could hear the sound of footsteps now, slow and deliberate, crunching through the underbrush. I felt my pulse quicken, my hand tightening around the flashlight. I considered getting out of the tent and investigating, but something told me that would be a mistake. Eventually, the sounds faded, but I didn't dare fall asleep. I stayed wide awake, every sense on high alert. The air felt heavier now, thick with tension, as if something was waiting, watching, just beyond the reach of the light. The night dragged on, but eventually, the first light of dawn began to creep through the trees. The sounds from the night before had stopped, and I finally allowed myself to breathe a little easier. I quickly packed up my things, eager to get out of the woods and back to civilization. As I was finishing loading up the car, I noticed something that made my blood run cold. There, in the dirt near the tent, were footprints. They were fresh and they were large, too large for any animal I knew of. The prints were human, but they were unlike any I had ever seen. They were deeper than they should have been, as if whoever had made them was carrying something heavy. And there was something else, something that made my skin crawl. The prints didn't lead away from the campsite. They led right up to the tent. I didn't waste any time. I jumped into my car and drove off, my heart still racing. The rest of the drive home was a blur. I didn't stop, didn't look back. All I wanted was to get away from that place. To this day, I don't know what was in the woods that night. I never found out who or what was leaving those footprints, but I'll never go back to that campsite again. The forest has a way of hiding its secrets, and some things are better left untouched. The scariest part? I haven't been able to shake the feeling that whatever it was, it's still out there, watching, waiting. I had always loved camping. Growing up in Vermont, I spent countless weekends hiking, camping, and fishing with my friends and family. But that all changed the day I went camping alone in the mountains of Switzerland. I thought it would be a peaceful solo trip to get away from everything. No distractions, no deadlines, just me, the woods, and the crackling campfire. Little did I know, this trip would turn into a fight for survival. The plan was simple: hike up to a remote trail deep in the forest, camp for a couple of nights, and head back down. I chose this spot because it was far off the beaten path. Most people went to the more popular sites, and I wanted the solitude that came with being away from others. I loaded up my backpack with all the essentials: tent, sleeping bag, food, water, and a few tools, including my trusty compass. The hike started off well. The trail was marked, and everything felt peaceful. Birds chirped, the breeze rustled the leaves, and the scent of pine filled the air. The beauty of nature was overwhelming, and I couldn't help but smile as I walked deeper into the forest. But as the sun began to set, I realized that I hadn't seen another hiker in hours. I'd been so focused on the serenity around me that I lost track of time. When I finally decided to set up camp, the shadows of evening were creeping through the trees. I found a small clearing and laid out my tent. The sky was turning orange and purple as I lit a small fire, the crackling warmth making me feel safe. I had my dinner, a simple meal of pasta and dehydrated vegetables, and settled in for the night. But the silence, though initially comforting, began to feel unsettling as the darkness grew deeper. The forest seemed alive with the sounds of nature, rustling leaves, creaking branches, and the occasional distant howl of a wild animal. I reassured myself that everything was fine. I was alone in nature, and I had done this plenty of times before. Still, there was something off about this place, something I couldn't quite put my finger on. That night, I woke up to the sound of twigs snapping. I lay still in my sleeping bag, heart pounding. The fire had burned down to embers, casting only faint shadows around the clearing. The noise came again, closer this time. It was unmistakable, a slow, deliberate crunch of footsteps. My mind raced, trying to rationalize it. Maybe it was a deer or some other animal, I thought, but then I heard something else. Something that didn't fit the usual rhythm of the forest. A low, guttural sound, almost like a growl, but not quite, sent a chill down my spine. My pulse quickened, and I lay there frozen, not daring to move. The sound of footsteps stopped. For what felt like an eternity, all I could hear was my own breathing. Suddenly, a twig snapped so loudly that I jumped. My eyes snapped open in the dark, heart racing. I tried to calm myself down, telling myself that I was just overreacting. But something about the way the sounds had changed was disturbing. I decided to grab my flashlight and check outside the tent. I unzipped the flap quietly, peering out into the darkened woods. The beam of light flickered as I scanned the trees, but I saw nothing that could explain the noise. Maybe I was just imagining things. I zipped the tent back up and lay back down, trying to get some rest. But sleep didn't come easy that night. The next morning, I woke up with the sun, the warmth of the first light breaking through the trees. I stretched and stepped outside, eager to start the day. I made a cup of coffee and sat by the fire, trying to shake off the unease that had settled over me. As I packed up my campsite, I noticed something strange. There were large footprints around the perimeter of my tent, too large to be a deer or any animal I knew. They were deeply imprinted in the soft earth, and they seemed to have come from all directions. I froze, my mind racing. Had someone else been here? But I hadn't seen anyone on the trail the previous day. I quickly brushed it off as a trick of my mind, perhaps from the strange noises of the night before. I packed my bag, shouldered it, and set off on the next leg of my journey, pushing the unsettling feeling aside. The trail became less distinct as I climbed higher into the mountains. It was clear that this path was rarely used. The dense trees above blocked out most of the sunlight, making the forest feel darker, even during the day. My map showed the trail would loop around and connect back to the main path, but I started to feel disoriented. The trees looked the same, and the trail markers were becoming sparse. By the time afternoon came, I realized I had somehow lost the trail. I stood in a small clearing, my map in hand, trying to make sense of my surroundings. The compass pointed in one direction, but nothing looked familiar. I had been careful to stay on the marked trail, but now I was completely off course. I decided to retrace my steps, but the forest seemed different now. The trees were taller, the underbrush thicker. It was as if the landscape had changed overnight. I walked for what felt like hours, but every turn I took seemed to bring me deeper into unfamiliar territory. The forest, once peaceful, now felt oppressive, like it was closing in around me. As the sun began to set, I realized I was lost. I hadn't seen the trail in hours, and the thickening fog made it impossible to see far ahead. My stomach knotted as panic set in. I wasn't prepared for a night in the wilderness without a proper camp. I tried to remain calm. My first priority was to find shelter. I spotted a small overhang formed by rocks and decided to take cover there. I set up my sleeping bag, but sleep didn't come. Every crack and rustle in the trees felt amplified in the stillness of the night. Just as I was beginning to drift off, I heard it again, the crunch of footsteps in the leaves. I shot up, flashlight in hand, my heart pounding. This time it was much closer. The noise was deliberate, almost purposeful. It wasn't an animal. It was someone or something moving through the forest. I stayed as still as I could, listening intently. The footsteps stopped just outside the rock overhang. I held my breath, barely daring to move, my flashlight shaking in my hand. The minutes felt like hours as I waited, terrified of what might be lurking in the shadows. The footsteps started again, slowly moving away from me. I waited for what seemed like forever before I dared to move. My heart was still racing, but I knew I couldn't stay there any longer. I needed to get out of the forest. I gathered my things, took a deep breath, and started moving through the trees, trying to stay as quiet as possible. By the time dawn broke, I was exhausted and barely able to keep my eyes open, but I couldn't stop. I had to keep moving. After several more hours of stumbling through the dense forest, I finally saw a break in the trees, clearing, and in the distance, the faint outline of the trail. I had made it out. I had found my way back to the main trail. It took everything I had to make it to the nearest road, where I flagged down a passing car. The driver was kind enough to take me to the nearest town, where I could finally rest and call for help. It wasn't until I was safe that I realized what had really happened. The sounds, the footprints, the strange feeling of being watched. It wasn't just my imagination. Someone had been out there, watching me, waiting for me to make a mistake. I don't know who or why, but I was lucky to have made it out. That trip to the Swiss mountains was supposed to be a peaceful escape, but it turned into a nightmare. I learned the hard way that not all trails are meant to be followed, and some places are better left unexplored. I've been camping many times before, but this trip felt different. Maybe it was because it was late fall, the air biting cold, the trees already stripped of their leaves, leaving behind only twisted, bare branches. Maybe it was the quiet. No birds singing, no rustling of animals in the underbrush. It was as if the forest had fallen silent, holding its breath. But I didn't think too much of it at the time. After all, I was with my two closest friends, and we had camped in this same spot for years. We arrived at the campsite just as the sun started to dip below the horizon, casting long, jagged shadows across the clearing. The first thing we did was set up our tents, a ritual that had become second nature. The crackling of the fire soon followed, and we settled around it, the warmth feeling good against the growing chill. As night fell, the familiar sounds of the forest, the chirping of crickets, the rustling of wind through the trees returned, and we sat back, enjoying the crackle of the fire and the serenity. We ate, joked, and shared stories like we always did, but there was something different about the air. I couldn't put my finger on it, but it felt heavier somehow. It was as if the forest was watching us. Around midnight, I was sitting on a log near the fire, staring into the flames, when I heard it, a low, scraping sound from the woods beyond the clearing. I froze, my heart skipping a beat. The sound wasn't like the usual noises you hear in the woods. It wasn't the wind moving branches or a small animal scurrying through the underbrush. It was deliberate, slow, like something dragging across the ground. I looked up at my friends, but they didn't seem to have noticed. Ben was poking at the fire with a stick, his face illuminated by the flickering flames. Sarah was leaning back against her tent, looking up at the stars. Maybe I was imagining it, but then I heard it again, louder this time. It was unmistakable. "Did you guys hear that?" I asked, my voice barely above a whisper. Ben looked up, his brow furrowed. "What are you talking about?" "That noise," I said, gesturing toward the woods. "It's like something's out there." Ben shook his head. "Probably just a raccoon or something. Don't get spooked. You're always jumping at things." I tried to shake it off, telling myself it was nothing. but the unease remained, gnawing at the back of my mind. It didn't help that the wind had started to pick up, making the trees sway and creak, casting long, eerie shadows across the clearing. We sat in silence for a while, each of us wrapped up in our thoughts. But the sound didn't go away, continued soft at first, but gradually growing louder, closer. I could hear the scraping now clearly, followed by a faint rustling. It wasn't like an animal. It was almost human, but not quite. I stood up suddenly, my heart pounding in my chest. "I'm going to check it out," I said, more to myself than to anyone else. "Are you crazy?" Sarah called out. "It's probably nothing. Just stay here." But I couldn't shake the feeling that something was wrong. I grabbed a flashlight from my backpack and started walking toward the trees, ignoring the sound of my friends calling after me. The scraping noise was constant now, rhythmic like it was following me, getting closer with every step I took. I reached the edge of the clearing, where the forest began to swallow the light from the fire. I stood there for a moment, the beam of my flashlight cutting through the darkness, searching. Nothing, just trees, just shadows. My breath came out in short, visible puffs in the cold night air. Then I saw something. It was faint at first, but as I focused, I could make out the shape of something, moving, slowly, deliberately, like it was trying to hide but couldn't completely. I froze, my heart hammering in my chest. It was standing just beyond the edge of the beam, barely visible. But there, I didn't know what it was. It looked like a person, but the way it stood, unnaturally still, made me doubt that. I took a step back, and the scraping sound stopped. The figure didn't move. It just watched. I didn't wait any longer. I turned and ran, stumbling back toward the campsite, my flashlight flickering wildly as I dashed through the underbrush. The sound of footsteps, not behind me, but around me, made my blood run cold. I didn't dare look back. I burst into the clearing, panting, and slammed into Ben, who had come to meet me halfway. "What happened?" he asked, his face pale. "There's something out there," I gasped. "We need to leave." "What are you talking about? It's just your imagination." "No," I snapped. "It's real. There's something out there. I saw it. I swear." Ben stared at me for a moment, then glanced over his shoulder at the dark woods. He didn't look convinced, but I could see the doubt in his eyes. Sarah was already packing up her things, muttering under her breath about leaving. We hadn't even put out the fire yet, but the tension in the air made everything feel wrong. We were just about to start packing when we heard the noise again. The scraping sound, closer than ever before. It was as if it was right outside the clearing, just beyond the firelight. We stood there, frozen, listening. It stopped, and then there was a rustling noise, like something was moving through the bushes, slowly, deliberately, just out of sight. Ben grabbed a flashlight and pointed it toward the noise, but it was too dark to see anything. Then, in a blink, the rustling stopped. Dead silence. "Maybe we should just leave," Sarah said, her voice shaky. I didn't need any more convincing. We packed up our things as quickly as we could, the sound of the forest around us unnervingly quiet, as though it too was waiting. We made our way to the car, the headlights cutting through the dark as we drove away, the hair on the back of my neck still standing up. Every now and then, I'd glance in the rearview mirror, half expecting to see something following us, but nothing ever appeared. We didn't talk much on the drive back, the tension still hanging between us. The only thing I could think about was the feeling I had when I was out there, the feeling of being watched, of something just out of sight. We didn't camp there again, but the memory of that night stayed with me always. I never did figure out what I saw out there, what was making that noise, but sometimes, when I'm alone in the woods, I still hear that scraping sound, faint in the distance, as though it's following me. And I'll never forget the silence. It wasn't the peaceful kind. It was the kind of silence that made everything feel wrong. The kind of silence that told me, no matter how normal things seemed, something in those woods was waiting, watching. I never went camping in those woods again.